Attorney Paul Gimbarda, OIC Director 4 for Procurement Service.
Present, sir. Present.
Dr. Eduardo Hanairo, Regional Director, Calabarzon.
Present, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
From the DOH Technical Team, Dr. Ariel Valencia.
Present, Your Honor.
From the Department of Budget and Management, Ms. Tina Rose Kanda, Officer in Charge.
Present, Your Honor.
From the Procurement Service, Executive Director Jason Merwayan.
Yes,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Undersecretary Anda is there.
Yes,
Tina
Your
Rose?
Honor, she is.
Yes, yes,
Can you-
Mr. Chairman.
Please turn on your video so I can see you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
From the Procurement Service, Executive Director Jason Merwayan.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wayan, where are you? Are you back from Davao or are you still in Davao?
I'm still in quarantine, Mr. Chairman. I have yet to finish the 14 days quarantine.
Let me commiserate with you on your loss of your family members. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. With my
How's your father?
family. He still has pneumonia, Mr. Chairman.
And anybody, I hope nobody died in your family.
The mother.
My mother passed away, Mr. Chairman.
Well, the Blue Ribbon Committee and the Senate commiserates with you in your hour of bereavement. We're sorry. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Jolas Brutas, Director of Operations.
Present, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Engineer Augusto Ilagan, Chief Inspection Division.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Present.
Mr. Dixon,
Is he the chief of the inspection division, Dr. Ilagan?
Engineer Ilagan, sir.
Engineer.
Engineer Ilagan. Okay.
Mr. Dixon Panti, Chairperson Bids and Awards Committee 1.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ian Tangkintik,
Present, Your Honor.
Mr. George Mendoza,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Noraline Salvador.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
From the Office of the Ombudsman, Warren Rex Leong, Overall
Present.
Deputy Ombudsman. From the Commission on Audit, Michael G. Aguinaldo, Chairperson.
Present, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon, po.
Along with him are Rodora Ugay, Supervising Auditor, Maria
Present, Mr.
Carmelita
Chairman.
Enriquez,
Slow down, Director Kibo.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Unable to see them. Who is that? The last one?
Carmelita Enriquez, Your Honor.
From COA?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Carmelita. Thank you.
And finally, from COA, Ms. Cheryl Tabangkura.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
From the Presidential Management Staff, under Secretary Anderson Law.
Good afternoon, Present, Honorable Chairman.
Welcome.
Thank you,
From
sir.
the Bureau of Customs, Commissioner Ray Leonardo Guerrero.
Present, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Attorney Cesar Dulay.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
From GPPB, Ms. Rowena Candince Ruiz, Director
Good
5.
afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
From the Philippine Government Electronic Procurement System, PhilJEPS, Rosa Maria Clemente. My apologies.
Mr. Chairman.
Where are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Can you please press your button so we can see you? Where are you?
Camera is already on.
There you go. Okay.
From the Food
Go ahead.
From the Food and Drug Administration, Dr. Rolando Enrique Domingo.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, Eric. Good afternoon.
Together with him is Engineer Maria Cecilia Matienzo.
Maria Cecilia.
Chairman.
Where is she? Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Celia.
From Asia United Bank, UN branch, Mr. Jemar Villar.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Present po.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
From Banco de Oro, Ms. Maria Christine Leonardo.
Present, sir.
You're coming in for the first time. I'd like to see your faces, please.
Present, sir.
Okay, thank you. Maria Christine Leonardo, right?
Christine Leonardo, Your Honor.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
From Land Bank of the Philippines, Ms. Aksa Ramirez.
Present, Your Honor.
Attorney Chati Pauline Maceda.
Present, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hello, Chadi. How are you? Next, please.
From Union Bank of the Philippines, Mr. Conrado Bustillos.
Present, Your
BBC
Honor.
McKinley Road Branch.
Present, Chairman, Your Honor.
From EMS Philippines and other EMS corporations, Mezio Ferdinand and Fernando Ferrer.
For present, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. The Ferrers are present. Thank you.
From New Life Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Girish Sitaldas.
Present, Your Honor.
Thank you.
From Parmalee Pharmaceutical. May I proceed, Your Honor? From
Who's that?
Parmalee Pharmaceutical, Huang Tzu-yen, Chairman and President.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mohit Dargani,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Twinkle Dargani,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Justin Garado,
Present po.
Mr. Lincoln Ong,
Mr. Lincoln Ong.
there is no sound, Your Honor.
He's under the custody of the Sergeant at Arms, right?
Yes, Your Honor. He can be seen on camera, but he cannot be heard.
I cannot see him. Lincoln Ong.
He's raising his hand, Your Honor.
We cannot see him. Can you have his microphone fixed right away, please?
His
Because-
microphone is now on.
Go ahead.
Mr. Lincoln Ong,
Audio. Mr. Chairman, dito po ako.
there.
Okay, good.
Ms. Iluminada Sebial, their external certified public accountant.
I remember. Iluminada, are you there? Miss Sabial? Miss Sabial, Senator Drilon might miss you. Miss Sabial, please. Didn't I see him earlier?
He's marked present, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll call her later. Go ahead.
From Philippine Pharma Wealth, Attorney Maylene Villanueva, Acting President.
Present, Your Honor.
From Philippine Blue Cross, Mr. Benito Techico,
Present, Your
CEO and
Honor.
President.
Yes, go ahead.
From Tiger Phil Marketing, Mr. Albert C.
Tiger
Mr.
Phil, we've been missing you. Where are you?
I don't know.
Albert C. All right, okay. Anybody else? He's
Mr.
usually accompanied
Stevenson
by
C.
his partner. Where is he?
Present, Your Honor.
Where are
Good
you?
afternoon.
Stephen C.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
turn on your video, please? Stevenson, turn on your video and what is your position in the company? You're a director? All right, okay. Are you the brother of Albert again?
Albert C. Brother,
Brother kayo, magkapatid kayo.
yes po,
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Jin Ke, Director.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where are
Mr.
you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Brian Santos Ong, Corporate Secretary Treasurer.
So Brian Santos Ong, you're cold.
Present, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Wendell Avisado is present.
Present, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Wendell. Thank you.
Attorney Samuel Agpin.
Thank you.
Present, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Present, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Samuel Dagpin, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Sam.
Mr. Michael Yang, also known as Yang Hongming.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Michael Young.
Chairman,
你好，你好吗？
你好，你好，
很好，很好，我不很好。
你好，你好，陈立人。
哦，Thank you，谢谢。Good.
Attorney Lloyd Christopher Lau.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Present.
Hello. Go ahead. Next.
Mr. Alan Raul Catalan.
Present, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
May I see your face, please? Son. Okay. Okay. There you are. Okay. Go ahead.
Dr. Anthony Tony Liachon.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
And the last, Mr.
John,
Chair.
you've been appearing all the time. Maybe we'll call you. I don't know what we're going to call you about, but anyway, I will call you eventually. Go ahead.
And last but not least, Ms. Lynette Chua. She is our new interpreter for the Blue Ribbon Committee.
Lynette Chua.
Yes, good afternoon,
Lynette.
Mr. Chairman. Present. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Lynette, are you from the Ateneo?
Yes, from Ateneo, sir.
Yes. Are you from the particular college of the Ateneo?
From the business management. That's my undergrad. Yes.
Yes. And is there a language feature in the Ateneo now sector? That,
Yes, we have a Confucius Institute that also teaches Mandarin, but we also have many different languages.
Okay. So I need to speak very slowly because you speak with a very soft voice, and I'd like to be able to listen to you carefully. Thank you. And you're proficient in Chinese or Mandarin, right?
Yes.
Mandarin?
Mandarin.
And Hokkien?
Yes, I also speak Hokkien.
Xiao Che Piao Liang.
Very beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman. All right. And
Mr. Chairman.
yes, yes, Senator Veros, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't see Ms. Grisel Grace Mago online. May I just confirm with our Director General, Attorney Kimbo, if she is present or if she is not? Kasi kung hindi po siya present, Mr. Chairman, very concerning po iyon at binibigyang diin yung importansya nung protective custody that the Senate has offered through the chairman and which the Senate President has confirmed he is prepared to extend, Mr. Chairman.
Director General, did she indicate that she was going to come here today? There was a press statement made. I have not been able to confirm that press statement.
Your Honor, she is not here. She is not present.
So she's still missing.
She is not here. Yes, sir. She is missing. And she has neither has she emailed the Blue Ribbon that she was going to attend because our resource persons are requested to email us beforehand so that we can provide them the link. Neither has she emailed us, Your Honor.
Well, she did say that she was going to see us after that last meeting, but she did not show up. And now she said she's going to show up and through an email, and you're saying she has not shown up. May I request the Sergeant at Arms to please trace her whereabouts so we can find her because she's a very material witness in this particular case. She's more than just somebody who appears to be a clerk or a very soft-spoken young lady, and we've respected their authority here. But I think she knows a lot more, and she does a lot more for Farmally. So, Director General, will you instruct our OSAA to make sure that we find out where she is, or at least gather her whereabouts?
On it, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Pangilinan is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe we should ask Mr. Dargani where Ms. Mago is. Perhaps with the permission of the chair.
You're very close to her. You put it in your corporation as a nominee. And you're always associated with her when witness said that you were visiting as she was also inspecting the warehouse. Mr. Bergani? Mohit? Mr. Bergani?
Hello. Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I'm here.
I don't know of Ms. Grizel's whereabouts. I'm sorry about that.
When was the last time you spoke to Miss Mago?
The last time I spoke to her was Saturday morning.
Friday morning.
Saturday.
Saturday morning.
Saturday morning. So that was the day after the hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
That was the day you were trying to...
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You were saying that you were not there. That you did not give her instructions. That she was mistaken.
Chairman?
During that hearing. Anyway, we can
Pardon,
go
Mr.
back.
Chairman?
Yes.
Sorry, I cannot hear you.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, I cannot hear you. The signal's bad. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but there's a feedback. There's like a lag that's coming in. There's like a delay. I will try to fix my connection, Mr. Chairman.
Please do that. All right. Thank you. Has everybody been declared under oath? Have they been declared under oath, or are you still going to administer the oath, Director General? I think we have some
Yes, Your Honor.
folks from the banks.
Yes, Your Honor. Those who are here for the first time, kindly raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your
Yes, Your Honor.
And the record state then that AUB and the person up, please state your name.
I'm Jemer Joseph VR, branch manager of AUB UN Avenue branch po.
Has taken its oath, and then the other one from BDO.
Maria Christine Leonardo, branch manager of BGC 1 McKinley Place.
And from Union Bank, Conrado Bustillos. Is that your name, sir?
Conrado
Is that your name,
Bustillos.
sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Conrado Bustillos, branch manager, Union Bank, BGC McKinley Road.
Would you mind taking off your mask, please, for a brief moment, so I can we can take your picture that you've taken your oath. Please take the picture, Director General.
Yes, Your Honor.
Christine, would you mind taking your oath just for your oath, your mask for just a brief moment? There you go. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you
Thank
are
you.
Christine, right? Leonardo? Christine Leonardo? Ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You may bring down your hands, please. You consider yourself under oath, and all right. Let me just be very brief and quick. Again, I have to give a summary of the last few hearings, and let me just begin by citing that it appears that there are so many people who are afraid of the truth. Some people lie, some people go away, some people defend, and this is what we have found so far. Some people equivocate, some people try to skirt the questions that are being asked, and rather haltingly or hide behind the mask of confusion when the questions are clear. In the meantime, we go along with our hearing, and this is the 10th hearing practically, and we will go on to Kingdom Come until we go, because we are still practically in the beginning, and we're still on Farmali, and there's a lot more to be dug. Now, recently, based on the Bloomberg's 2021 COVID resilience ranking, the Philippines suffered woefully. We were placed on the last of supposed countries that are trying to solve the problem in terms of resilience. And the ranking of the Philippines was 53% below Vietnam, no, the ranking is 53 and resilience score is 40.2%. So in Asia, we're practically again on the lowest on the floor, and you can see that other countries are trying severely. So in terms of people covered by vaccines, we scored 20.1%. In terms of lockdown severity, 75. In terms of flight, which means our airlines are flying or bringing in or flying within the country, it's minus 73.9% negative. And vaccinated travel routes is 139. We don't need statistics to prove how we have found ourselves at the bottom. Kung mag-iikit po tayo ay makikinig sa hinain ng mga tao, madami pong naghihirap sa ating ngayon, pandemya. And I don't have to go to Bloomberg to cite this. Bakit tayo nangungulelat? We are no longer mediocre. Just mediocre. Wala na tayo sa gitna, nasa dulo na tayo kulelat na talunan na. We are already the loser. Naging talunan na ang bayang Pilipinas sa laban ng mundo against COVID. The Manila Bulletin reported and it's just in government debt, ang utang natin rose to 11.6 trillion in August, up to trillion pesos, or 21% from 9.6 trillion in the same month last year. The Treasury says unemployment ay tumaas sa 8.1%, mula sa 6.9% noong July. Milyon-milyon ang walang trabaho, halos 4 na milyon. In the early parts of our hearings, we found out that our healthcare workers are not adequately paid despite the provisions of Bayanihan 1 and 2. At yung iba ay talaga nag-aaklas na. There's good news, however. Yesterday, my countrymen, your Senate, and yours truly sponsored a bill together with Senator Angara, the Appropriations Committee, share our bill for the benefits of our public and private healthcare workers to be sure that we can get them paid. And it's already approved in the Senate. I don't know what the status is in the local the House of Representatives. And this will grant COVID-19 benefits and allowances to public and private health workers during the state of public health emergency, providing funds therefore and for other purposes. Ibig sabihin nito, hindi na tayo nag-aalangan na bigyan ng tulong sapagkat pag nasa ospital o nasa clinic o nasa mga delikadong lugar ang ating mga healthcare workers, sila ay makaka-receive ng SRA. At dahil sa napakadelikado nitong variant na nasa himpapawid at kahit na wala ka doon sa COVID ward ay tatamaan ka. At nangangulugan may nangyayari sa mga investigasyon ng Blue Ribbon. That was in aid of legislation. Yung batas na yan. Kung natatandaan nyo, yan ang unang tinalakay ng inyong abang lingkod. Hindi kaagad yung COA, ngunit inuna natin yung talagang dapat unahin na dapat mabigyan ng katarungan at tulong yung ating mga healthcare workers. At yan, nagampanan na namin, iniintay na lang namin matapos yan. Pero in fairness to Secretary Duque also promised, and I believe that he has been able to gather some funds. Would that be correct, Mr. Secretary Duque? I think you're on mute, sir.
Now can you hear me, Mr. Chairman? Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that is correct, Mr. Chairman. We have been granted additional funds for our healthcare workers and in particular the SRA. So tuloy-tuloy po ang pag-approve ng ating panghihingi pondo para po sa ating mga healthcare workers.
Ayan po ay sanhi rin sa Blue Ribbon hearings. Hindi ako nagsa-self-congratulate. Pero may nangyayari naman po dito sa hearings namin sapagkat sa tulong rin ng COA kay Chairman Aguinaldo ay natulungan si Secretary Duque na seaway clear na pwedeng maghanap ng pondo na pwedeng ibigay doon sa mga na-expose sa ating mga healthcare workers na napakahalaga. Bawat hearing, marami tayong nadidiskubre na hindi ka nais-nais. Papalit-palit na paiba-iba ang kasagutan at badges of fraud. Noong nakaraang hearing, September 24, 2021, ito ang nakita ng dating badges of fraud. Nakita natin na may tampering ng mga certificates ng Farmally. At nakakalungkot yung sinasabi na mababang kapulugan na sinasabi wala naman raw namatay. Hindi naman po dapat sabihin yon sapagkat unang-una meron tayong parliamentary courtesy at unang-una inamin naman ni Grace Mago na talagang nagagancho ang gobyerno. Nang talingin natin siya, sinagot niya na talagang there was swindling going on and she said, I think so and I believe so. Sabi niya gano'n. And sinabi niya rin sa katanungan ni Senator Pangilinan na ini-instruction na siya ng management palitan yung expiry date from 2020 to 2021. Ang sagot ni Ms. Mago, yes, Mr. Chairman, that is something that I cannot deny. At sinundan ko nga, so you were swindling the government, Ms. Mago. Ang sagot niya, I believe so, Mr. Chairman. Actually, yung you is refers to Farmally because inuutusan ka siya ng kanyang mga kasama doon. Kasama na si Mr. Mohit Dargani. I believe that is the case. Dinagdagan niya pa. Hindi lang isang beses, dalawang beses pa. Bukod dyan, nag-present si Senator Antiveros ng isang video na pinatunayan na talagang pinapalitan yung mga masks, yung mga shield, face shield, I'm sorry, at yung dinideliver sa Farmally dinideliver ng Farmally were substandard. Bukod sa pinapalitan yung expiration date from 2020 to 2021 at pati yung UP na yung face shield niriripak. Kay marumi, kaysa natutuluan ng tubig sa warehouse, iba naninilaw na yung foam at nangiitim na pinapadeliver pa rin. At inadmit rin ni Grace Mago na she gave the order upon instructions of Mr. Mohit Dargani. Nasabi ko na yan. And that she is just an employee, and as an employee, which I respectfully dispute. She followed orders of his superiors, pero at the same time, makikita natin mamaya na bukod dyan, hindi lang yan ang ginagawa niya. Niloloko ang gobyerno at ang sambayanan, pinapalabas ng bago ang luma, which goes to the mental and character of the company of Farmally, let alone the character na pumapayag yung isang empleyado na palitan at subain at lokohin ang gobyerno. So medyo delikado yung mga lugar yan. Pangalawa, hinahanap natin si Tiger Phil and other companies. Ang Tiger Phil sales of in 2020 ay makikita natin may tax evasion at nirefer na natin yan sa BIR. Nasabi ng Tiger Phil sales in 2020 was 21.5 million, but its audited financial statements only said that its sales for the year was only 3 million. Tiger Philippines said they already filed their amended return just last week. They paid additional tax of 553,886 pesos in their amended return. Hindi ito nangyari kundi dahil sa investigasyon ng Blue Ribbon. Humabol na sila dahil nahuli na sila. However, once the returns are already audited, a taxpayer can no longer file their amended returns. Thus, Tiger Phil is already open for BIR prosecution. Sa ating iimbestigahan ay iniimbestigahan ay hindi nagbabayad ng tamang buwis para makatulong sa pagbayad ng utang o pambili ng bakuna o pambigay ng ayuda. Ang tunay na nahihirapan magbayad ay ang mga ordinary empleyado. Papayag pa kayo na mga naghahari-harian ay napakaliit ang buwis na binabayaran samantalang ang mga ordinaryong empleyado ay halos makalahati na ang sweldo makabayad lang ng tax. Ang ordinaryong empleyado kapag hindi makabayad ng tax ay hahabulin. Pero yung malalaki, samantala yung malalaki ay hindi halos naimbestigahan at ewan ko kung tama yan pero yan ang perception na ubod ng yaman ay kakarampot ang tax na binabayaran. Napatunayan rin natin na talagang binabago yung mga report. Tinanggal yung report sa amin sa Blue Ribbon at nung hanapin namin nawala. Pero nung inimbestiga namin, bumalik uli yung report. Yan ang report ni Attorney Queenie ng Blue Ribbon. Queenie Evangelista. Napatunayan rin ang substandard delivery ng family ng asterisk fortitude testing kits to DOH bukod sa mas mahal, yun ay may shelf life lamang na 2 buwan. At napatunayan rin natin ang maraming mga sasakyan, katulad na rin kay Miss Rose Nonolim. Bagamat maraming naglalabas ang balakid nitong mga nakaraang araw, we at the Blue Ribbon remain unfazed in asking important questions sa likod ng ating COVID-19 response. Ginagawa itong imbestigahan na ito para sa kapanganahan ng mga mamamayang hirap na lugmok na habang ang iba dito ay nagpapasasa sa magagarang sasakyan katulad ng mga Lamborghini na binigay na sabi ni Mr. Muhit ay 18 million lang naman po yun. At yung madami pa at mamahaling sasakyan katulad ng mga Porsche at saka natig-isang meron si Mr. Lincoln Ong. At bukod dyan may Lexus at may Porsche Carrera si Lincoln Ong. Ewan ko kung nagbabayad ng tax di lamang sa auto, ngunit tama ang binabayad ng income tax because napakamamahalin yan. Sabihin yan ay nagpapasasa sila sa kinikita nila dito sa ating mga iniimbestiga. At hanggang sa ngayon ay di pa rin masagot ang katanungan, bakit ang Pangulo dinidepensahan ang lahat ng mga nadidiskubreng kasangkot sa mga anomalyang ito? Why does the President have to lower his dignity to go and defend people that he appointed? Nakitang-kita, bakit hindi matanong ng Pangulo si Mr. Lau? Bakit hindi matanong ng Pangulo si Mr. Leong? Mana pa, pinremote pa sa ombudsman. Bakit hindi matanong ng Pangulo, iniimbestigahan niya, kung paano nagsinungaling si Mr. Yang? Di lang isa, yung 2, 3 beses, na tinatanggi at nakatira siya doon sa bahay at kung sinabi niya wala siya sa Parmali, hindi niya na nakakausap, ay lumabas sa mismong bubig ni Mr. Wang at saka ni Mr. Lincoln Ong na siya pala ay nagbabayad, nagbibigay ng pera o nagpapautang ng malalaking pera sapagat napakalalaking salapi, bilyon-bilyon ang nakukuha ng isang maliit na kumpanya na napakaswerte, di umano, na napakalakas, kasing lakas ng Yolanda ang lakas nito, na isang 625,000 capitalized stock, hindi milyon po, 625,000 pesos, ay makakakuha ng humigit kumulang sa 12 billion pesos. Mr. President, masama yung kayo ang nagpapaliwanag, masama po na kayo ang dumidepensa, at lalong masama po na minumura nyo yung mga nag-iimbestiga, hinaharang nyo ang nag-iimbestiga ang COA, at hinaharang nyo ang nag-iimbestiga mga senador na Blue Ribbon na co-equal branch ng gobyerno. At lalong masama na parang katulad ng mga ginagawa nyo dati, ay iniiwas nyo ang ilaw ng katotohanan at dinadala nyo sa kadiliman lalo ang mga kababayan nyong Pilipino. Sayang ang popularidad nyo, Mr. President, di umano. Maraming mga nagtotroll para sa inyo. At yan rin ang isang pangamba namin ni Senator Drilon na madiscover namin na 1,497 ang mga contract workers. Ilang taon na po sila, halos isang dekada na. Pero dumami talaga nung panahon ng Duterte administration habang dumami rin ang dami ng mga troll. Nung una ho, natatawa ako pag sila sabi ni Senator Drilon, mga troll, pero naniniwala na rin po ako sa bandang huli. Dahil nakita ko talaga, nakakapagtaka, bakit ang lalaki. Ang nakikita ko lang po, pag may sinabi kami sa Facebook o mga kababayan, pag may sinabi si Risa Ontiveros, may sinabi yung mga nag-iimbestiga rito, sila Mr. Pangilinan, sila Mr. Lacson, sila lahat kami rito, pati si ibang mga senador, ay pinuputakti kami. Saan kaya galing yung mga yan? At nakita ko yung isang investigasyon ng GMA na ang bayaran pala ay kasing laki ng bayaran na binibigay ng PCOO at walang justification dito sa mga tour na ito at madali silang magtanggal sapagkat lahat sila ay mga lumalabas na casual. Malinaw na malinaw po, Mr. President. Nakita ko ito, hindi po ako nagsabi ito. May nagpadala sa akin ng mensahe. When the President runs, and I quote, when the President runs after the investigators rather than the criminals, the President is the criminal. Quote unquote, Mr. President. Hindi po ako nagsabi niyan. Pag hinahabol nyo na yung mga nag-iimbestiga, ang lumalabas, at pinapagtanggol nyo, itong mga lumalabas na kriminal na mga ito, nagabundok, Titanic ang pagnakaw ng pera sa tingin namin na hindi nila ba ipaliwanag ng hanggang ngayon tumatangging sabihin ni Lincoln Ong kung saan ang galing ang pera. Na pailing-iling, kunyari, ang kanyang muka na sinasabi, pasensya na kayo, hindi ko matandaan. Na sinasabi nila lahat, secret po, Mr. President. Hindi ko po masabi sa inyo, hindi naman intellectual property yan. Unless, sa bansa natin ngayon, pinaprangkisahan na o binalagyan na ng copyright ang mga pagsisinungaling. Hindi po intellectual property yan. Intellectual duplicity yan po. That comes only from mental deviance, from congenital liars. Yan po ang lumalabas sa amin, Mr. President. At pagka kayo rin po pinagtanggol nyo rin, lumalabas pa rin po. I'm not gonna call you a congenital liar, sir. I will just simply call you a defender of the liars. At ang kapatid po ng kasinungalingan, nagsisinungaling ay kapatid na magdanakaw. Pasensya na po kayo. Kasi pati ba naman, yung ibang mga tumutulong na nga sa inyo, sa administrasyon nyo, na nagbabakuna, na tumutulong, nagte-text, pati yun ay sisikaran nyo ng walang humpay. Hindi po ako naghihiganti sa inyo. Hindi po ako membro ng Lex Talionis. Na ibig sabihin niyan sa Latin, sa Tagalog, yung fraternity ninyo ay, ang tawag diyan ay law of retaliation. Law of retaliation ang ibig sabihin ng fraternity na Lex Talionis. Mata sa mata, ngipin sa ngipin. Kaya lang kung lalabanan ko po lahat, yung mga mata sa mata ninyo, lahat tayo mabubulag. Pero kayo na lang ho ang bulag, wag na kami. Kapag nakikita namin malinaw na malinaw ang nangyayari dito sa ating bansa. So, my friends, I'm not feeling very well today, so kindly pick up the slack. Let me begin by
Mr. Chairman?
Senate President Soto is here.
Mr. Chairman?
Senate President Soto immediately.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, let me just make a very short statement that would perhaps will be parallel to what you have been saying all along. Gusto nating makiusap sana nga to these people. Huwag niyong gamitin yung pandemya para mga tuwiran sa inyong mga pagkukulang. Our people are not shallow-minded. If you have nothing to hide, just show proof. Mr. Chairman, I am the longest serving senator in this Congress. I have attended many hearings of the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee. And in all these hearings, there is one common denominator. The accused always plays the victim. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. That was very, very precise and very, very to the point, if I may. Because talagang lumalabas naman ho talaga ang katotohanan. And I'll call former Senate President Rinon and now Minority Floor Leader to start the questioning, please. Thank you. Sir, you're on mute. Sir, President,
I'm sorry.
President just spoke.
No, no, okay. But before I ask a few questions on Ms. Sibal, is the COA representative present? I just ask one question. Is the Commission on Audit representative present, Mr.
No
Chairman?
less than, Senator, no less than Mike Aguinaldo, the chairman of the commission.
All
is
right.
here.
Good afternoon,
Yes.
Chairman Aguinaldo.
Good afternoon,
I
Mr. Chairman.
assume, yes, I assume, Mr. Aguinaldo, that you have been monitoring, you or your staff have been monitoring the proceedings here in an investigation taking place in the Blue Ribbon. I would assume that, and would I be correct in that assumption, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I've actually been present in all the hearings, both in
All
the
right.
chamber and in the House.
Yes. In at the start of this investigation, you said that there is no finding of overpricing, and I understood that because you just conducted your regular year-end audit, and in fact, you just simply said that there was failure to comply with a number of documents. Now, you have monitored all the hearings here. Is there basis now for you to conduct a deeper audit, maybe a special audit on PS DBM's transactions, insofar as this is concerned? Do you find basis for that?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, the special audit has already commenced. There had been a request from us during our budget hearing in the House. We already constituted the team to look at it, but then we've expanded it into a special audit.
So you're already conducting a special audit?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And I assume your special audit would take into account the documents and testimonies unearthed in this Blue Ribbon investigation.
Among others, sir. Mr. Chairman.
Among others, of course, yes. Yes. Now, when can we expect the special audit to be finished?
Okay. The team was originally given a period of 45 days. But in my estimation, tingin ko hindi nila matatapos yun within that period. But I think it would be reasonable to expect before year-end perhaps baka matapos na po sila.
So we eagerly await and hopefully you can help us in unearthing the truth in these transactions. And we will have to await that. If you can have it earlier, baka mas mabuti so that we can also look at your findings when the committee prepares its report. If that is feasible, Mr. Chairman.
We'll do our best, Mr. Chair. I'll talk to the team if we need to expand the number of people involved because we'd be looking really at all the deliveries, no? Pati yung sa mga hospitals po and all, to verify, at least to remove any doubt kung ano ba talaga, kung if there's any issue with respect to the deliveries.
Okay, very good, very good. So, we'll just, Mr. Chairman, I suggest that we will just await that report. Now, from the COA, thank you very much, Chairman Aguinaldo. Let me now go to to Miss Iluminada Sibial, because I want to be illuminated on a number of issues in the financial statements, audited financial statements, Mr. Chairman. Now, Miss Sibial, in the last, when I last asked questions from you, you said that the 33 million in donations were given to you in a list, clearly testifying that you did not have an opportunity to look at the source documents, meaning the deeds of donation itself. Is that correct?
Sir? Excuse me po.
Uulitin ko po, noong last na nagtestigo, na tinanong ko po kayo, ang sabi niyo, ang tinanong ko tungkol yung sa donation na 33 million. Hello? Naririnig niyo po?
Yes po.
Okay. 33 million. At tinanong ko kayo kung ano po ang nakita niyo ba ang deeds of donation. Ang sabi niyo po, binigay lang sa inyo ang listahan. Since that time, did you see the deeds of donation? Hindi pa rin.
Hindi ko na po matandaan po, Mr.
Hindi,
Chair.
no. Ms. Sibyal, noong the records will show that during the last time I asked you questions, I focused on the 33 million donations appearing in the audited financial statements. Ang sinabi po ninyo, hindi nyo nakita ang deeds of donation, ang listahan lang ng donees ang binigay sa inyo. Kaya sabi ko, pwede nyo bang balikan ang mga dokumento at tingnan kung talagang may deed of donation dahil listahan lang ang ipinakita nyo sa amin. Ngayon, ang tanong ko po, nakapunta ba kayo muli sa pharmacy at tiningnan ang records kung talagang may deeds of donation? Ms. Sibyal, ano po ang sagot natin? Simple lang po tinatanong ko, huwag kayong kabahan. Ang tinatanong ko, nakita niyo ba yung mga dokumento kung saan yung, ang deed of donation? Dahil hindi po maliit na pera ito. 33 million. Ang tinatanong ko bilang isang auditor, accountant, dapat naman makita nyo ang basehan ng 33 milyon na sinasabing ginastos nila para sa donation. Kaya ang tanong ko, nakita nyo po ba yung mga deeds of donation?
Kung matandaan po, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi po sa natandaan. Since the last time na nag-testify kayo rito, hinigi ko sa inyo na tingnan muli. Hindi po sa, not on your recollection, but I was asking you, did you submit already the deeds of donation? Did you forget that already, Ms. Sibyal? Na hiningi ko sa inyo yung kopya ng deeds of donation?
Hindi ko na po nakita po.
Anong hindi mo nakita? Hindi mo na tinanong, hindi mo na kinuha yung records. Alam po, Ms. Sibyal, mag-iingat po kayo sa sagot nyo. Dahil mayroon po kayong obligasyon bilang accountant. Mayroon po mga regulasyon tungkol sa inyong profesyon. Ang isa doon na dapat mayroon kayong dokumento na alam na dapat pagbasehan nyo ng inyong finding. Mayroon kayong 33 million na donation na nakalagay doon. At sasabihin ko sa inyo, ang aking kuro-kuro, baka naman po bribe ito. Kaya tinatanong ko sa inyo, nakita nyo ba ang deed of donation? At kanino ito dinonate?
Sabi po kasi nila po, sila lang po ang may hawak po. Hindi naman po nila pinakita na po uli sa akin.
Aba, ikaw po ang gumawa ng financial statement at pinirmahan nyo po na ito'y in-examine ninyo. So, hindi mo alam? What kind of audit did you do? Hindi po ba may tungkulin kayong tingnan at kung ano po ang entry nyo sa inyong financial statement ay dapat mayroong support document. Ito, donation. Kaya siguro naman, logical na tanungin ko kayo kung nakita niyo yung mga donation dahil baka linagay lang ang donation Baka kung saan napunta ang pera, hindi naman donation. Kaya hindi po ba Okay, sino po ang nag-formally dito ngayon? Nandyan po ba si Miss Dargani? Si Miss Dargani po ba nandyan, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, she is. Twinkle Gargani, please answer. Miss Twinkle? Miss Twinkle Gargani.
Twinkle Dargani. Hindi po ba sila ang presidente nitong korporasyon na ito?
That's correct, sir.
Sorry.
Yes. Yes,
Hello?
Mr.
Can you hear
Gargani.
me
Okay,
po?
there you are. Yes. Can you submit to the committee the deeds of donation for the 33 million which appears in the financial statements as donations?
Hello?
The question,
So
Mr.
your financial...
Twinkle, the question is, can you submit to this committee
Yes, po.
the deed of donations that you signed in favor of the...
Okay.
Yes, can you do that?
Yes, po. Okay. We'll have
Do
it
you have
prepared, po.
copies? You
I don't have
copies
it right
of the
now.
deeds of donation?
But I'll have
Okay,
I'll have the staff prepared, po.
You can submit that.
Yes. Yes, po.
No, okay. So, okay, please
Okay,
do not leave them.
Who has them right now?
Actually, all our staff has no
All
one's in the
staff
office
has-
right now, but I'll have to retrieve some files, sir.
As soon as Senator Drilon goes to another topic when you're no longer under his questioning, could you promise to call up your staff and make sure that they send it to you so you can send it during this hearing?
Yes, po.
I would appreciate that very much.
I will comply, po.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Now, don't leave Twinkle. Diyan lang po kayo para mas madali ang sagot. Doon po sa audited financial statements, Ms. Sibial, ang sinasabi niyo pong total sales ay 7 billion 485 million 401,046 pesos. Can you reconfirm that on the basis of your documents of the audited financial statements?
Yes po.
Tama, ngayon. Doon po, I don't have it with me, but what is the cost of sales of appearing in your books?
7 million
Yes. Oh.
092 274 10.
Sorry, can you say that again?
7 billion po. 092 million 274 180.
Okay, very good. Now, with sales of 7 billion 485 billion, have you reviewed the purchases done or the sales made by Pharmaly, and this you confirm that this is the amount appearing in the books? Have you examined the original source documents?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Have you submitted this to the committee?
The records are in the Pharmaly po.
All right. Miss Twinkle, the records are with you. Can you submit to the committee the records showing that the sales amounted to 7 billion 485 million 401 pesos and 46 pesos as appearing in your audited financial statements? Yung mga benta po ninyo, yung sales ninyo, lahat po ba ito ay ang transaction nyo sa gobyerno, sa PSDBM is reflected here? Can you submit, have you submitted, is it already on the record of the Blue Ribbon showing support for the 7.485 billion in sales. May I know from our secretary if the documents are, if the documents pertaining to this are already on record in the Blue Ribbon files?
Director General, Kimbo?
Mr. Chairman, formally indeed submitted a USB containing
I'm sorry?
the records that were being requested or subpoenaed. But the problem is there still are missing documents, and we have asked them to submit all of the missing documents. Aside from those, they have claimed certain privileges insofar as certain documents are concerned. They claim bank secrecy
No.
law
Let's
and so forth.
yeah.
But we will check currently whether that specific document is present, Your Honor.
Yes, Miss Sibial and Twinkle. Okay, Miss Twinkle. Can you submit all the documents in support of the entry of the sales of Pharmaly? This is 7,485,401,046 pesos. Palagay ko naman, hindi naman covered by the bank secrecy ito. May mga resibo ito, hindi po ba? Miss Sibial?
Mr. Chairman,
Miss Twinkle Dargani? Miss Twinkle Dargani?
Excuse me.
Yes. Okay. Please don't put off your microphone, your video, because we are asking questions, if you do not mind. All right. You are the president of the corporation. You have control of all the records. You have an audited financial statement which shows that your sales is for 2020 is 7,485,401,046 pesos. According to our Director General, there are missing documents. Can you complete all of these documents, Ms. Twinkle?
There are some documents that we are invoking our rights, such as the data privacy, the bank secrecy law, and the corporation code. This is advice for our legal counsel po.
Ms. Twinkle, what are these? Because
there was a set po, and we enumerated.
I am basing this on the reported and published audited financial statement of Pharmaly, which you filed with the SEC. All I am asking are the support documents on the 7,485,000,000 sales to see how accurate this is. There is no law that says we cannot look at this, because you yourself submitted this to the government offices, you file these financial statements. These are public records.
We will check with legal counsel whatever we can submit po. Whatever is advised by legal, we will deliver to Blue Ribbon po.
Ms. Twinkle, just tell us by the next hearing what you cannot submit, and I will make sure that pag-aara, I also study whether I can hold you in contempt. I can recommend holding you in contempt because you are withholding information which should not be withheld from us. All right? You have already submitted some.
We've submitted.
All I'm asking, yes. What? Just the sale, just the documents to show, to support the sales of 7.4 billion. That's all. That's all I'm asking for. The documents to show that indeed you had sales of 7.485 billion. There is nothing confidential about that now, because that's already appearing in your books, in your documents submitted to government offices. Next question, Ms. Sibial. You said the cost of sales is 7,092,274 and 180 pesos. Do you have the documents in support of this item cost of sales?
Wala po, Mr. Chairman, nasa kanila po lahat ng mga documents eh.
Oh, okay, Ms. Twinkle Dargani, are the documents with you to support the the statement that the cost of sales is 7,092,274,180 pesos? Ano po ang support documents dito? Do you understand English, ma'am? Or do you hear me? All I'm asking for are the support documents to support the cost of sales, supporting the amount declared as cost of your sales. In other words, since you are not a manufacturing, you purchase this, for example, from Target Marketing, for example. You made payments. I would just like to I'd like to see the documentations to support 7,092,274,180 pesos as cost of your sales. May I know from our secretary whether or not these documents are already on our file? Miss, have you submitted this to us?
Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, the documents that they have submitted are the following. Financial statements, copies of documents, papers, lease contracts related to the contract between Pharmaly Pharmaceutical and their warehouse, copies of emails dated April 20 and subsequent to that date regarding requests for quotations, copies of delivery orders, delivery receipts, inspection and acceptance reports, and all documents related to the PSDBM dealings in reference to 500,000 pieces of face masks worth 8 million pesos. And then delivery receipt of medical supplies, delivery receipts showing dates of delivery, which ports were used for all of Pharmaly Pharmaceutical shipments. But most of those documents that you have asked for have not yet been submitted, Your Honor.
Yeah, okay, but from there I cannot. What I would like to see are the documents which will correspond to the and support the entry cost of sales, meaning return checks, for example. That is the basis of the purchases made, because an assertion is made that they have purchased 7,092,274,180 pesos of goods which they resold, or which they sold to, I assume, PSDBM. So can we have the support for this, Ms. Dargani, to support your financial statements? Ms. Ibial,
Yes.
do you have copies of this?
None po, Mr. Chairman.
Wala.
None.
Wala.
Wala po, Mr.
Nasaan
Chairman.
na ito?
Nasa pharmacy po.
Wala kang kopya. May kopya ka o wala?
Wala po.
Hindi ba accountant po kayo? Don't you...
One time, lang po ako sa kanila, nag-audit.
One time ka lang auditor. Ha?
Oo.
Oo. Doon ang fee mo, one time, 1 million kaagad. isang, yan ang lumalabas. How much is your fee? Hindi, nakalagay sa audited financial statement, professional fee, 1 million. Is that your fee?
No, Mr. Chairman, that is for
Hindi.
professional
That is-
fee, attorney's fees and accounting.
I'm sorry. That's why I'm asking. Hindi naman lahat sa inyo yun. Okay. Now, Ms. Twinkle, can you give us a consolidated report which you submitted or which Ms. Vial examined and which became the basis of the entry cost of sales 7,092,274,180. Can you submit to us the support documents
Sir, I will have to
support
check with
the
legal,
entry?
whatever I can submit, whatever what was asked for us.
Just a moment, Michael. Just a moment, Mr.
Yes,
Gani.
Yes.
Please listen to the question and then answer it. And by the way, I admonish everyone, please turn on your videos because part of the investigation not only includes listening to the answers, but looking at the reactions of the witnesses, especially the resource persons. So do not shut down. Do not shut down your video. We want to see whether you're answering it by yourself or whether you're supported, so we can ask the person who's supporting you if they are material to this investigation. So please do not turn off your investigation and kindly allow the senators to finish their questions. Now you may answer.
Yeah, so whatever that was asked from us, we've complied after seeking help from our legal counsel. So some of the documents are supported by the 3 laws that I've mentioned, the bank secrecy law, the court code, and the data privacy law. So if it doesn't fall on those categories, we will comply.
Yes. All right. So you had an entry in your audited financial statement of cost of sales of 7,092,000,000. Is it not a fact that you should find support for this? You should have some support for this? Or you don't want to submit any supporting document? Because if
Sir,
you
I do
will
not
do that,
know,
then
po. I will ask my legal counsel po.
you are the
Please give
president.
me
Do you have
some time po.
custody of these documents?
I don't have the documents po. I was not directly part of any of the transactions, sir, nor operation.
Okay. Okay. Now,
Excuse me. Is the Securities and Exchange Commission invited in this inquiry? Have we invited the Securities and Exchange Commission?
Yes, Your Honor, they are present.
Is there any representative here from the Securities and Exchange Commission? Let me remind Ms. Twinkle that you have obviously been advised by your so-called counsel that you cannot hide behind that. The revised penal code requires you to testify under oath, and at the same time, when you're required to bring documents that are pertinent to this investigation, you must produce those documents. Otherwise, you are thwarting and you are practically stopping the progress of this investigation. Am I making myself very clear, ma'am?
Yes, so Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
so, all right.
Go ahead.
I
Go
go
ahead.
back to Ms. Sibial. Ms. Sibial, you are a professional accountant. Di ba? You're a licensed accountant?
Yes po.
Yes.
Auditor po. External auditor po.
Fine, external auditor. When you had audited the books of Pharmaly, did you not require them to produce to you the source documents for the entries that are being made in their financial statement?
The financial statements was prepared by their certified public accountant, CPA.
What was your role?
To check po the list na binigay nila, chinek lang po. Kasi one-time engagement lang po ako eh.
Chinek lang, okay. At pumirma ka lang. Ganun po ba?
Tiningnan ko din po yung list po, chinek isa-isa. Tapos po, saka lang po.
So,
Okay naman, nakita ko po, okay naman po yung...
Nakita mo. Pero wala kang kopya nito? Dahil
Wala
lang sa
po.
tinignan mo. Nasaan ang kopya nito?
Nasa Parmali po.
Sino sa family ang may hawak nito?
Hindi ko na po matanda ang pangalan niya kung sinong ano po ang...
Mr. Chairman Gordon, you're shaking your head. Anyway. All right.
It's
You
because they
have
have all the same
also...
actions
Yeah.
all over, repeated and repeated.
Yeah.
So she
Because
doesn't know
we...
anything about the financial transactions or the financial documents that we're talking about. It seems that she is just an accountant in name or an auditor in name. Would that be correct, ma'am? Pinapipirma lang kayo? Ma'am?
Sinek ko naman po, may listahan po silang ibinigay. Tapos, sinek ko lang po. Tani naman po.
Nire-review nyo ba yung mga accounting documents na binibigay sa inyo, ma'am? Hindi isa-isa nyo. Wala kayong nakikitang irregular.
Kasi nila, nakalista naman po nila yun. Sinek ko lang po.
So may listahan. May listahan kang pinakita. May listahan na pinakita sa'yo. Ganun po ba, Miss Sibyal? Totoo ba yun, Trixie, that you showed to Miss Sibyal a list of your revenues and the cost of sales? Did you show to Miss Sibyal a listing? Miss Trixie, Mr. Gani, Miss Sibyal is claiming that you showed to her a list of the sales and the list of purchases and the list of payments in support of the entry cost of sales. Is that true?
Sir, I don't know. I have not met Miss Iluminada po.
You have not met Iluminada. So, Miss Iluminada, who showed you this list? Who showed you this list, Iluminada? Can you illuminate us?
The accounting po. Yung accountant
Sino
po.
sa accounting? Sino, what is the name?
Jeff Mariano po.
Sino?
Jeff Mariano.
Jess Mariano. May I request that Jess Mariano be subpoenaed because I could hardly get anything from this witness. And, you know, she doesn't realize that she's violating all rules that gave her that goes with her license to be an accountant. Okay, so who's...
Excuse me, Senator. Yung ba pangalan na D-E-T-T-E, Mariano? Babae ba yun o lalaki?
J-E-F-F.
Pangalan ng Panginoon. Yes, Mariano.
F, Your Honor.
Jeff. Kasi Jeffrey, Jeff.
Jeff, Matt and Jeff. Sorry po, sorry. The Director General is ordered to send a subpoena for this gentleman, Jeff Mariano.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
And a subpoena duces TECOM to produce all the documents that will support the entry of sales and the purchases that the company made, which is listed at or indicated at 7,092,274,180, which generate and the support for the sales record of 7,485,401,046. We would like to see the support documents for this, Mr. And therefore that should be produced. Just a few more items, sir. So a summary of all disbursements must be made, Mr. Chairman. Now, Ms. Tibial, you also made an entry as the unrealized foreign currency gains of 62,232,031 pesos. How much was the foreign currency appearing in the as assets, cash assets of the corporation that generated an unrealized foreign exchange earning of 63.2 million, more or less? There must be some dollar of foreign exchange as cash assets. How much was this?
Mr. Bial, you may answer.
Hindi ko na po matandaan yun po, Mr. Chairman.
Alam mo, Miss Sibial, nandito ka na nung nakaraang hearing. Marami na kaming tinanong sa inyo. Did you not feel it is your duty to go back to the company and get the records that you said were in support of the financial statements which you audited?
Ano po nila binigyan ng records eh. Nung humingi po ako. Hindi po nila ako binigyan ng records. Sabihin ko daw po nasa kanila.
Hindi. Ayaw ko na bigyan ng records. They did not want to show to you the records.
Yes,
is that correct, Ms. Sibial? So all your entries in the financial statements should have no value because you do not see the basis. Am I correct? And you do not see the basis because your client refused to show it to you. Is that correct? Mr. Chairman, Senator Lacson is raising his hand. I yield to him.
Yes. I apologize, Senator Lacson, but I was allowing you a wider shrift because you are in point. I will call Senator Lacson on this. Go ahead.
Related to the issue being raised by Senator Dillon, alam nyo, yung very limited knowledge ko tungkol sa ethical standards ng mga accountants, ang pagkaalam ko, kapag kayo'y nag-audit at nag-certify, kailangan meron kayong kopya kasi pag wala kayong kopya ng sarili ninyo, pwede po kayo mareklamo sa Board of Accountancy, pwede kayo mareklamo sa PRC, at maalisan kayo ng lisensya. So, Ms. Ebial, yung tinatanong ni Senator Dillon, lagi ang sagot nyo, wala kayong kopya, pwede po kayo masanction yan. Yun lang po yung point ko, Mr. Chairman. So, ayaw naman namin kayong ipahamak, pero yan po yung nasa ethics, ethical standards ng mga professionals, lalo na ng mga accountants na katulad ninyo. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman.
That's a very good point, Senator Lacson, and I warned the witness and I admonish her. Ma'am, hindi naman namin kayo gustong ipitin pero mukhang talagang tau-tauhan lang kayo dyan. Tama po ba yung sinabi ko? Ginagawa kayong tau-tauhan lang? Kayo maiipit, mawawala yung lisensya nyo. Hindi po ako nananakot po. I sympathize with you because obviously, hindi kayo kilala ng presidente. Di ba? At nakalagay dyan sa accountancy law, papaalalahan ko lang kayo, and I quote, Section 29, all working papers, schedules, and memoranda made by a certified public accountant and his staff in the course of an examination, including those prepared and submitted by the client incident to or in the course of an examination by such certified public accountant, except reports submitted by a certified public accountant or client, shall be treated confidential and privileged and remain the property of such certified public accountant. In the absence of a written agreement between the certified public accountant and the client to the contrary, unless such documents are required to be produced through subpoena issued by any court, tribunal, or government, regulatory, or administrative body. You're familiar with that, ma'am? Ano po? Ma'am, ayokong masasabi sa inyo na hindi nyo alam yung ginagawa nyo. Ayoko rin masasabihin ng mga kapitbahay nyo, ano ka ba? Pumapayag ka na lang kahit anong ibigay sa'yo, kahit anong isubo sa'yo. Di po ba yun ang magiging conclusion ng mga kapitbahay nyo?
Kasi kung nag-audit po, one time lang po, yung chinek ko nga po yung mga ano. Tapos ngayon po humingi po ako ng mga documents. Ayaw na po nilang magbigay.
Sinong ayaw magbigay?
Sino ayaw raw po?
Formally po.
Sino ang farmer? Marami sila.
Si Jeff.
Sino po sa formally ang humaharang sa mga dokumentong kailangan mo dahil ikaw ang nag-audit eh. Dapat hawak mo ito eh.
Maawa kayo sarili nyo at kayo mapapahamak dito.
Chief Accountant po.
Sino
Ano
po?
pangalan?
Chief Accountant.
Ano po ang pangalan ng Chief Accountant?
Kung nga po si Jeff Mariano.
Si Jess. Alright. So, importanteng testigo si Jess Mariano at
Jeff Mariano.
Or whatever. Jesus ba? Jesus Mariano? Ma'am?
Jeff.
Jesus Mariano.
Jeff. Matt and Jeff.
Oh, Jeff Mariano. And I will reiterate, Mr. Chairman, our request that she be subpoenaed and a subpoena duces tecum be issued for him to bring the documents in support of the entries in the financial statements, particularly 3 so far. The deeds of donation of 33 million, the sales of documents to support the sales of 7,485,401,046, and the documents to support the cost of sales of 7,092,274,180 pesos. And number 4, the assets in foreign currency which generated unrealized foreign exchange gains of 63,232,031 pesos, 100 pesos. I repeat, 63,232,031 pesos appears as unrealized foreign exchange gains. I want to know what is the basis of this. Okay? So, because, Mr. Chairman, we cannot complete this investigation unless we know all of this. We're just looking at the financial statements and they do not want to reveal to us what is the basis of all these entries here. As Senator Lacson said, baka naman po masabit kayo sa Philippine Regulatory Commission. I'd like to touch on something. On the news. So we will reserve our right to ask questions on once these items are produced. In fairness to my other colleagues, I would defer to them first. I'll just come back later on, Mr. Chairman, for other questions.
Thank you, Senator Drilon. I think the points have been made very clearly. Again, I admonish ano ba kayo? Accountant ba kayo? Talaga ba CPA kayo, ma'am?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
CPA kayo talaga, Certified Public Accountant po kayo?
Opo.
Pero pinakita lang sa inyo yung minsanan lang. Hindi nyo na nireview yung financial statements. Nakalagay sa magkano ang sweldo nyo, if you don't mind? Magkano po ang sweldo sa inyo? One time lang kanyo eh.
4,000 po.
Ilan ho? Ilan po, ma'am?
4,000.
4,000 po, 4,000?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I know nasasaktan kayo ng konti dahil parang ang laki-laki ng binubuhat sa shoulder ninyo. Tapos 4,000 pa lang, lamang ang sinuldo sa inyo. I really sympathize with you, ma'am. Kaya, I'm sorry, maiipit kayo dito. Meron na mga nagte-text sa akin, ablaro kayo sa PRC. Sana makatulong na po kayo hanggat maaari. Tulungan niyo po ang bayan. Ano po? Kung pinapirma lang kayo ba't naman kayong ipapahamak? Hindi naman tama yan. Hindi kayo kilala ng presidente ninyo. Ni Twinkle. Is that possible? Miss Twinkle, do you know this lady? Ever met her? Ever heard of her? Miss Twinkle?
Yes, po. We've just given the reports to the professional accounting team. And
That's not my question. Do you know this lady, Miss
no, I
Sabial?
don't know. No, I don't know, Mr. Bial.
You don't know her. Can you confirm that, please? You said you don't know her. Correct?
Yes, I don't know her.
No, don't mumble. Please say it clearly.
Yeah, I don't know her, po.
All right. Okay, good. Now, do you know Jeff Mariano? Why are you taking so long? You are the president of this company.
I can't hear you. Could you please repeat that, sir?
Do you know Jeff Mariano?
Yes, I know, Sir Jeff.
Is he your
As
certified?
our accountant, po.
He is your accountant.
Yes, po.
And how many times have you dealt with him?
Just for this transaction, I can't remember how many times I,
One time?
coordinated, but
One time?
I can't remember, sir.
You cannot even remember one moment when you dealt with Jeff Mariano.
No, I've spoken to him, but I can't remember how many times I've spoken to him, po.
And what did you talk about?
The statements,
Matters?
po. Sorry?
Reportage?
I'm sorry, sir?
Accounting matters?
Yes, accountant. But nothing more.
Obviously, you and Ms. Sabial, parang nilagay lang kayo dyan para may mukhang haharap. Now, I caution you too. We don't enjoy putting people in trouble, but if you're lying, and as it appears to me that you're equivocating and sometimes mumbling, and these are the badges of, not being a reliable witness. So, I will call the next senator if you don't mind. Senator, what is my list? Somebody got my list here. Are you there? Senator Recto is not there. Is Senator Subiro there? Senator Villar, as per September 7 pa ito. Senator Villanueva, 11:04. Senator Hontiveros, 11:05. You may ask your question, Senator Hontiveros.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I'll just pull out my notes. I wasn't expecting to be able to question until later. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I still have a few more questions, Mr. Chairman. First, Mr. Chairman, one more question for today for Mr. Michael Yang. Mr. Yang. Ay hapon, Mr. Yang. Isa na lang tanong, no, karon, pangutana. Mr. Yang, sabi niyo noong September 10 hearing nitong komite na yung residence nyo ay sa 19 Nara Street sa Forbes Park. Ang tanong ko po, anong kumpanya ang nagli-lease or nagre-rent nitong property on your behalf?
杨先生你好， 听得到吗？杨
很小声，
OK，
很小，
杨先生
很小，
OK， 杨先生听得到吗
大声一点可以吗？
？OK， 好的，你现在听得到吗？
可以的。
好的。那我们 Ontiveros 参议员是在问你说在9月10号的那次听证会里面，你有提到说你的住址是19号 Nara Street Nara街，对吗？
是，我
对，那他的问题是，那是哪间公司在那边租那个地方呢？那个19号 Nara 街是哪间公司在那边租？
我们这个以前是公司到马尼拉，我们这个是公司租的，公司租给我们这些高管住的。
Senator Ontiveros, according to Mr. Michael Yang, when they came to Manila, this was the property was leased by their company for this like high-level executives to stay in, as a place for them to stay in.
So, Mr. Yang, what is the name of, anong pangalan ng company nyo na nag-lease nito para sa high-level executives nyo?
那你可以讲一下是哪间公司租这块房子呢？
这个已经1-2年了，好像是百利公司租的。
It's actually I think 1 or 2 years ago, it's Piley company who leased the property.
Piley Company, yung nagde-develop ng mga malalaking high-end na real estate developments, tama po.
所以百利公司就是那家在开发一些比较高级的一些产业建筑物，对吗？
这个我们公司这个公司，他问这个我不知道怎么回答，我们也没有什么开发有一些生意的。
This question I don't know. According to Mr. Michael Yang, for this question I don't know how to answer. I just know that our business has been developing some projects, have some business.
Okay, pero Piley Company, so company ninyo, isa sa mga malalaking company ninyo, pwede nyo ba kaming bigyan ng ilang examples ng mga projects na dinidevelop nito?
所以这个百利公司是你们的一个比较大规模的公司，你可以提出一些
大声一点
OK， 好的。这个百利公司就是你们一个比较大规模的公司，你可以提出一些你们现在在开发的项目吗？
这个我们这个是公司在发展，我要怎么提供啊？这个我们公司在发展，我们也怎么提供啊？
就是你可以提出一些项目吗？
我们这个公司有跟人家合作，有投资，我们这个我没办法，我也记这个是公司的经营，我不是很清，我不一下子没办法回答。
According to Mr. Michael Yang, at this moment, it is a bit difficult for me to answer that question. We have some projects in partnership with other investors. But 你是说具体的项目你没办法回答？
什么？
你是说具体的项目你没办法？
现在公司在发展，我要去看这些公司有跟人家合作有什么很多我怎么知道他问的这些？还有这个也跟我也不太清楚他要问什么。
Because the company. According to Mr. Michael Yang, this company is currently in development, so he cannot really answer the questions on what projects they're handling right now.
Well, salamat kaayo, Mr. Yang. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman, it's a bit strange to have a big company like Piley Company with its leader unable to tell the committee what projects it is engaged in. Lalo na kung itong Piley Company yung nag-lease naman ng residence ni Mr. Yang sa Forbes Park 3 years ago. So, 'di ba? I mean, bakit parang napaka-misteryoso. It just weird, makes it suspicious. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The interpreter, if I may directly ask the question pursuant to just to clarify matters. Can you ask him ano talaga exactly pangalan ng kumpanya na nag-release? Anong Piley? Tatlo yung Piley.
Okay.
Meron
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
may Piley Holdings, meron Paihong Realty, may Piley Estate Group. Alin doon?
OK，参议员是想问说，这个百利公司是到底是哪家百利公司？是在这个19号纳尔街在租的，是哪个百利公司？因为有百利控股，还有百利real estate。
我们这个公司我们这个公司我也不知道他在问哪一家，他这样问我们这个公司都是合资的，有股东也有股份。我也不知道他问，我们公司也有投资一点给别人，有项目我们也有投资给别人。
他是在问，就是是哪家公司，哪家百利公司在租那个在19号那个街的房子？
这个我要看一下啦，因为当时这个是公司租的，我也要看一下吧。哦。
So according to Mr. Michael Yang, he will have to check. Because this was leased by the company, so he will have to check which company leased the property.
Ma'am, Mr. Yang, hindi niya alam eh. Bakit hindi niya alam? Hindi pwedeng hindi niya alam dahil gusto niya pakita ko sa kanya. Pwede ko bang pakita sa kanya yung mga building? Pakita lang sa kanya. Para ma-refresh yung memory niya.
参议员说你怎么可以不知道呢？所以他会想让你看一下。
因为这个公司以前这个租赁也是公司去找的，公司去弄的公司租的，我要看一下这个正常嘛。你不能说一直问我这些我记不清楚，你一直问我，到时候我说错了。
According to to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, according to Mr. Michael Yang, this company, the property was leased by the company, and so he could not really remember which. He has to go back and really check because he's afraid that he will also say something that might not be correct.
Are you a member of the Piley Holdings? Can I see the corporation? Piley Holdings show that Michael Yang is a board member of Piley Holdings Corporation. Is that correct?
所以参议员是在问你说，你是百里控股公司的股东吗？
是，我有，是。
因为他的资料是显示说你是创办人，股东的一名。因为他的资料显示说你是股东，你是创办人。
我是股东。
Yes, he is a board member. He is also a stockholder. He is a stockholder of Piley Holdings.
A board member, a director, right?
对，你是高管还是也是
A board member is a director. All right.
创办人。
Let me go to Piley Estate Group, formerly Piley Holdings. Alam ba? Of course he knows. Wala na yung Piley Holdings. Piley Group na yan ngayon. Piley Estate Group na lang yan. Tama po ba yan?
所以这个百利控股公司现在就是百利 Estate Group， 对吗？
我应该有在里面，我要再看一下再看一下更清楚，因为很久了没有看。
And according to Mr. Michael Yang, he needs to check it again because it has been a long time. So he needs to.
You must be a very big multi-billionaire that you cannot remember all your corporations. Is that what you want us to believe, Mr. Yang?
参议员是说你应该是个亿万富翁太多生意记不清楚哪些生意。
你跟他说没有，真的我要回答，我要看清楚，我确定才更清楚的回答。
According to Mr. Michael Yang, it is not the case, but I just need to confirm the facts so that I can answer more clearly.
It's a very simple question, but anyway, I'll let it stand. But let me show you something. I will show you this building.
参议员现在要让你看一座大楼。
Are you familiar with the 76th floor building?
这个项目其实6楼高的大厦，你清楚吗？你知道这个大厦吗？
这个我没有在里头，这个我没有，只有我们公司有投资一点点，投资人家一点点。
Our company invested a little in this residence.
I'm sorry. Speak slowly, Lynette. I cannot. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. According to Mr. Michael Yang, their company invested a little in this project.
Just a little, but it is owned by Piley Holdings, of which is a director.
但是参议员是说，这座大楼是归百利公司所有的，而且你是股东。
这个百利地产有分一点股份，我要去看，这个不是我们公司的，是我们只有一点小股东。
For this project, we are only a very small shareholder, but I will need to also check again.
So you another one.
我再让你看一个视频。
Clark Majestic. Ayan. Are you familiar with? Papagawa lang yan.
你知道这个 Clark Majestic Road 吗？才刚新建。
这个知道，这个我上次有解释过了。我们这个是跟人家合资，大家合资来投资，来投资的开发的。
Yes, this one I know, and also, according to Mr. Michael Yang, this property, this Clark Majestic Road, I know about it, and I also have explained it during the last hearing that this was a joint venture by our company with other investors.
Investors yung kumpanya. Anong kumpanya yung nakipag-joint venture?
你是跟哪家公司合资呢？
我要去看一下。
I need to check which investors.
I'm sorry. I'm just astounded that somebody who has anyway. It's all right. I don't make any comments about what the witness say. Pero natatanda mo itong building mo sa Davao. Itong ayan, DCLA. Ayan, sa Bangoy. Sa iyo yan, di ba?
这个是我们利息的公司，以前十几年前、20年前弄的，租的地，以前租地来经营的。
So this property, this was
是租的，这个是租来经营的。
They leased this property and manage it. So this was like 20 or more than 10 years ago.
Yeah, sa iyo yan. Kahit nililist mo, yung building, kung nagpa kayo, diyan ka gumagawa ng pera. Tama ba yan?
你是在那边赚钱，这个还是你的，不是吗？
在这边做生意。
Yes, I do business there.
At kasama mo dyan si Gerald Cruz, Corporate Secretary.
你跟 General Cruz 在一起。
他是以前给我帮忙，现在他自己已经高管了，有时候来，有时候不来。
Yes, before he helped me, but now he is already it's a higher position, so sometimes he would visit me, but sometimes he would not.
Alright, hindi ko tinatanong yan. But anyway, salamat sa informasyon. Pero, di ba si Gerald Cruz ang naglagay ng pangalan mo na ikaw ang gagamit ng property sa Forbes Park?
是不是General Cruz 他写下说
Gerald Cruz
是不是
Gerald Cruz
sorry 是不是Gerald Cruz 先生他写说是你在租那个在 South Forbes 的房子？
是哪个邵师傅的房子呀
？Senator, Mr. Chairman, is it the 19 Nara Street property?
What's the answer again, please?
Mr. Chairman, is it the 19 Nara Street South Forbes property?
Meron ba bang iba?
还有别的吗？
我不知道。
就是那个 I don't know.
Bakit tinatanong mo ko? Ilan naman ang property mo? Ilan naman ang property pinag-uusapan natin? Ang totoo, meron pa. Pero, ang tanong mo, yan ba yung sa... anyway, tayo kumisa masyadong magulo. Ang tanong ko simple lang, si Gerald Cruz ang siyang EA mo at siya ang nagsabi na ang titira dyan ay si Michael Yang Hong Ming. Tama?
参议员是想问你说，Gerald Cruz 就是你的秘书，他写下说你这个杨宏明会去租那个19号的 Nara 街的房子。
这个我有说过，这个以前是公司，我们公司做19号是公司租，我在住，我有回答啦。
According to Mr. Michael Yang, yes, actually this 19 Nara Street, it's our company who listed and I live there. I've already answered this question.
You confirm that according to the contract, and I quote, use as residence rules and regulations, it's understood and agreed that the leased premises shall not be used by the lessee as its staff house, but shall be used exclusively by the lessee for residential purpose only. That is an official residence of Pali Holdings Incorporated stockholder, Mr. Michael Yang Hong Ming and his family, and for no other purpose.
所以参议员是在讲说，在这个租赁合同里面有说这栋房子是不是租来给员工住的，而是只是是租来给杨宏明，这是你作为你的这个住宅，作为你私人的住宅。
这个公司每一个人租房子，我们都不可能租一栋房子这么大一个人住，我们租的就是我跟我身边这些跟着我们身边的人住的。我们主要是我住，跟着我有时候跟着我身边的人住，跟我的一些帮忙的人住的。
So according to Mr. Michael Yan, actually this property is very big, so it's impossible that I will be the only one living there. So this was a release for me and also for those people around me who are helping me to stay in, to reside in.
Contract, ikaw lang ang titira at yung pamilya mo.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Ang nakalagay sa kontrata, siya lang ang titira at yung pamilya niya.
因为在那个合同里面是说你还有你的家人才可以住那栋房子。
是啊，我上面写的，我跟我家人、跟我一些亲人、身边的人住啊。因为这栋房子这么多，我们有司机、有保姆、有这个身边帮忙的人一起住的。这个我没有给别人，这个都是我身边的人在住啊。
Yes. To answer your question, according to Mr. Michael Yang, yes, this property was leased for me and my family, and also for my relatives, and also because I also have helpers and drivers. So these are people who help me. So all of us are staying in the property was leased for us to stay in.
At ang renta magkano?
那租金多少呢？
应该以前是50万，现在应该第2年又涨一点了。我也要看看合同。
In the first year, I think it was 500,000. But I think it has also increased. But I will have to check the contract again.
500,000 lang? Are you sure?
你确定是50万吗？一个月？
以前我好像租的是这后面有涨价，我也记不清楚了。我要看合同这么久了，我一下子问数据，我头脑记不清楚这么多。
To answer your question, according to Mr. Michael Yang, in the beginning it was 500,000, but it has also increased. But I cannot remember the exact figure. It's a bit hard to remember the numbers, so I will need to check the contract.
I'll let you go with that. Meaning to say that may advance kayo na 6,420,000 in the first year. Nabayaran na yan. At malinaw na hindi mo matandaan dahil marami kang talagang hinahawakan na kumpanya. Pero hindi ko maintindihan ba't di mo masagot yung tanong ni Senator Hontiveros. Go ahead, Senator Hontiveros. I think the point has been made in terms of convenience in memory. Go ahead.
Indeed, Mr. Chairman. Salamat, Mr. Chairman. And also for the record, Mr. Chairman, it was very interesting to hear the discussion between the chairman and Mr. Michael Yang kasi nung pinaalala nyo, Mr. Chairman, tungkol kay Mr. Gerald Cruz, just for the record, Mr. Chairman, Gerald Cruz and Rose Nono Lin are also incorporators in Pharmaly Biologicals. So isa pang kumpanya sa Seeming Pharmaly Group of Companies. So the fact na si Mr. Cruz ang nag-lease ng property sa residence sa 19 Nara Street, Forbes Park para kay Mr. Yang. So dagdag na punto na hindi totoo yung unang-unang sinabi sa atin ni Mr. Yang na he has nothing to do with Pharmaly. After ipakilala ang Pharmaly at ang suppliers nila sa China. Maybe just one more question for Mr. Yang at this point, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Yang, yung mga projects ng Piley Company na may kinalaman sa real estate or sa mga bahay, registered ba sila sa DSUD, sa Department of Housing, Human Settlements and Urban Development?
OK， 我们的参议员是在问你说，百利公司的这些项目，就是在地房地产和住宅的这些项目，它是不是有跟Human Settlement and Urban Development 注册，就是人力住区和城市发展部有注册吗？
我听不太清楚。
OK， 我们的参议员是在问说，百利公司的这些房地产开发的这些房地产项目和住宅项目你们是不是有跟就是人类住区和城市发展部有做注册吗？就是 Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development， 你们有注册吗？这些项目有注册吗？
我们这个公司是政策正常运营，有项目我们就注册，没有项目跟政府的我们好像是没有了。
To answer your question, Senator Ontiveros, according to Mr. Michael Yang, this company it's be operated normally, and they follow all the needed requirements. So, if it is required to be registered, then we would have registered.
So, kino-confirm nyo, Mr. Yang, na yung mga projects ng Piley registered nga sa DSUD. Tama po ba?
所以你确认吗？那百利公司的这些项目都有跟Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development 有做注册？
是什么？我听不清楚啊！他这个意思是什么？你要说出意思，不然我比较难回答。
对，就是说这个Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development， 它就是我们政府的一个机构，它就是住区和城市发展部的一个机构。那你的项目都有在这个机构做注册吗？
我要问我的高单还是什么？我不知道，我们是正常注册的，我们注册公司正常做生意的。他说有在政府这些注册，我不懂，我是不懂的这个嘞，好像是没有啦，好像是没有，我知道嘞，我不知道。
To answer your question, Senator Ontiveros, according to Mr. Michael Yang, actually for this very specific question, he is not very familiar. He will have to ask his accountant or any concerned personnel. But he knows that they have gone through the normal registrations. But for the specific one, he is not very sure.
Actually, Mr. Yang, hindi po ito specific question. General question. Kasi sabi nga kanina, involved sa real estate itong Piley Company. So, general question, Ms. Lynette, sabi ba ni Mr. Yang, tatanungin niya yung kanyang accountant and other relevant factors?
Yes, he will ask. He will have to double check with his accountant or who is concerned with this.
Kasi Mr. Chairman, parang hindi naman trabaho ng accountant malaman ito eh. But Mr. Chairman, kahit ayaw sagutin ni Mr. Yang ng diretsyo yung tanong ko at follow-up question, Mr. Chairman, could the chairman request through the committee for information from DSUD if indeed there are Pili company housing projects that are registered with the department, Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, that can be done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, who is that, Mr. Chairman?
So ordered. The documents requested will be processed and will be requested and to the Director General.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. At
Your
salamat
Honor.
po, Director General. Mr. Chairman, if I still have time, I'd like to ask questions now of former USEC Lau, Lloyd Christopher Lau.
Go ahead.
Salamat,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman. USEC Lau. Okay, USEC Lau. Attorney Lau, before anything else, is it accurate to say na yung final decision as to who to award contracts to was with you as Executive Director of the PSDBM?
The signing of the notice of award is under my authority. Upon
Okay.
recommendation. It depends on the period of procurement. If it's under Bayanihan 1, Bayanihan 2, emergency procurement, or RA 9184. But ultimately, the notice of award is issued by my person.
Yes, at bukod po dun sa document na pinipirmahan or kung anumang batas under which the procurement is done, final decision sa inyo. Kayo yung last touch. All
Yes,
right.
that is accurate, Madam Chairman.
Okay, salamat po.
Mr.
So now,
Chairman.
opo, during a previous hearing, sabi, inadmit under oath pareho ni Huang Suyen at ni Lincoln Ong na kulang sila ng pera to buy the equipment and supplies covered by the procurement contracts awarded to them by PSDBM under you. Umamin sila na kailangan nila ng help galing kay Michael Yang para i-guarantee na yung suppliers nila sa China talagang mababayaran nila. So, gusto ko lang i-retrace yung siguro typical steps nyo while you were head of PSDBM, Attorney Lau. Para matulungan nyo akong maintindihan yung decision-making process nyo during that time. So, sabihin natin, gumising kayo isang araw, punta kayo sa office, may nahanap kayong letter of intent from this newly formed, newly incorporated company sa desk nyo. A company na 625,000 pesos ang capital. Tapos, may kasama pang, say, product sample, yung sulat. By the way, Attorney Lau, anong klaseng face shield yung ino-offer ng Pharmalid noon? And could we see a sample?
They offered face mask. They did not offer face shield, I think.
All right. So nung buong panahon
It's Blue Cross that offered the face shield. Madam Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So Blue Cross ang face shields at that time. So face masks. Anong klaseng face masks yung ino-offer ng Pharmaly noon? And could you
Medical face mask. It's the face mask is standard. We have the medical face mask or the N88. The technical specification is N88.
N88. By any chance, merong ba kayong sample dyan na pwede nyong ipakita sa amin?
No, I'm at home, so I have my own face mask.
But that's not the one that was being offered by Pharmaly then. So okay,
It's the similar technical specifications. There's the blue one, the white side, and the middle one, which is the middle one is the most expensive one, which makes it medical grade. We call this the melt blown portion. I just cut it.
yan yung N88. N88 din yung mask nyo. Attorney Lau?
Yes, kasi marami kasing binibenta ng mask ngayon sa market. May 5-ply, 8-ply, but technically those are not medical grade. What makes it medical grade is not the number of plies when it comes to N88. What makes it medical grade, ang magaling nito si EMS, is the one who explained it to me. The middle one is what makes it medical grade. This is a non-sewn but melt-blown fabric which has tawag natin yung butas niya is mas maliit sa size ng mga bacteria and viruses. So, hindi sila makakapasok, only the air. So, yun yung medical grade. That's it.
Ang nagturo sa inyo tungkol dyan sa N88 ang EMS, sabi nyo magaling sila. Sana parang yung ilawasan nila, no? At ninyo, sana pinayagan nyo silang makadeliver ng buong contracted supply they
were able to deliver in full. They were able to deliver in full.
25% lang nyo sila binayaran at contract price. Kasi, di ba?
No, it's total contract price po. It's the same because there's a clause there which allows us to for the protection of the government and for the protection of the supplier when di ba, nagrereklamo kayo dun sa, uy, may SRP, dapat hindi lalagpas. Pag bumaba yung SRP, even the price of EMS has to drop in order to protect the interest of the government. It will remain to the advantage of the government. It will also protect EMS because hindi sila ma-put into allegation na, overpriced kayo. So pag bumababa yung SRP, bumababa din yung price nila.
And
tapos,
speaking of
protect their
SRP,
interest.
Teka, Attorney Lau, speaking nga po of SRP, gaya ng tinukoy ni Sen Kiko noon, maling basehan yon ng PSDBM for bulk procurement. Kasi nga,
I think
retail price.
Mr.
Anyway,
Chairman,
that's not my main question po dito, Attorney Lau.
SRP is one of the bases. In fact, GPPB issued a resolution on that as part of our basis in monitoring the prices of our when we procure, we base it on the DOH previous procurements, the DTI SRP, and preliminary market scanning. So these are the three anchors that we use.
Mr. Chairman, with the permission of Senator Antiveros, just for the record, no less than Secretary Duque has already manifested when we asked him about the basis for purchasing these masks, that the SRP is purely retail, not wholesale. For the record, they were buying millions. That's not retail, no matter how you look at it.
Ma'am,
can we request Mr. Lau? Are you smirking? Are you smirking, Mr. Lau?
I'm smiling, Mr. Chairman.
So what's funny? What's funny? Why is it funny?
Yeah, if I find it humorous, Mr. Chairman.
It is not humorous when you overprice, Mr. Lau. It is not humorous when people are dying because of substandard materials, particularly.
People are dying, that's why we procured it for them.
Yeah, you procured it substandard for them. And then there are how do you explain, Mr. Lau? How do you explain 500 million pesos worth of testing kits expired under your watch? It's not funny. This is not funny, Mr. Lau. This is not funny. For the record. And I'm done. Thank you, Madam Senator Hontiveros. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Sen Kiko. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Attorney Lau, so just to continue walking through what might have been a typical decision-making process nung panahon ninyo, no? So, sabihin natin na impress kayo sa sample ng N88 mask na naka-attach sa sulat. Professional ang dating sa inyo. Mukhang well-connected naman sa China. Kaya, sige na nga, subukan lang. Bigyan na lang natin ng 8 billion pesos na kontrata. Ganun ba yung sequence of events dyan?
No, that is inaccurate and misleading, Mr. Chairman. The letter that they sent is a letter of intent. The offer is 900,000 pieces of face masks on hand. Previous to that, we were able to buy only since March 9 until March 16, only 50,000 pieces of face masks in order to supply the entire workforce of the Philippine government. That is the first time. And the second time that we got the same almost offer is from Pharmaly, 900,000 face masks on hand. So imagine, is very hard for us to look for the surgical face mask kasi wala nga. May isa nag-offer, si New Life, I think only 50,000. The second one is Pharmaly and the third one is Philpharma of 100,000. These are very scant offers of the total demand that we need to supply. We need to remember during this time, there is a clamor from the Senate and there's a clamor from Congress. And in fact, there is a clamor from the medical field that they will stop reporting going to the hospitals if they will not be provided with this important face mask and other PPE items. The burden is
You're getting ahead of the story. You're getting ahead of the story po.
Yes.
Bago umabot sa point of desperation ng ating healthcare workers to request government for a timeout, merong ding, in response to that clamor, merong ding track record at offer yung mga Pilipinong manufacturing company, not just of face masks, also of PPEs and other COVID products to provide yung kailangan ng gobyerno. But in the meantime, ito nga si Pharmaly.
And the record, Mr. Chairman, there was no offer by local manufacturers during that time because they were not yet existing.
Attorney Lau, this is the second na in effect nag-argue tayo sa puntong ito. This first happened last year, but I stand by yung sinabi sa ating lahat ng CONWEP, ng Confederation of Philippine Manufacturers of PPEs. They had the capacity and they had the offers. Now let's just talk about Pharmaly kasi sila yung eventually pinrocurean ninyo. They didn't have 900,000 pieces of masks on hand at that time. So, hindi ba misrepresentation yun?
Madam Chairman, kaya nga I asked them to show proof on March 24 when they sent a letter of intent. Show proof because they're the ones who is the only ones who are claiming they have it on hand. And they will show proof on March 25.
What was that proof, Attorney Lau?
They brought the items to the office.
Attorney Lau, hindi ba kayo aware at that time na yung Pharmaly was undercapitalized and in fact, kinailangan pa nila ng tulong ni Mr. Yang just to make good on that contract of theirs with PSDBM?
But, Mr. Chairman, one, I am not in privy to their personal transactions. Second, it is not my mandate in my office to check those things. It has already been answered several times in these previous hearings that those are not part of the requirements. Ang only requirements namin is the OSS, the mayor's permit, and the ITR. And we're buying it under Bayanihan 1. Those are not required by law. And
Mr. Chairman, I see the
items are delivered. The items are delivered.
Yes. Yes, excuse me, Risa, I hate to interrupt. But this, Mr. Lau, you know, and I in the previous hearings, I confronted you with the law which says you have to look at the financial capacity of the supplier. You admitted that you didn't look at the articles of incorporation. So, and the requirement that you check on the financial capacity of the supplier is found in the law. I suggest that we leave it at that, Mr. Senator Ontiveros, because this, we keep on going around this because Lau thinks he's very smart and keeps on denying things which he has already mentioned. So we submit, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair agrees with the Senate President, the Senate Minority Floor Leader, and I would like to caution Mr. Lau, do not raise your voice against a lady, especially as
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's my biological.
Don't give me any questions. There's no explanation for that kind of conduct.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I really apologize.
You're out of line.
I apologize.
Go ahead, please.
Salamat kayo, Attorney Lau. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just additional questions about the PGI RT-PCR test kits, no? During your time as executive director of the PSDBM, do you recall, Attorney Lau, having procured BGI RT-PCR test kits at saka din MGI, Easy DNA RNA extraction kits from Pharmaly?
I can recall several items that we procured. I think we have the A-Star Fortitude. I'm not aware of the MGI. I'm aware of the BGI. I'm aware of Sansure. I'm aware of Gene Expert. I several other small volume of other brands.
Okay.
But MGI, I'll have to check. I'm not aware. I think BGI MGI is the same.
Yes. I was
I'm not confident.
about to remind you, Attorney Lau. Ultimately, galing sa parehong manufacturer yan. Kasi ang MGI, subsidiary ng BGI or yung Beijing Genomics Institute. So, kaninong decision din po mag-procure ng BGI at ng MGI kits through Pharmaly? Sa inyo rin bang decision yun?
No, the decision is based either on the offers provided to us or if they have this exclusive distributorship agreement. Sometimes, I think I also have a letter addressed to BGI main in the course of the transaction kasi nung pinadala sa amin ng DOH yan, hindi kasi namin alam where to source it. Just people just come to us, institutions make offers when they offer to supply. Most of them are coming from DOH kasi old suppliers sila ng DOH. The problem we had during that time is most of the offerers, like si Gene Expert offers to us 24 months. 24 months, but staggered. Ang problema namin, hindi natin alam kung aabot ng 24 months ang tawag doon, ang COVID. Some offers like BGI, may restriction, then open. Kasi minsan, sasabihin nila, we will offer, but you have to help us with the government. Like Singapore, I think A-Star Fortitude, we had a problem. Singapore stopped exportation. China initially stopped exportation. Gene Expert, US stopped exportation. Now, we also have certain restrictions in the localities. Meron silang, what do you call that? Exclusive distributorship rights. Meron silang ganun na contract. So, as PSDBM, we are very cautious on how we deal with the manufacturer without any trouble. So I think I wrote a letter to BGI China through the ambassador of China requesting that we be patched directly at China. But BGI sent us a letter that there's an exclusive distributorship agreement. So we stopped kasi baka magkakaso kami. It's the same process I made with Sansure, but Sansure actually offered to us another supplier, which is from Hong Kong and one from Taiwan. I think they're the ones who's competing with each other. Also with A-Star Fortitude, ginawa ko rin yan through Singapore. Nagpadala din kami ng letter.
Mr. Chairman,
and Singapore also referred to us a representative from Singapore who directly supplied to us.
With the
So,
permission
depende po yan, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, I will not ask Mr. Lau a question.
Senator Pangilinan, just a moment. Just wanted to correct the misimpression being presented by this witness. He said that Singapore stopped exporting. Actually, we had an offer from Singapore, which is much lower than what you got. And in fact, you got the Singapore brand. Instead of going directly to the Singapore factory, you went to Pharmaly in Indonesia, which charged you a lot more. Because I know, because we got the same offer, and I have the document right here. So try not to exaggerate your statements because we can check all your statements. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just
may I share?
We were able to get directly versus PTE Limited.
I am speaking, Mr. Lau.
Oh yes, sorry, I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I share with the earlier manifestation and observation of Senator Vilon that when we ask Mr. Lau all these questions, he will just keep repeating what we believe to be his interpretation And obviously, contrary to what he already testified earlier, in fact, if you will recall, Mr. Chairman, I asked for a matrix, but you said that is not necessary, and I will defer to the chairman's position. But precisely that matrix will just show that in every hearing he if you put together all that he has said in all these hearings, from one hearing to the other, he contradicts himself. So it's I think already established, and to ask him to further explain will just bring us back to contradiction after contradiction. For the record, also, Mr. Chairman, which you said earlier, and may I manifest that marami pa ito. He mentioned earlier about Element, and the data submitted to us by DBMPS will show that Element that has purchased about 7 billion or was able to deliver about 7 billion pesos worth of purchases from DBMPS had a capitalization of $10,000 US. So the first one had a capitalization of 625,000 pesos, Farmally, and now you have another second company worth 7 billion worth of contracts with $10,000 capitalization. So clearly, the record will show that undercapitalized suppliers and corporations were able to bag billions of pesos worth of contracts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, I will concur with the manifestation.
Explanation here.
Go ahead.
Here, Senator Pangilinan saying that there's another preferred supplier. Is that correct, Senator Pangilinan? $10,000, and he bagged a contract on the amount of?
Based on the data submitted, $10,000. This is in the PhilJeps.
Yes. I have it also.
April 22, 2020, it was incorporated. April 20, 2020, in-incorporate siya. $10,000, baka Hong Kong dollars pa ito. Ang capitalization, and was able to purchase total deliveries about 6.98 billion pesos.
I have that. And I didn't realize that the capital stock is 10,000. So my point is, Mr. Lau, hindi ka ba nalulula na nagbibigay ka ng kontrata all by your lonesome na umaabot ng bilyon-bilyon or milyon-milyon, at nagbigay ka sa Farmally ng isang kontrata na 3.8 billion ba yun? Yung maraming binili na sa isang golpe, isang kumpanya na napakaliit ng kapital. Yan ang hindi ko namin maintindihan sa iyo. Mukhang matalino ka naman, mukha lang. Pero mukhang lumalabas na namimili ka na hindi mo tinitignan na yung capitalization maliit. Pero binigay mo sa isang kumpanya lampas ng halos 10 billion to 12 billion pesos. Bakit ganun? Hindi ko maintindihan yun. Kahit anong lingwahe mo ipaliwanag sa akin, hindi ko maintindihan yun.
Mr. Chairman, one, it is not required by law, which I have been answering previously under Bayanihan 1, hindi siya ni-require. Pangalawa po, most of these companies are referred to by the manufacturers like Element.
Would you mind stopping there? I don't want to, because I know you've said that before. Pero hindi ba nangangahulugan na ikaw matalino ka? Kamo nga gano'n. Hindi porke sinabi sa'yo, hindi na kailangan yan. Hindi, walang ganun walang ganun sa batas may preno lahat ang batas. Kahit sabihin na hindi mo na kailangan, basta dumating yan, hindi mo na kailangan sabihin na kailangan pa din magkaroon ka ng yung talagang tatlo pa ulit-ulit, yung financial, legal, at saka technical. At kailangan meron ka pa rin preno ng tinatawag nilang due diligence, at hindi dapat itapon yung due diligence. Hindi porke may passes doon sa law na ginawa namin na pwede kayo. Hindi namin, we never in our minds thought that anybody can just get away with it without reviewing. Na hindi nyo re-reviewing kung anong kakayanan ng kumpanyang yan. Katulad yan, sumasabog Hindi namin kasalanan yan Hindi ka namin inahabol. Sumasabog eh.
Yes.
Merong
I understand,
expired.
Mr. Chairman.
Merong mga UP-UP. Tapos yung Pilipino nakakapagbigay ng mas mura. Tapos kinukuha mo pa rin sila. Katulad nung binigay mo sa Farmally, isang one-time, big time. 3.8 billion ba yan?
Yes, Mr.
3.8 billion for 2 million PPEs ba yan? 3.8 billion, nakakalula yun. Kahit na 1 billion sa PPE, nakakalula na yun eh. Hindi ka ba dapat mag-ingat? Hindi lang naman yan eh. Ang binigay mo sa Farmally, yun talaga ang crux of the matter. Kahit ano balukturin mo, kahit sabihin mo, nagmamadali kayo, isang kumpanya lang ang na-favor at nakalagay yan sa Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Law na makikita mo kung ikaw ay may manifestly disadvantageous to the government at may preference yung tao na binibigyan mo at wala kang negligence at ang negligence mo is so gross as to amount to bad faith, makukulong ka. Walang exemption doon. Walang exemption doon.
Mr. Chairman, may I be allowed to explain?
Mr.
First,
Chair,
on the test kits.
Jesus Christ.
Chairman.
Lahat ng test kits are
Mr.
all
Chairman,
imported. There is no local manufacturer of test kits.
Let the witness speak because he's always accusing us that he cannot speak. Let the witness speak. Let us see him explain that because sa taong pangkaraniwan at ang lalaki nung binibigay mong kwarta na galing sa pinaghirapan ng tao na bilyon-bilyon tapos sabihin mo, ilusot ako dyan. I-deliver naman eh. Dineliver naman eh. Di ba, kamo? Hindi porke dineliver yun. Hindi nangangalawan. Nakalusot ka na. Kung hindi mo ginawa, yun nire-require ng batas, are you telling me na in-exempt kayo doon sa technical, legal, and financial? Exempted kayo doon? Yung requirement na yun? Wala ka nang titignan na technical, wala ka nang titignan na legal, wala ka nang titignan na financial capability? Is that what you want us to believe? Answer the question, please.
I've already answered this, Mr. Chairman.
Do not be impertinent.
I'm not impertinent, Mr.
You
Chairman.
are. Now shut up.
Mr. Chairman?
You're trying our patience. I'm asking a simple question and you're saying in a very sarcastic way na natanong na. Tinatanong kita, nag-isip ka na matagal, tapos ang lusot mo, sasabihin mo, eto, sinagot ko na yan. Ano sinagot mo? Are you saying legal, technical, and financial requirements have been thrown out of the window? Di ba sinasabi mo? Ano kung saan law school ka nag-aral? Let the record state that the witness
refuses to answer
because he's trying to think of another lie. That's
No,
my
I'm
only
not refusing to answer, Mr. Chairman. I'm just...
Senator Pangilinan, you were going to ask a question?
No, Senator Lacson is raising his hand.
All right, Senator Lacson, please go ahead.
Senator Lacson.
You know, pinagbigyan na kita eh. Binastos mo na yung isang babaeng senador eh. Tapos akong babasusin mo. Hindi kita paparaanin. Yung impunity ninyo sa administrasyon na ito, hindi makakaraan sa mga taong katulad namin dito sa Senado. Go ahead, please, Senator Lacson.
Senping, naka-mute kayo.
Senator Ping? Naka-mute kayo.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, andito yung inconsistency and misunderstanding. Si Atty. Lau keeps invoking bayanihan to heal as one act, which says it provides for an expeditious manner. Kasi kinorek natin to sa bayanihan to, nilagyan natin ng judicious economical. So he keeps invoking that. But he conveniently skips GPPB Resolution number 03-2020. Dito na paliwanag na, okay, expeditious manner, pero sinabi rin na authorize the to delegate to either the BAC or the end user unit or any other appropriate bureau, committee, support, or procuring unit the authority to directly negotiate with a legally, technically, ito yung sasabi niya, Mr. Chairman, and financially capable supplier. Now, tinignan niya ba yung income tax returns? Sabi niya, requirement ito. Kung tinignan niya yung income tax returns ng Farmally, makikita niya na hindi financially capable.
Zero.
Kung tinignan niya yung articles of incorporation, makikita niya hindi rin financially capable. So, pag pinagsama natin yung dalawa, sa bayanihan na to heal as one act, tama, expeditious lang. Pero kinwalify ito sa GPPB Resolution number 03-2020. So, iniinvoke niya yung expeditious manner. Pero kinakalimutan niya na merong resolution referring to Bayanihan 1 na kailangan yung financially capable, technically capable, legally capable. Inamin niya rin, kailangan ng income tax returns. Tiningnan niya ba?
Hindi.
So wala talagang due diligence. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the USEC Lao former USEC Lao in answering to my
Veros,
admitted as much.
I apologize to the committee for raising my voice, but sometimes, you know, when I see a man abuse a woman and he thinks he can get away with it, I will step in. And I just not going to tolerate him treating the chairman of the committee as if I am a student. I am not your student. Far from it. And let me prove to you how bankrupt your argument is. I have a piece of paper here. It says, Central Office Bids and Awards Committee or COBAC. Nakalagay dito lahat, hinihingi ninyo na whereas on 25 March 2020, the request for quotation was issued to the following suppliers with known technical, legal, and financial capability to deliver the aforesaid items based on previous procurement transactions with the COBAC CC. Sabihin, talagang kailangan tingnan nyo muna yung legal, technical, and financial. Tama po ba yan? Yes or no?
Under RA 9184 procurement po.
Yes, okay. So hindi naman na-exempt kayo dyan, di ba? At nakalagay rin dito sa isang document na hinahawa ko kanina na kailangan tanungin nyo, ito, nakalagay dito, submit your proposal to Annex A technical specifications. Ito obviously being sent to by Michelle Andy Recto. At nakalagay dito, suppliers not directly invited may participate. The duly accomplished person proposal, Annex A, shall be submitted on or before the deadline for submission of proposal or any extension thereof. The following supporting documents may be submitted anytime during submission of offers, evaluation of offers, before issuance of notice of award, or prior to payment. Number 1, Mayor's Permit for the year 2020. Titignan mo lang yan. 2, Income Tax Return. 3, Net Financial Contracting Capacity. Ayan yung technical, legal, financial, sinama na dyan. Yung legal, yung Mayor's Permit, Income Tax, at saka yung tapos, PhilJeff's registration number upon receipt of notice of award. At kung ito ay may platinum registration, may be submitted in lieu of the enumerated documents. Sinanong kita dyan last time, nagkaroon ng PhilJeff Platinum Award, pero good for 2022 ata yun or 22 July or 21 July. Samantalang nagbibidding kayo nung pang mga April. So talagang, hindi mo pwedeng sabihin sa amin, kahit na mamuti na yung mata mo, na mapapayag ang committee na babaliwalain mo yung requirement sapagkat yan lang ang proteksyon ng tao. We are in the business of protecting our people. That's why there is a COBAC. Otherwise, huwag na tayo mag-COBAC. O bigyan na lang natin lahat. Yan ang sinasabi mo. Basta nagmamadali tayo, pinayagan kayo ng batas, in your interpretation, hindi na pwedeng magdala ng due diligence. You know, even if you drive a car, you still have to have a license and you have to get a student permit before that, and you are required to make sure na nag-aral ka at may lisensya ka. Ito, bilyon-bilyon. Bilyon-bilyon. Kahit na ba, sabihin mo, ulit na naman ito, kaya ba niya? Ay lumalabas ka, hindi ka ba nakakahalata? Nag-deliver ka agad, tapos yung pala, galing pala sa supplier. So wala siyang capability. Diba? Malinaw na malinaw yan.
Mr. Chairman, if I
may explain.
Continue.
If you want to explain, you may explain.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Lisa, I'm still...
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I'm still finishing my...
Yes,
I'm just
Mr. Chairman.
asking him to answer para hindi tayo pinapaikot itong mamang ito. So it belies everything that you said.
Mr. Chairman, yun nga, when we were procuring under Bayanihan 1, that's the only requirement mandated to us. So that's what we are complying. If they are able to comply, then by law, we are allowed to make such an award to them. Yun po.
Senator Lacson will ask, I'm sure he'll ask the same question. Go ahead, Senator
Ito
Lacson.
na naman ini-invoke niya yung bayanihan 1. Pero kinakalimutan niya merong GPPB resolution. Yun yung parang sabihin na nating IRR ng bayanihan 1. Doon talagang kinualify yung sinasabi ninyo na technical,
legal, financial.
Nandun yun eh. Kinakalimutan niyang banggitin. Ang ini-invoke niya lang yung bayanihan 1. The law that... But there's a qualification. Kaya nga kailangan yung, sabi niyo nga Mr. Chairman, income tax return. Kailangan ng yung legal, yung mayor's permit. Eh bakit hindi niya minimension? Pabalik-balik tayo sa bayanihan 1 na sinasabi na lang expeditious manner. Pero may qualification eh. Yun ang problema natin, Mr. Chairman. Hindi tayo parehong wavelength kay Mr. Lau.
No, siya lang may problema doon because we are going to have to make a recommendation based on his answers. And his answers is not going to pass muster under the law. Under the basic law, under the IRR, under the anti-graft law. So, I guess nag-iisip pa siya ng sagot. Senator Lisa, you may now ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as I said earlier, in concurrence with the minority leader,
Okay naman, Mana.
and submitting to what the chairman stated earlier, I will be shifting to a different witness, Mr. Chairman, asking only that PSDBM provide the documents that Attorney Lau was referring to earlier. Oh, Mr. Chairman, Senping is raising his hand.
Attorney Lau, meron din akong gustong clarify. Ang designation niya sa PSDBM, OIC. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Pero alam nyo, very limited ang powers na binibigay sa OIC as differentiated from the powers being exercised by at least an acting head of an agency. Ito yun sa Civil Service Commission, and this may aid us also in the crafting of a legislation in this regard. Ano? Kasi ang sabi ng Civil Service Commission, pagka OIC ka, may not be deemed to possess the power to appoint employees as the same involves the exercise of discretion. Now, since Attorney Lau was a mere OIC, wala siyang ganung kalapad na discretion sa pag-approve ng mga kontrata, Mr. Chairman. So we want to find out, and probably we can formalize this or institutionalize this by way of legislation when we come up with our committee report. Na i-define natin, i-differentiate natin yung powers ng OIC vis-a-vis a permanent head of an agency or even an acting head of the agency. Maliwanag po yun kasi pag OIC ka, hindi ganun kalapad ang yung discretion. Day-to-day lang yung pag-administer mo ng yung exercise ng jurisdiction. That's beyond the power of an OIC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to shift to another witness now. Just making of record first, again, that I request PSDBM to provide the documents that Attorney Lau was referring to earlier about supposedly considering other suppliers for those test kits. Making of record also at this point, Mr. Chairman, that in fact, Australia and Chile were able to procure those test kits for much cheaper because they went straight to the manufacturer. Even UNICEF, in its reference documents, price those test kits lower than the price at which PSDBM procured them during the watch of Attorney Lau. And before I shift to my next witness, Mr. Chairman, I just like to make of record my thanks. Mr. Chairman, this woman who stands up for herself would like to thank the chairman for his solidarity. Mr. Chairman, if I may ask now questions of Attorney Uwayan. Thank you, Attorney Uwayan. Attorney, nag-procure din po kayo ng RT-PCR test kits as OICED of PSDBM, tama po ba?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Attorney. And were you the person who selected Pharmally to supply those test kits?
No, Mr. Chairman. We sent out RFQs, request for quotations,
Right.
on the known suppliers of BGI test kits.
Mhm.
There are a lot of the, there are, I think, 2 or 3 of them who are authorized distributors of BGI here in the Philippines.
So, pero kung hindi kayo yung pumili sa Pharmally, sino yung pumili sa kanila?
After the RFQ were sent out, Pharmally offered the lowest price such
Okay.
that the after offering a lowest price, negotiations between Pharmally and Sud.
Pero attorney, tulad nung panahon ni Attorney Lau, in your position now, kanino ang final decision? Di ba sa inyo? Sa inyo rin ang last touch ngayon sa pagpili ng Pharmally para procurean ng test kits na iyon?
That would be correct, Mr. Chairman.
Alright, so kayo po. Aware ba kayo na hindi naman yung Pharmally ang manufacturer ng test kits na yon?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You were. So, didn't it also occur to you, attorney, to simply go straight to BGI to procure those test kits? Tulad ng ginawa ng Australia, tulad ginawa ng Chile, tulad ng nire-recommend ng UNICEF. Dumiretso na lang sana sa BGI. Hindi nyo ba naisip gawin na lang yon?
Mr. Chairman, PGI had existing dealership agreements with local companies here. And as I understand it, if we go directly to the manufacturer, it would affect the dealership agreement. And I am not privy to what the dealership agreement says since I have not seen it, but based on my understanding, if a manufacturer offers dealership agreements to a distributor, it has to abide by that dealership agreement.
Pero attorney, kung hindi nyo pa nga nakikita yung dealership agreement, paano nyo paniniwalaan, di ba? Kanino ba may dealership agreement yung BGI dito sa Pilipinas?
LabX, Biosite, and Pharmally.
LabX, Biosite, at saka Pharmally. So, kanino kayo nag-transact? Nag-transact din ba kayo sa LabX? Nag-transact din ba kayo sa Biosite? Or sa Pharmally lang kayo nag-transact?
We offered RFQs to those aforementioned companies, Mr. Chairman, as recommended by, as per records rather, from the RITM.
Per records from RITM.
Yeah,
Humingi
yes,
kayo
Mr. Chairman.
Humingi kayo ng RFQ sa 3 kumpanyang iyon.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, from what I can recall.
From what you can recall. And sabi nyo, pinili nyo ang Pharmally. Bakit po?
They offered the lowest price based on the return of the quotations po.
They offered the lowest price, attorney, just compared among the 3. Pero gaya ng binanggit ko kanina, nakabili ang Australia, nakabili ang Chile, recommended ng UNICEF at much lower prices dahil dumiretso sa manufacturer. Don't tell me, attorney, dito lang merong dealership agreements, wala sa Australia, wala sa Chile. Walang binabanggit na dealership agreements ang UNICEF. So bakit parang special arrangement na naman dito sa Pilipinas?
I would not know about the dealership agreements in other countries, Mr. Chairman, but what I do know is that there are existing dealership agreements here in the Philippines with respect to BGI.
Kaya lang sabi nyo kanina, attorney, hindi nyo nakita yung dealership agreements na iyon. Ako nga, hindi ako abogado, pero pag makarinig ako ng dealership agreement, which would prevent me from going straight to the manufacturer in another country to get the same product at the same quality, mas mura para sa gobyerno ko, I would demand to see that agreement bago ko paniwalaan. And before I give it primacy over procuring those quality products at the best price. Attorney, sino ba nagsabi sa inyo tungkol sa dealership agreements? Who told you of such dealership agreements?
It was actually RITM, Mr. Chairman.
RITM. Sino po sa RITM ang nagsabi sa inyo tungkol sa dealership agreements?
I would have to check the records, Mr. Chairman. I think there was a letter sent by RITM specifying the mode of procurement, whether it be direct contracting or under emergency cases, considering that there are distributors recognized in the Philippines.
Attorney naman, parang ang dalas ko nang marinig dito sa hearing yung I will have to check. Eh yung formally na nga eventually yung pinili ninyong procuran, sabi nyo kasi lowest price at dahil mayroong dealership agreements which prevented you from going straight to the manufacturers like other countries did. So, Mr. Chairman, I wonder if there's RITM here who can corroborate what Attorney Uwayan has said and who can identify the person who told Attorney Uwayan about these all-powerful dealership agreements. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, I don't see RITM online. Am I correct, Mr. Chairman? Walang RITM dito.
Mr. Chair, there's none.
From RITM.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Do you confirm, ma'am, yung...
Moment,
yes, Mr. Chairman.
Celia Carlos, have you been placed under oath, Dr. Carlos?
Not yet po.
Director Kimbo, please administer the oath.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Chairman.
Carlos, can you please raise your right hand? Dr. Carlos, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let the record say that Dr. Carlos has taken her oath.
Salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Salamat, Dr. Dr. Carlos, kino-confirm niyo po ba yung sinabi ni Attorney Uwayan na RITM ang nag-inform sa kanya na may dealership agreements para sa BGI test kits and that therefore PSDBM could not go direct to BGI to procure these?
I do not confirm the statement. What RITM only provided were the specifications, for technical specifications for the items, especially the kits, and no other information. And we were also asked to prepare the PPMP procurement plan. That is only the role of RITM.
Maraming salamat po, Dr. Carlos. So, Attorney Uwayan, kailangan kong bumalik sa inyo. I'm sorry, RITM mismo ang nagpasinungaling sa sinabi nyo na it was their institute that informed you of these so-called dealership agreements with BGI that prevented PSDBM from going straight to BGI manufacturer and eventually napaboran na naman nagkaroon na naman ng grasya ang Pharmally through a procurement contract with PSDBM. So, I need to ask you again, Attorney Uwayan, sino ba talaga ang nag-inform sa inyo that there are these things called dealership agreements?
Mr. Chairman, if with your kind indulgence, we do have a letter coming from DOH regarding that matter.
Who
we will
is
send
DOH, Attorney Uwayan?
If I'm not mistaken, it would be under the office of ASEC Nestor.
ASEC Nestor? Ano pong apelido ni ASEC Nestor?
Forgot, Mr. Chairman. Let me check.
Sige, we will check that also. Pero, Attorney Uwayan, no? You
ASEC Nestor Santiago po.
ASEC Santiago. But just for the record, Mr. Chairman, and if I need to belabor the obvious to Attorney Uwayan, you misidentified RITM as the source
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
of information, no?
I deeply apologize for it. I do not have the records with me right now, but
I hope
we
the
do have
heard that.
we do have a letter coming from DOH regarding that.
All right. So, Attorney Uwayan, was it ASEC Santiago who informed you about the so-called dealership agreements with BGI for the Philippines, which prevented PSDBM from going straight to BGI China and then ended up again awarding a very nice contract to Pharmally? It was
From
ASEC
what I recall, Mr. Chairman, they gave us a list of the items needed by DOH for the testing. specifying therein the type of test kit needed to be procured, the quantity, as well as their budget for the test kit, and including the modality of procurement to be used.
Kaya lumabas yung usapin ng dealership agreement. Sorry, yes. So, Mr. Chairman, may I know if ASEC Santiago is present in this hearing? ASEC Nestor Santiago.
He is.
He is, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po. ASEC Santiago.
ASEC Santiago.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, salamat ASEC Santiago. Pwede ba kayong magpakita sa video para makita po namin kayo at makita natin?
Yes po, ma'am. Dito na po.
Hindi ko po kayo makita, sir. Nakabukas ba? Pakibuksan yung video nyo.
Bukas na, ma'am.
Oh, I cannot see him, Mr. Chairman. Can anybody else see ASEC
Dito na
Santiago?
po. Yes, ma'am.
Ayun, okay, sir. All right. Oh, I hope you're not driving. Mobile pala kayo. ASEC, kino-confirm nyo po ba yung sinabi ni Attorney Uwayan na kayo ang sumulat sa kanya para sabihing mayroong dealership agreement ang BGI dito sa Pilipinas? ASEC, if you could please keep your camera on para makita namin kayo.
Yes, ma'am. I'm checking my documents. If you would allow me po to check my documents if you really have sent the letter.
All right, but anyway, the letter, it's just the form of communication. Ang interest po talaga ng komite, kayo ba yung nagsabi kay Yusek Uwayan, kay Attorney Uwayan, na Attorney Uwayan, may dealership agreement ang BGI sa Pilipinas, so kailangan dumaan lang kayo sa mga may hawak ng dealership agreement na iyon, na yung isa ay formally, na eventually, yun ang inawardan ng PSDBN ng kontrata. Kayo ba? Kayo ba yung nag-inform kay Attorney Uwayan tungkol sa dealership agreements na yon?
Ma'am, I'm sorry I cannot answer it now, but if you may allow, I will check the records now, and maybe I can answer you later, just to check my documents.
Please do be able, ASEC, to answer this question during this hearing kasi alam naman ng buong bansa, lalo na kayong nasa DOH, napakainit ng investigasyong ito ng Blue Ribbon sa Pharmaly. And, hindi naman ako health expert, pero I would expect sana ng isang DOH official on this on matters as important as this, medyo maaalala. But sige po, as long as you answer. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Senator,
if I may po.
Risa, may I?
Mr. Chairman.
With your permission. Is that a practice in DOH? Kasi tinuturuan nyo kung sino ang, alam nyo kaagad kung sino ang may dealership agreement? Nakakaduda yun Yun ba talagang ginagawa nyo? Mali yan. Ang bibili, ang dapat baka alam. At kayo, hindi kayo dapat nagre-recommend, baka meron kayong special arrangement. Saan na mapasok sa isipan ko? Can you answer the question, Attorney Santiago, ASEC Santiago?
Sir, as I've said, please allow me to check.
I didn't ask you about the records. Ang tinatanong ko, is that the habit or is that the practice? Na nabibigay ko na informasyon, nakabisado nyo na, oy, huwag kayo kumuha dyan, walang dealership yan. Ito, may dealership ito. Itong puntahan nyo. Ganun ba yun? Hindi ba?
What we usually do is to submit the names of the previous suppliers who were awarded. Like for example, for RITM, because RITM usually are the ones procuring
Let me remind you
names of the suppliers.
Let me remind you of our experience in the Red Cross, the malign Red Cross. Sorry. Nagtanong ako sa inyo kung anong kinukuha nyo. At actually, anong nangyari, nagtanong ako sa ambassador, nagtanong ako sa Red Cross International, at nasabi sa amin na yung Sansure ang ginamit nila. At dumiretsa kami doon, at nagkaroon sila ng dealership dito. Hindi ako bumili doon sa dealership, bumili ako sa kanila direktamente. Ang laking mura. Ganito rin yung Singapore, Attorney Wayan, no? Sa Singapore, yung accelerate, yun ang nag-isa sa amin ng offer, ng offer sa A star Fortitude Kit 2C.0, ang lumalabas 120,000, ang sinisingil sa amin ay lumalabas sa 125,368 kung bibili kami. Pero ang Parmalee, hindi namin binili yan. Ang Parmalee, binigay nyo sa kanila, ang binayad nila 366,000. Tingnan niyo itong kamay ko. Ito yung Singapore, mas mababa. Ito yung Parmalee. Ang kinuha nyo, yung mas mahal. Kaya delikado yung nagre-recommend Dapat talaga, kung ikaw ay may malasakit na PSDBM, magtitingin ka kung sino talaga ang pinakamura. I don't care kung anong sabihin na nagmamadali kayo. Kung may makukuha ang mura, na pareho rin ng quality, kukunin mo yon. Pero pag nagtanong ka sa RITM at binigyan ka ng RITM, pagdududahan ko yung RITM, ba't kayo nagre-recommend? Can you blame me for that, Attorney Asek
Santiago.
Santiago? I'm sorry, sir. I cannot hear you.
Sir, I think PSDBM, sir, can answer to that po.
Pero talagang sa tingin mo, dapat ba ginagawa ninyo yun? Labas sa trabaho niyo, di ba?
Yes po, because PSDBM are the ones procuring po for us.
Tama. Yan ang sagot na tama. Yes, Senator Dillon, I can see you listening.
Yes. Yes, this from Attorney Uwayan. Is it not your obligation to try to get the lowest price for the same quality? And that would dictate that you're going first to the manufacturer. Hindi po ba? In this particular case, did you try finding out if you can buy directly from the manufacturer?
Mr. Chairman, we tried to get it from the manufacturer, but BGI declined. That was last year. And,
hold on. You tried to get it from manufacturer. Yes. What is the manufacturer again?
For BGI, Mr. Chairman, for the BGI test kits.
The BGI, who is the manufacturer that you tried to contact?
I would have to check, Mr. Chairman, since the event happened last year.
Matagal na po natin itong iniimbestiga sa, even so you have not seen, you have not examined the contracts that are subject matter of this investigation. Just one question. Did you get in touch with the BGI manufacturer?
Last year we did, Mr. Chairman. We had an email sent from them.
Okay, so what did they say? Did they give you a quotation?
They replied that we contact the local distributor supplying in the Philippines.
They were the ones who gave you that information, not the Department of Health people, Assistant Secretary.
No, Mr. Chairman, the letter sent from the DOH listed that there are existing suppliers. And for the other test kits, they stated in their letter that it is an exclusive distributor. So with that from them, we confirmed the exclusive distributorship such that the modality of procurement is under direct contracting, Mr. Chairman.
I give up.
I really don't know what's going on. Sir, you're a lawyer. You are the one designed to procure. Sabi mo kanina, nagkonsulta ka sa RITM. Tapos napunta tayo sa DOH. Tapos ngayon, yung pala, ang sabi mo kanina, kaya sinasabi ko, we communicated from them. Ano yan? Sinulatan muna ba kayo? Nag-offer siguro sila, kaya inakuha niyo yung offer, right?
No, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for mentioning our item earlier.
Ha? Tumitingin ka doon sa kwan mo eh. Sa
Yes,
iPad
I
mo
was-
eh. Ang lumalabas doon sa akin, maaaring sinulatan ka. O, sige, kung i-insist mo kayong tumawag. So nonetheless, you had already prior knowledge, which is the question is correct. Na alam mo na may dealer. Ba't ka pa magtatanong doon sa kay Attorney kay Asek Santiago?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Sinabi ni Asek Santiago.
I was actually reading the...
Tungkulin ninyo yun. Hindi nila tungkulin yun. Magsasabit pa kayo ng walang kasalanan. Paano naman yan? Okay, go ahead, Secretary. Senator.
Maybe para lang masara na itong misteryosong usapang ito, who told what? Who told whom what? Pwede ba, Attorney Uwayan, i-provide nyo na lang yung komite nung email na yon para masara na yung usapang ito. It's clear, it will become clear to us sino ba talaga ang nagsabi sa inyo na may ganyang dealership agreement and therefore you cannot go directly to BGI China. The way Australia did, the way Chile did, the way UNICEF knows how, and even the Red Cross. Can you provide the committee that email, Attorney Uwayan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We will provide the committee of the communications we received with respect to the test kits.
Table.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I see Sen Kiko raising his hand.
Masusunod ba yung customs? Hindi naman.
Mr. Chairman, with the permission.
Your time is up. You can go on the next round. Senator Pangilinan, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the information of the committee, DBMPS in fact went directly to the manufacturer of Mirxes in June of 2020 and purchased precisely testing kits at 925 pesos. So 2 months after they purchased testing kits from Armally at 1,720 pesos, they entered into a arrangement or agreement for the purchase of 1.18 billion worth of the same testing kits at 925 pesos with a different delivery date. So they were able to do that, and that's for the record. Mr. Uwayan, are you familiar with? We have some, sa tagal sa mga hearing na ito, marami na hong nagpo-provide kasi ng information, dokumento sa loob ng gobyerno at sa labas dahil nga concerned sila na gusto nilang lumabas yung katotohanan. Are you familiar with Philippine United Technique Corporation?
No, Mr. Chairman. I have not read that name in any of the papers that I have.
I'm not asking if you read it in any of the papers because now you know that it's not in any of the papers. Earlier, you say I will have to check the papers. So
No,
wait, I'm not yet done.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
So when you're not sure of the answer, you say you have to check the papers. But when you're sure of your answer, you haven't seen it in any of the papers. It's sort of a bit inconsistent, no? Parang agad-agad mong sinasabing walang Philippine United Technique Corporation sa mga nakita mong dokumento. But in fact, that's not my question. My question is, I didn't ask you whether you saw it in any document. No? I asked you if you're familiar with Philippine United Technique Corporation.
I'm not familiar with
Please
that.
remember you are under oath, huh?
I'm not familiar with that company, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. The reason why I raised this is because we have email photos and they're willing to come out, at the right time, that Philippine United Technic Corporation, which I think may perhaps the security, the DTI, or can look into this, is the BGI's exclusive Philippine distributor for the subject RTC PCR kits. So you're not familiar?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So we will have to look into this, Mr. Chairman, because a series of emails from a certain Dennis Manalastas sent to, via Phone Group actually, sent to Hong Liu of BGI.com. Yung ba yung kausap ninyo, yung Hong Liu of BGI.com, when you said you went straight to the manufacturer?
Mr. Chairman, that communication happened last year. I was not yet connected with PSDBM, so I would have to retrieve the email communication messages.
Okay, so please check and let us know. honghong.liu@bgi.com. Subject, request for quotation for BGI RT-PCR kit. Okay? And then, sabi mo, after you communicated or DBMPS communicated with the manufacturer, you said that the BGM manufacturer referred you to a distributor, right? And who was that distributor?
And what I can recall is they referred us to contact the local distributor.
Yes. And
here
who was the local distributor that they referred you?
Formally is one of the local distributor. This is for this year, Mr. Chairman. The last year's communication, I have not seen it.
Okay, because the local distributor that was referred to last year was Dennis, a certain Dennis Manalastas. And interesting enough, dennis.manalastas@fullwind.com. Fullwind ang email, no? With the office at 3F1NEO 3rd Avenue Corner 26th Street, BGC, Taguig City, 1634 Metro Manila, Philippines. United.technic@outlook.com. And he is the general counsel. Dennis Manalastas is general counsel of Philippine United Technic Corporation. So we will have to look into this in terms of yung incorporators ng Philippine United Technic Corporation, if the SEC can turn over the documents upon the request of this committee. And perhaps in the next hearing, we can invite Philippine United Technic Corporation and Mr. Dennis Manalastas. It's interesting that his email address is dennis.manalastas@fullwindph.com. So at least you confirm that you went direct to the manufacturers last year and they referred you to a local manufacturer. You are not familiar with the local manufacturer or distributor rather that they referred to last year, but this year they referred you to Pharmally. That's your testimony, correct, Mr. Owayan?
For this year, Mr. Chairman, we have 3 distributors.
Yes, this is last year, 2020. So may we request the committee to subpoena or to invite Mr. Dennis.manalastas@fullwindph.com to the next hearing, as well as the officers or the representative of Philippine United Technic Corporation.
So ordered. Director Kimbo is ordered to make the proper subpoena, and the subpoena to just take on, if any, for documents in
Yes,
case.
Your Honor. On it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have also questions for Mr. Catalan. Is he still around?
Yes, he is.
Yes, Mr. Roger Catalan. Gandang hapon. Where is Mr. Catalan?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. You were with the DBMPS, tama po, Mr. Catalan?
Yes, Your Honor, until December 15, 2020, Your Honor.
And how many years were you a contractual in DBMPS?
Actually, I was hired as job order in October 2005, and I became a regular contractual January of 2007. So that will be more than 13 years, Your Honor.
13.
Yes, Your Honor.
Actually, 15 if you include. So the whole time you were with DBMPS was 15 years, tama?
Correct, Your Honor.
And why did you... Sabi ninyo, hindi daw si Mr. Catalan ang nagsabing pirmahan ninyo kahit walang delivery.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
So yung, go ahead.
I only took orders from my boss at that time, which was Sir George Mendoza po, regarding the report po.
So you were not the one who, so you did not say na si Catalan because you actually confirmed, didn't you, na Catalan was the one who ordered you?
No, Your Honor, I said it was my boss, George Mendoza po, who informed me.
Okay, so George Mendoza, where are you? Jorge, the third.
Mr. Mendoza, please.
Okay, good afternoon po, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay po.
So sino nag-utos sa inyo? Kasi sabi mo si Catalan, sabi naman ni Mr. Catalan, wala naman siya sa division ninyo, bakit niya ikaw uutusan?
Okay, to clarify things, no, Your Honor. Kami po, inspection, we just provide po yung the inspection report. Okay, then at that time, we had this chat with Mr. Catalan. He was saying that he cannot effect the advance payment without our inspection report or the ICAR. Okay, so in effect, yung ICAR pong yun will serve as a pro forma document for the accounting or the finance to effect the payment po.
So you're saying he instructed you to sign the inspection reports?
He just said that an ICAR is required for him to effect the payment po.
Can you repeat that, please? Can you repeat that, please? I could not understand what you said. He just said.
To further kasi po yung aming we had this system, the FACT, or the FACT, FACT is an accounting software. Yung aming mga tasks po, yung aming mga processes is interconnected. Okay po? The accounting cannot effect yung payment without the aming yung which is a system generated then yung ICAR po or the inspection report, or in that case I pro forma document. Okay po. So walang attachment si accounting, he cannot effect the payment without those documents.
So,
okay, so yun po, no? Normally naman kasi when it comes to processing ng payment, the accounting has to scrutinize all the attachment. Okay, that will include, of course, yung inspection report, the supplier's invoice or delivery receipts, and the other attachment as well for the accounting to process.
Ang simple lang nung tanong Mr. Mendoza.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sinasabi mo hindi inutusan ka ni Mr. Catalan. Ang sinasabi ni Mr. Catalan, hindi kanya inutusan.
Okay, pero how can the accounting effect po yung payment with that document lang, considering inspection report lang po yon? Wala pang invoice.
So he told you, I cannot release the amounts and we cannot pay unless you sign the inspection reports, even if it's not yet delivered. Ganon.
Not in that manner po, no? He just said he cannot effect payment without our inspection report.
And you took that to mean it was an instruction from him that you signed the report?
At that time, Your Honor, you're asking who instructed me. And at that time, I said the management instructed. Kasi indirect po no direct instruction po from He just said for him to process payment, we need the ICAR.
You expect us to believe, Mr. Mendoza, that you are to sign a dubious document through indirect communication? And you said it is unusual. So, Mr. Catalan, who's telling the truth? You instructed daw Hindi mo daw mababayaran yung China na kung hindi niya pirmahan. Tama po ba yun? Yun ang sinabi mo?
I think it's just the words, Your Honor.
Okay, who instructed you to process these documents?
We have a process, Your Honor.
No, who? I'm not asking you about the process. Who instructed you to process the documents? I'm not talking about
It would be the Your Honor, because what I can recall is there is a directive from the head of the agency.
from
From the head of there was a directive from the
the
head of
head
the
of agency.
agency
So,
at the
Mr.
time,
Lao, in other words,
now,
PSDBM.
that
Iba
we
yung
must
PSDBM directive.
prioritize procurement po of COVID-19 response items.
I'm not. That's not my question. My question is, who instructed you to process the documents for the release of the payment for deliveries that have not been made? Who instructed you? You said head of agency. So that's Mr. Lao.
It's a general directive po. Yes, correct. That is a general
Okay,
directive
so
for
it
us
is a
to
directive
prioritize,
yeah.
to prioritize our
Came
payment.
from him. Was that Mr. Lau, sir?
Not on this particular transaction, sir. If you are saying that on this particular transaction,
I'm talking as a general direction.
yeah, yes, you are correct, Mr. Chair. That we must
That
prioritize
directive says
our
what?
payment. That we prioritize these COVID-19 items procured under the Bayanihan 1 law, since there is an urgent need for these items, Your Honor.
Yes, but you knew, Mr. Chairman, yes, but you knew that the deliveries were not yet done, right?
Mr. Chair, if I could make clarify that
Yes or no lang naman ang tanong.
Just answer the question.
Yes, you knew that the items were not yet delivered.
at that time, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then there was a general instruction to fast track all these payments, right? Yeah. Okay.
Senator Gelang? Senator Gelang, please.
First, are you saying that you did this on your own or upon instruction of Mr. Lao? Remember that you are committing an offense. Huh? You are falsifying documents, saying that you inspected this when in fact no inspection took place. I hope you realize that it is not that simple to say, I just relied on general instruction. Because the conclusion is you did it on your own. You did not do it on your own, did you? You were instructed.
Brad, luto na eh.
If I may clarify, Your Honor.
Just answer me. Were you instructed or not? Huh?
It's based on, my
Yes.
payments are based on the contract, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry?
My payments are based on the contract, Your Honor. So if the
No.
contract says,
No.
I need
The
no further
ins-
instruction, but just to follow the contract, Your Honor.
No. The contract say you inspect even if the merchandise was not there?
Your Honor, I don't have the documents right now, but if I heard from Mr. Melvin Tangkintek one time during the hearing, he explained that the one that they prepared was a pro forma ICAR, since the contract is FOB shipping point. That's the explanation of Mr. Melvin Tangkintek.
You know, you even a high school student cannot believe cannot believe the statement that you did this on your own because of the general directive. Because if you say that, then you're the one liable for falsification of public documents. Do you realize that? I checked on your background. The people were vouching for you. Now I can see that you're covering up for somebody. I cannot help but tell you that conclusion because you were saying that you just followed the general instruction found in documents and you just signed the inspection report without actually without actually seeing the goods. How often do you do this, Mr. Catalan?
These are not normal conditions, Your Honor, if I can recall.
Again?
If I can recall, Your Honor, we have one general meeting presided by Yusek Lau, composed of the procurement division,
the finance
Yes.
division, and also the operations division.
And
on
the
that-
instructions were given there by Mr. Lau.
the general instruction was to assist, Your Honor, in the fast tracking of.
Were the instructions given there or not? Were instructions given or not? I'm trying to save your neck, huh? But you don't want to save your neck, it's up to you. Were
That's all I can-
instructions
Listen to
given?
the questions of Senator Dillon. That's why you're going to be the one on the carpet for falsification. So please answer the question. You've been you're trying to play it safe. Go direct to the point, please. Go ahead. I think you can do that.
Yes, Your Honor, I will tell the truth. But the truth is that we have a process in accounting that documents come to accounting, and then there's a routing sheet that it is for payment already. And so we check the contents, the attached documents, because I certify that the documents are complete and proper for payment.
Yes.
So if you're asking me that on this particular transaction that Mr. Mendoza was telling the committee that I instructed him, then I did not instruct him, and nobody instructed him except for that meeting that Yusek Lau directed us to assist in the payment of this at the height of the pandemic.
Okay, what did you understand by assist?
Your Honor, since I think that there are scarce supplies, and the Philippines is competing against other nations in buying this PPE supplies in China. And
Did
we
you
cannot.
understand?
Sorry.
Let me ask you point blank. Did you understand assist to mean that you certified the inspection of goods when the goods are not there?
Your Honor, to clarify, I did not make the certification that the goods are not there, Your
Huh?
Honor.
You did not.
It is our inspection division, Your Honor. It's not part of my duties and responsibilities.
Yeah, you're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, who was in that meeting with Mr. Lau? You have confirmed that there was a meeting. Who else was in the meeting?
I think
Was
the Bids
Mr.
and Awards Committee people.
Was Mr. Mendoza there? He was head of the inspection division. Was he in the meeting, Mr. Mendoza?
I cannot recall, Your Honor, that Mr. Mendoza. Probably he can confirm it.
Were you in that meeting, Mr. Mendoza?
Definitely, Your Honor, I was not in that meeting.
So who represented you in the inspection division in that meeting?
I think at that time we are under the operations group, or maybe the operations director then was the one who represented the inspection division instead.
Well, anyway, that meeting took place because it has been testified to by Mr. Catalan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Minority Leader. We'll leave it at that, Mr. Chairman.
Well, very confused now with the answers. You know, Mr. Raul Catalan, naguguluhan ako sa inyo eh. Sinabi dito ni George Mendoza na, matter of fact, sinabi niya, wala yung goods, pinirmahan nila. Nasa China pa. Correct ba yun, George Mendoza?
Yes.
Correct pa. So, ang hinahanap ngayon, sino nagpapirma? Ang sinasabi ngayon ni Raul Catalan, ang atmosphere ay may utos na kailangan bilisan dahil may in competition tayo. So, kahit hindi na tinignan, napirmahan ninyo. Tama ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor, kasi nga po pro forma document pa lang yan at that time po. Hindi pa siya final inspection.
Yes. So, thank you. That's all I wanted to hear. Yeah. So,
but the pro forma document generates the payment.
That's
Di
right.
ba? Oh,
Yes, Your Honor.
di ba? Okay.
At ang
If
last
it's
touch,
still
si Mr. Catalan ang last touch. Pag pinirma niya, babayaran na yan. Di ba, Mr. Catalan?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Ha?
I just prepared the disbursement voucher, Your Honor. And
Pag
it's
pinirma niya, clear na yon, na-deliver na, nalabas, di ba?
not yet, Your Honor.
Ano pala?
It's still for approval of our head of the agency, Your Honor.
Bakit di mo masabi si Mr. Lau, head of agency? Maraming head of agency. Mr. Lau ba yun?
It's for the approval of Yusek Lau, Your Honor.
Correct. O, yun. Bigyan mo.
So, alam ba ni Mr. Lau na yung supplies na ini-inspect nyo wala pa dito sa atin? Dahil sabi nyo, pro forma, etc. So alam niya na ang inspection report, pro forma lamang, wala pa yung goods dito, in-inspect nyo na. Alam niyo yun, hindi ba?
I think I will be best to answer that question, Mr. Chairman.
I am not asking you, Mr. Lau, if you please.
Okay.
I am not asking you.
You're not recognized. Senator Dillon is conducting a cross-examination. Bakit ka nagpipikenta? Mauhuli ka na ba?
Oh, sige. So, Mr. Lau knew, being the last touch, as Senator Gordon would say, that the inspection report is a pro forma report, that you signed it indicating inspection, but in fact the goods were not here. For the record, the witnesses are not answering, Mr. Chairman, for the record.
Mr. Chairman, also for the record, they refuse or they are hesitant to name Mr. Lao. They are hesitant to divulge information to clarify the matter, and they seem to be very afraid.
That's correct. I would just like to qualify that because the record shows that you asked a question, Senator Pangilinan, as to whether that nasa China pa, that was said even if he did not inspect the goods, wala pa yung goods, wala pang delivered goods. Ang sagot ni Mr. Mendoza, wala pa po. Nasa China pa po, Your Honor. Now that speaks volumes. That is a direct answer to a question, and the man was being honest. Di ba, Mr. Mendoza?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nasa China pa, pinirmahan nyo. Pero kahit ano pa sabihin nyo, kahit na nagmamadali tayo, wala yung goods pipirmahan natin. Mali yun. Hindi yung pipirmahan nyo kung wala talagang suasion yung inyong, ano tawag doon? Head of agency. Di ba? Parang may suasion di ba? Di ba, Mr. Raul Catalan? Yung head of agency, di ba? May suasion Talagang, uy, bilisan nyo na. Kasi, didikit ko na para malaman nyo na kung paano ko kadelikado itong sinasabi natin, Si Mr. Lau spent only a year and a half, if I'm not mistaken, or almost 2 years. Nung matapos na lahat ng order na ito, nag-resign na siya. Tama ba yan?
1 year and a half, sir.
1 year and a half. Tama. Nung matapos na lahat ito, alis na siya. You are now holding the empty bag, George Mendoza. Hawak mo at saka si Mr. Catalan. Dahil pinayagan nyo na dumating yung goods na wala nasa China, akala pinalalabas na dumating dito at pinirmahan nyo. I'm sure you understand that, right, George? Alam mo yan?
Okay, Your Honor, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
I'm not very particular with the date, but I've overheard this from former Yusek Lau that at that time, yun nga po, may scarcity ng supply and the PPEs are only available in China. But China people, or the China suppliers, do not accept purchase order. They just accept cash. And as said by Mr. Catalan, we are competing with our countries. Pag wala kang cash, hindi ka papansinin. That's why we have to pick up po yung ating or ano po doon contract is to FOB China Airport. So we need to seek assistance from the ano po. Ito, overheard ko lang po ito from Yusek Lau at that time. We seek assistance from the Philippine Air Force using their C-130. Okay, that's why we managed to get the supplies there. Of course, there is
Wala na tayo sa topic. Wala ka na sa topic. Ang tinatanong lang natin, basta dumating yan, ang sabi mo dito, malinaw, pinirma mo kahit na wala pa yung goods. Period. Ibig sabihin, at the very least, kung in-inspeksyon, kahit na pa, uy, may butas ito. Uy, below standard ito. Wala lang ganun. Basta lumabas na lang. Huwag na natin palitan yon. Okay na yan. Unless gusto mong palitan.
Opo, but Your Honor, dumating po yung shipment, sinab-check pa rin po for testing, for inspection po yan, Your Honor. Opo, yung as I was saying kanina po, di ba, pinika po, yun ang C-130, sinabject pa rin po sa inspection yan after arriving po dito sa atin.
Sino nag-inspeksyon? Pero napirmahan na. Napirmahan na bago dumating. Napirmahan na. Ano ba, inspection may papel na eh.
But yung details po, kasi yun nga po, yung ICAR po, is just a pro forma document. Then the ano po, yung
Jesus Christ. You know, if I will suggest the two of you guys, you better consult a lawyer because lahat niyo pong sinasabi dito, masasabit kayo. Your only defense, if I may advise you, is to say that we were just following instructions of a superior officer.
Mr. Chairman.
Because the way you are saying it, you're trying to save the skin of Mr. Lau at your expense. You're trying to save the neck of Mr. Lau at your expense.
Mr. Chairman, and just to stress that point, ganun din ang nangyari, Mr. Tangkintik, dun sa tinanggap ninyong mga testing kits na 2 buwan na lang mag-expire. Na ang usapan 12 to 24 months. Tinanggap ninyo kahit na alam ninyo hindi dapat ninyo tatanggapin. Ibig sabihin, mayroong nag-instruct sa inyo na tanggapin yun kahit na hindi ito consistent with the technical specifications. It's a pattern, Mr. Tangkintik, Mr. Mendoza, na ginagawa ninyo kahit na kontra dun sa mga dapat yung pinapatupad. Natatakot kayo at kayo rin, Mr. Catalan, na sagutin ng tama kasi nga ituturo nyo yung mastermind, ika nga.
Mendoza, pakinggan mo yung sinabi ni Senator Dillon at saka ni Senator Pangilinan. Pakinggan mo sasabihin ko ngayon, ha? Simple lang. The fact is, you signed that you inspected it when in fact you did not. Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Mendoza.
Opo.
No, tapos na. Tapos na. Hindi mo nakita, pinirma mo at medyo inunguso mo ng konti si Mr. Catalan. Ang rason naman ni Mr. Catalan, meron kasing atmosphere na nagmamadali. At sinabi ni Yusek Lau, ang tawag nila doon, yung agency head, di ba? Sinabi na nagmamadali tayo, baka iiwanan tayo. Sige na. So yung trabaho nyo, hindi nyo ginawa. Tapos na ang tanong ko, wala na akong tatanungin. At tama yung tanong sa iyo, nangyari rin yan, na mag-i-expire yung iba, dumating, hindi rin. Katulad din nangyayari, dumating yung inspection, dumating yung mga face mask doon sa Parmalee, face shield, pinapalitan naman yung expiration date. So talagang sunod-sunod lang. Talagang naglubid ng sinungaling itong kontrata na ito. Lahat itong nangyari dito, talagang mahabang lubid para mapahirapan ang bayan natin. Puro kasinungalingan. Thank you very much. I will now call on Senator Dillon. Are you papabol ka?
Senator Lacson, are you boy?
Senator Lacson.
Sorry, Ping. I didn't see you. Senator Ping? Go ahead. You're recognized, sir. Nakamute ka, Senator Ping.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me help out. I-backtrack natin yung bakit napakaraming face mask at saka mga medical supplies na dumating. Okay. I'd like to ask si Ms. Twinkle Dargani, na-mention niya na yung si Jeffrey Manalo, accountant nila. Is that correct? She identified Jeffrey Manalo as the accountant of Parmalee a while ago or earlier.
Mariano, Ping. Mariano. Senator Ping. Mariano.
Yeah, Mariano. Yeah. Jeffrey Manalo or Jeffrey Mariano?
Mariano.
Marian, okay. Now, yung sa listahan natin ng mga nakapag-supply sa PSDBM, di ba? 45 lahat yan. Ang biggest supplier, Parmalee, topping the list with 26.39% of all the supplies. Now, meron mga nakapag-import ng mga medical supplies, face masks, face shields, PPEs, na hindi nakasama sa listahan. And I'd like to identify them as One Link Trading. One Link Trading, AGNA, General Merchandise, and Flexi Drive Hardware Trading. Yung volume nila, masyadong malaki, Mr. Chairman. Now, yung broker nito, yung customs brokerage, Pababir, ang customs broker, yung Jeffrey Manalo. I don't know if this is the same person, but never mind, Mr. Chairman. Yun ang customs broker. Now, One Link, ang volume niya from March 17, ito yung nag-broker dito sa mga, from 17 March 2020 to 30 March 2020, it imported 4,679 cartons of face masks of different brands. Ang laman ng isang carton, reportedly 100 boxes. Ang laman ng isang box, 100. So, kung 4,679 cartons times 100 boxes, that's 467,900. And if there are 100 pieces in one box, that's 46,790,000 face masks. So available ang supply as of 17 March 2020. So hindi po tama yung sinasabi na may scarcity of supplies ng supply ng face mask. Kaya mabilis nga nakapag-deliver yung Parmalee. Di ba, March 25, nag-usap sila na March 24, one-on-one, Mr. Lincoln Ong and Attorney Lau. And then March 25, nandyan na yung delivery. In fact, Attorney Lau, sabi niya, siyak siya. Ito, balikan natin yung TSN. Ano? Ang sabi niya, nasyak siya dahil nakapag-deliver, nakapagdala kagad. And in fact, he mentioned and he told Lincoln Ong or whoever represented Parmalee at that time na hindi namin bibili niyan or hindi namin babayaran. But just the same, instead of just paying 8 million pesos worth doon sa face mask na dineliver, umabot pa ng 13.82 million pesos. Yun ang unang delivery. I think this is the 500,000 pieces of face mask. Now, ang tanong dito is, bakit kine-claim na walang o very scarce yung supply kung napakaraming dumating between March 17 and March 30 of 2020? Ang bilangan natin, 46 million. So katakot-takot ang supply. No? Now, we'd like to find out from the Bureau of Customs. Baka pwedeng bigyan tayo ng kanilang listahan ng lahat ng supplies, yung related dito, from March 2020 to present. Para makita lang natin yung volume na dumating at kung sino-sino yung mga importers. And I understand that a certain James Tan, who is allegedly the operation parating, ito yung importer. Making use of the services of ito yung importer. Making use of the services of Pababir, because ang nakapirma nga doon sa Pababir brokerage, yung si Jeffrey Manalo. So ito yung ikot ng supply ng mga face mask, face shields. So, and starting June 2020, dito na yung sariling import na yung Parmalee. And I heard, I was informed, na dito medyo nagkaroon ng problema yung transaction between Parmalee and Mr. Michael Yang. Because, kasi nga, medyo malaki yung markup dito sa pagsusupply ng mga medical supplies, especially yung face mask and face shields, from through the courtesy of Michael Yang to Parmalee. So, yun, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to get the records from the Bureau of Customs yung list of all importers, of face masks, face shields, PPEs, and other medical supplies from March 2020 to present. And then, balikan ko rin yung warehouse doon sa Parañaque. I recall, nag-request tayo ng record ng warehouse kasi kailangan niya naka-register sa BIR. Hanggang ngayon, parang hindi pa yata nasasubmit, Mr. Chairman.
That's correct. Before you continue, Senator Lacson,
Yes.
so ordered yung request to Senator Lacson to the Director General to subpoena all these records.
Yes, Your Honor.
It was particularly coming from China as well. Particularly
Yes,
coming
Your
from
Honor.
China.
Yes, Your Honor.
From a certain period, period that we're investigating.
Kasi
Your Honor.
warehouse, I don't know if the warehouse man presented by Senator Risa was referring to the Parañaque warehouse, but this was already admitted by Mr. Lincoln O. And I was asking for the records, the registration records with BIR, Parañaque, kasi yun ang branch nila doon. Because, di ba yung warehouse, they're conducting sales, and so they must have invoices, delivery receipts, official receipts, so nanggagaling doon sa Parañaque warehouse. Hanggang ngayon, I think that was the second hearing that I asked for the records. And until now, hindi pa rin nasasabit. So yun yung mga utang na gusto ko lamang singilin, Mr. Chairman. Plus, we received a letter from the DOH because I was also asking for the report on the overpriced, supposed to be overpriced ambulances, Mr. Chairman. 841 units of ambulance vehicles fully equipped ng medical equipment. Yung tinatawag nilang BLS. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
What is the status of all these requests? I know that we have some of the documents already.
Your Honor.
The matter is, kulang-kulang ang pinapadala. Pati kami na bibitin kaya nahihirapan kami. You know, you can imagine the voluminous documents that are coming in, and we have to do them one by one practically, but kulang-kulang. So the chair would like to caution Farmally et al., the DOH, as well as the customs and all the other, people that are supposed to give us the information. Dapat nakaayos, naka-file na, naka-matrix na kung maaari nga Pero, di bale, we need to get them done. Can you see to it, Director General Kimbo?
Yes, Your Honor. Insofar as the DOH request was concerned on the ambulances, I think they wrote a letter either yesterday or the other day seeking an extension of time to finish the inventory and the report, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify one point raised by Senping.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to specify po, si witness po natin, nandun po sa warehouse repacking the face shields located po sa Pasig, hindi po sa Parañaque. So magkakaibang warehouse sila, each for different products. For the record, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, di ba dapat registered sa BIR yan or sa customs? It's a bonded warehouse, customs, di ba? And BIR, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe ask the right agency, Director Kimbo, to find out whether these are registered.
Your Honor.
Commissioner Guerrero?
Yes, Sir Chairman, yes, Your Honor. It's not a bonded warehouse, Your Honor.
It is not a bonded warehouse.
Yes, Your Honor.
So it doesn't have to be registered?
If it's an ordinary warehouse, Mr. Chairman,
yes.
If that's an ordinary warehouse, it should be registered with the BIR.
Yes, that's what I said earlier. Either both or either one, and I wanted to be corrected. And thank you for the information, Senator Lacson. The BIR is here. Mr. Commissioner Dulay, Mr. Commissioner Dulay, Chairman Dulay. Commissioner Cesar Dulay. let's make the communication, shall we, Director General Kimbo? Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. Let me call Senator Tolentino now, if I may. He had earlier texted me that he was not going to interpolate. He'll do that at the next hearing. In the meantime, while we're waiting for Senator Tolentino, I'd like to have formally provide us with a list of all their warehouses because dumadami yung warehouses, hindi natin malaman kung talagang, at saka yung contracts kung kailan nyo nahiram yung warehouse na yan, and their exact addresses, and the complement in the warehouses. Who are the people working in these warehouses? Can you see to it, among other information, Director General Kimbo?
Yes, Your Honor, on it.
Yes, sir. Okay, Senator Trilon, you have a question?
Yes. Mr. Lincoln Ong has been quiet for the last several hours. Maybe I'll ask him a question. Mr. Ong, you have heard the testimony this afternoon and in previous days. No matter what you say, nobody will believe that you could have funded all of these sales and deliveries to PSDBM on your own, given the lack of financial capacity of your family. So once more, I ask you, who helped you in the financial aspect of your operations, particularly on the importations of the supplies?
Mr. Chairman, pagdating dun sa PPE and then sa BGI, it's Mr. Yang.
It's Mr. Yang who assisted you financially. Is that okay? Having said that already, how much did he deliver to you, or give to you, or loan to you, whatever form that enabled you to fulfill your obligations under the purchase agreements?
Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned in several hearings already, we have signed an NDA with Mr. Yang, and then I have to invoke my right against self-incrimination.
Is that non-disclosure agreement notarized and signed? I assume.
Signed, yes po, signed.
Notarized?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? It could have been executed last week. Right?
Your Honor, I have to invoke my right against self-incrimination.
Tinatanong lang kita kung kailan pinirmahan yan. What is so incriminating about that? Anyway, can you produce this non-disclosure agreement which you signed probably last week?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I'm detained, and then I don't have communication outside because my phone is confiscated.
So how
already.
anyway? So who holds this non-disclosure agreement?
I think our company holds it. Yes.
Your company holds it. Who in your company should we ask for a copy?
Probably okay. I have to. Maybe I can talk to my people, to my partners about it.
Can you stop talking in terms of classes or what? Can you start being specific, Mr. Ong? Name.
Mr. Huang?
Mr. who? Mr. Wang?
Mr. Huang, yes.
He's supposed to Singapore, no? Mr. Wang Rao, in nasa Singapore.
You know, Mr. Ong, ako mo medyo matagal na rin kaming abogado at tagakaroon ng konting eksperyensya makipag-usap sa mga testigo. Ngayon, sinasabi mo, bigla na lang may non-disclosure agreement. Alright, kailan mo pinirmahan? Hindi mo masagot. Notarized ba ito? Hindi mo masabi. So, talagang, ito ba'y sabi ng inyong abogado to invoke the non-disclosure agreement?
Mr. Chairman, there's a non-disclosure clause in the agreement.
So you're not supposed to disclose the non-disclosure agreement. Ganun po ba yun?
Okay, I have to seek the comment of the council. I'm not a lawyer.
Alam ko, hindi naman kailangan ng abogado. Ang tanong ko sa iyo, you are invoking the non-closure agreement, which up to now you have not produced, we have not seen. It is, you are even claiming it's a private document, it is not notarized. Of course, it cannot be notarized because you executed it probably 2-3 days ago. Hindi po ba?
I deny that, Mr. Chairman.
Kailan niyo pinirmahan ito?
I don't recall, Mr. Chairman.
You don't recall. But why were you so quick? But you know that this is in existence.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
When did you know it was in existence?
Mr. Chairman, matagal na po yung agreement na yan. As I mentioned during the previous hearings, we have this kind of document. It's like a gentleman's agreement pa nga eh. I mentioned that already.
No, you did not. You never mentioned a non-disclosure agreement. You just mentioned secret, and
there's an NDA clause in the agreement.
It's been very, very evasive. You don't answer specifically. Sometimes biglang lalabas sa pangalan.
Anyway, sige. So, because you refuse to answer questions which are not even incriminating, I think there is basis to continue putting you on detention because that is the rule enunciated by the Supreme Court. Your refusal to answer obstructs the ability of this committee to perform its work. I hope you understand that. Your continued refusal to answer even a question on when you signed the non-disclosure agreement, or on how much Michael Young assisted you financially, which you have admitted. You have admitted that Michael Young assisted you, or your company, in fulfilling your financial obligation under these contracts. You after admitted that, you refused to state the amount. So that is really a classic example of the need of this committee to exercise its power to detain you until you answer our questions. That is, you ask your lawyer, but that is your own lookout if you continue to refuse answering our questions. Even on questions of the non-disclosure agreement, you say something and then you clamp up when you realize that your answers could put you into troubles. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, I think we should continue to detain Mr. Ong until he allows us to perform our functions as a committee by answering our questions that we have raised to him, questions which he has already answered partially, but would refuse to complete the answer. Particularly, he admitted that Michael Young helped them financially, but when we ask him how much was the financial help, ayaw na niyang sabihin. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman, just to put that on record.
Actually, meron siyang sinabi dito kay Senator Lacson, and I know Senator Lacson is listening. When asked what kind of agreement do you have with Mr. Young, Mr. Ong said, hindi ko po talaga maalala noon ng mga specific content na yan. Mr. Chairman, ba't sana po maintindihan nyo na kami po sa community namin minsan, totoo po yan. Ewan ko kung ano sinasabi niyang community, no? Pagka minsan may mga transaction kami na minsan verbal talaga. Negosyante lang po. Ano yung sinasabi ng NDA?
Meron pong NDA clause doon sa agreement namin ni Mr. Yang, Mr. Chairman.
Sabi mo, ng mga, hindi ko maalala yung mga specific content. Ayun o, basahin mo. What kind of agreement did you have, Mr. Yang? Eh, dapat sinabi mo, I have an NDA with Mr. Yang. Talaga tutusin. Kabisado mo ngayon di ba? Ang sinagot mo, hindi ko po talaga maalala noon. Ngayon na, naalala mo na ngayon. Nung mga specific content na yan. yung nilalaman ng content na yan sa Tagalog. Chairman, ba't sana po maintindihan nyo na kami po sa community? Anong community yan? Ano yung sinasabi niyong community? The community of the gang?
Chinese community po, Mr. Chairman.
Namin misa. Ano yan? Ano yung sa community? Ano yan?
Chinese community po, Mr. Chairman.
Are you a Filipino, by the way?
Yes po.
Where were you born?
Pangasinan po.
Pangasinan. All right.
Chairman,
You just studied all your life here, right? Where did you study?
Sa college, De La Salle University.
De La Salle. Sa high school?
Sa Uno High School, tapos naglipat ako ng Chiangkai Shek.
Sorry?
Sa Uno High School, tapos naglipat ako ng Chiangkai Shek.
Senator Ping, let me just go. Paano ka nagkaroon ng dalawang kotse na, tatlong kotse na mamahalin?
Mr. Chairman, it's
Sabi ko, anong kotse yun? Anong kotse yun? Ito. Porsche Cayenne. Lexus. July 9, 2021. Porsche Carrera. February 2, 2021. Katas ng Parmalee yan, di ba? Katas yung mga nabili niya na naibenta niyo. Ayan, no? Ayan yung LTO. Ilan taon ka na?
33.
33.
Mr. Chairman.
Saan ka tumama ng sweepstakes? O saan ka tumama ng pogo? O saan ka tumama ng weteng? Na ganyan kalalaki ang pera mo. Ano ba negosyo mo talaga dati?
Mr. Chairman, about sa money matters, my counsel advised me to invoke my right against self-incrimination.
I remind you of Article 150 of the Revised Penal Code. Pwede ko hingin lahat yung records mo. At pag hindi mo binigay, you're liable to face criminal charges. But on the other hand, pag ayaw mo sumagot, ibig sabihin, you're guilty of something. Nagtatago ka. Ano masama doon? Ano ba ang negosyo mo dati sa totoo lang?
Well, Mr. Chairman, before the Farmally thing happened, I'm a translator of Mr. Yang.
Translator. Ang laki ng sweldo ng boss mo. Translator. Ano yan? Per word? $1,000 per word? Ano pa? Bago yung translator, anong trabaho mo?
We have...
classmates in Lasal, you know? Marami kang kaklase, kilala ko.
Mr. Chairman, ano po yun?
Hindi. Paano ka nagkaroon ng ganyan kalalaking kotse na mga mamahalin?
Mr. Chairman, recent purchase po yun. Recent purchase.
Recent purchase. So, galing sa kinita mo dito sa Farmally.
Mr. Chairman,
diba? 2021, July 2021. Lexus yung isa. Yung isa, February 2, 2021. Tama?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
So, galing sa kinita ninyo. So, malaking kinita nyo talaga. Tumama kayo. Tama?
I invoke my right against self-incrimination, Mr. Chairman.
Habang naghihirap ang mga Pilipino, nakakabili ka ng magandang kotse, hindi tayo makakuha ng mga hospital, hindi tayo makagawa ng mga vaccine, hindi tayo makapagbigay ng ayuda. Pero kayo, okay lang kayo, papito-pito kayo doon sa kotse. Kita nga ng litrato ng kotse, bihira ako makakita niyan para makilala ko kung masalubong ko to. May Porsche na maganda, Carrera. So, anong negosyo mo? Wala na, yun lang.
Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman. Nagtrabaho ako sa translator.
Translator lang. Ano ba ang salita mo? Hokkien kay Mr. Yang o Mandarin?
Both po, Mr. Chairman.
Ha?
Both. Hokkien and Mandarin.
Ang tatay mo at nanay mo parehong Chinese?
Tatay ko Pilipino.
Tatay mo Pilipino? Naging naturalized or?
I don't know, Mr. Chairman.
Pareho kayo ni Mr. Wang na hindi nyo alam kung anong circumstances sa tatay mo? Ako, tatay ko, pinanganak Amerikano pero pinili niya mag-Pilipino. Alam ko yun. And I'm very proud of him. Hindi mo alam kung ang tatay mo pinanganak na Chinese, na pinili niya mag-Filipino.
I really don't know, Mr. Chairman.
Sige. Senator Ping, go ahead please. I'm sorry, Senator Ping. I just had to pursue.
Yeah, I'm asking Attorney Gordon, Attorney Trilon, and Attorney Pangilinan to kindly educate this representation. Alam nyo, ini-invoke niya yung community. Ang ibig sabihin, and I heard this from him during my questioning, I think during the second hearing, Chinese style. Ang tanong ko po, Mr. Chairman, pwede bang i-invoke yung Chinese style kung government funds yung involved? Kung private transaction nila, wala tayong pakialam. Mag-Chinese style sila, for all we care, di ba? Pero government funds in the billions of pesos ang involved, and yet this guy is invoking non-disclosure agreement, is invoking right against self-incrimination, and invoking Chinese style transaction. How would that be? Can you educate me, Mr. Chairman? I'm confused. Either Attorney Gordon, Attorney Drilon, or Attorney Pangilinan, kindly educate me in this regard.
Hindi ko mapaliwanag yan.
Government funds?
Hindi.
Paano yun?
Sir.
Yes.
Sir.
To simplify it,
again,
kahit sabihin mo private fund, lalo na ito, government fund ang involved, hindi mo pwedeng invoke. May public interest dyan na dapat malaman natin kung anong pinanggalingan ng pera mo. At ito sinasabi niya, he will be protected by Article 3 of the Constitution, which is the Bill of Rights. May limitations lahat yan. And I think that he will know when we start making the report what the consensus is lying to the committees. That's why he's already under detention, because of his evasiveness and his lying.
Kasi lagi tayong putol, Mr. Chairman, di ba? Sabi ng Parmali, doon sila kumuha sa Tiger Phil kay Brother Tiger, Tiger Brother. Yung Tiger Brother, yung Tiger Philippines, kinulo naman si Green Trends. Si Green Trends address. And we can now see more or less the connection na yung kanilang supplies nanggaling sa one link. Kasi yun ang napakaraming na ipasok between March 17 and March 30. So, probably from one link to Green Trends, which is located in a fictitious address, napunta sa Tiger Field, and Tiger Field to Parmali. So, paikot-ikot ito, Mr. Chairman. Pero, halos sila rin yan eh.
Tama yung sinabi niyo, Senator Lacson. Ito, translator ito ni Mr. Yang, nandun sa meeting sa Davao. Yan, nakikita mo doon sa beach, nandun yan, nakikita mo sa Malacanang, kasama ang presidente, kasama si Mr. Yang. Siya ay nakikita sa Malacanang, tatlo sila ng presidente, katulad si Mr. Yang. Napaka-influensya ni Mr. Yang. Tapos, ang sasabihin niya, panay pawang kasinungalingan. Halimbawa, sinabi niya na hindi raw siya, inkomunikado raw siya. It is not true. Ito, sabi ni General Samonte, nag-text kagad sa akin, it is not true that Lincoln Ong doesn't have contact outside. He has been talking to his wife and lawyer through sa phone since Monday when he surrendered his personal phone for safekeeping. Pinatabi niya yung telepono niya for safekeeping. Siguro mamahalin rin yun. Ito sabi ni General Samonte ng USA. So, hindi totoo na inkomunikado ka, na pinagbabawalan ka. In fact, alam mo, Lincoln, I recommended Pasay, but I changed my mind with the permission of my co-members because natatakot ako para sa buhay mo. Because nagalit sa'yo si Mr. Yang, ikaw ang nagbunyag kay Mr. Yang eh. Nung kasinungalingan ni Mr. Yang, hindi ba? Sabi ni Mr. Yang, wala siyang collection sa inyo. Nung binunyag mo yung pangalan niya, nataranta na lahat, pati si Mr. Wang. Sabi niya, totoo yan, nagpapautang si Mr. Yang. So, tama yung sinabi ni Senator Lacson, na dikit-dikit kayo, pare-pareho yung mga sinungaling na ginagawa ninyo. Kaya, gasgas na yung mga style ninyo.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Senator Pangilinan?
I will try to answer some of the points raised by Senator Lacson. Yung Chinese style, alam ko naririnig ko ho yan sa sa pagluluto ng pagkain sa Chinese restaurant. Yung pero baka siguro ang ibig sabihin ho nun hindi naman ho natin nilalahat kasi alam natin maraming mga Chinese na Filipino-Chinese na mahusay, may integridad, talagang nagko-contribute sa magandang ekonomiya ng ating bansa, nagbibigay ng trabaho. Pero baka yung Chinese style na sinasabi ni Mr. Ong yung lutong Macau. For the record, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I'm about to, in fact, cross-examine with the permission of everyone. I really didn't intend to cross-examine today or kaya lang napipilitan lang ako. Gusto ko lang tanungin ang sino ba tatanungin ko dito? PSDBM, ano? Si Attorney Leong. Mr. Leong, are you there, sir?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. I am going to show you a document na lumabas yan, namili kayo ng 54 million pesos worth of face mask. Ano po? Ano ha?
Hindi ko pa po nakikita, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, papakita ko sa inyo. Sasabihin ko muna sa inyo para hindi tayo magkalituan. No? Ang quantity, 2.4 million pieces. At pakita niyo ang actual document. Ayan yung document. Lakihan mo nga ng konti. Ayan, no? Request for price quotation, canvas, request for price quotation, canvas form. At ito lumabas sa PhilJets. Nakikita niyo ba? Nakalagay sa PhilJets, ang binili niyo ay lumalabas dito ay ang Cosmic 2250, ang Farmally 2250, at ang Ashton 2250. Ang recommended price is 2250 for surgical mask. Can you see it?
I'm looking at it, Your Honor. I'm trying to read it. Medyo maliit lang po. I'm trying to recall this one.
All right. The point here is, I'm sorry to say this, no? Ang lumabas dito, pakita mo na yan. Ang lumabas kasi dito, sir, is Farmally bid 2250, subject to a price monitor market survey report of PSDBM with 2,400,000 stocks on hand. Ano po?
Yes,
April 13 yun. April 13 yung bid na yun. 2250. On April 14, 2020, nagpadala kayo ng purchase order to Farmally. And the supposed bid of other companies, Cosmic Technologies and Ashton, used in the price monitor market survey were both dated a day after the purchase order to Farmally. In other words, paano lumalabas dito? Binenta nyo na kaagad yung purchase order ng April 14, nabenta nyo binigay nyo na yung purchase order sa Farmally. Tapos na parang afterthought, lumabas April 15, pareho ang presyo na binigay sa Farmally. Di ba parang minamanipulate yung purchase order at saka yung tinatawag natin market survey? Di ba?
Hindi naman po, Mr. Chairman. Kasi sa market survey po, Mr. Chairman, first of all, we are actually allowed to directly negotiate. Pero hindi nga po yun yung ginagawa agad ni PSDBM. Kasi gusto rin namin i-check po yung market situation. So, sa market survey po,
excuse me, sir. So, hindi totoo na talaga nagmamadali kayo na karakan. Meron ba kayong time market survey?
Kahit po.
Nabas dito ng kasama ninyo na si Mr. Lau na sinasabi niya, nagmamadali kami, wala nang oras eh.
Nagmamadali po, Mr. Chairman, kaya nga po yung sabi po nila, nakakapag-procure po tayo na ilang araw lang po. Hindi po kasing tagal ng negotiated procurement under emergency cases po. We still check po, Mr. Chairman, yung ating historical price data, yung presyo sa ibang agencies kung meron po, at saka yung RFQ po natin kung kakayanin po. Opo.
Okay, let me show you this. No? Pero in-award ito sa Pharmaly ng April 14.
Okay.
Market survey kayo sa iba on April 15. Paano nangyari yun?
I'm trying to take a look at the document, Mr. Chair, but kasi...
Ayan, malinaw na yan. No? Date April 14, purchase order, in-award sa kanila. Pero April 15, para pumasa kunyari sa scrutiny, public scrutiny, lumabas sa inyo na nag-market survey lang kayo noong April 15. Eh, the horse is already out of the barn. Pakalabas na yung kabayo sa barn. Ibig sabihin, kunyari na lang nagpa-market survey kayo, tapos lumabas ang nanalo Pharmaly, April 14.
Hindi po yan siya ganyan, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure may explanation yan. Hindi ko lang maitanong ngayon. Maybe if someone else explains the documents, then maybe I can explain better po. Pero
let me gonna go to another point here. Ang punto ko dito na mamanipulate kasi. Ito naman, ang iba naman ang nangyari dito. 20 April, face mask. Ito, malaki-laki ito, sir. 220 million. Ito naman ang nangyari dito. Kunyari, nag-negotiated bid kayo, purchase order muli sa Pharmaly. No?
Ano po ulit ito, Mr. Chairman, para maka-follow?
Purchase order to Pharmaly for face masks.
Face mask.
Ayan. Ang lumabas dito, 10 million stocks. Malaki-laki ito. 10 million stocks, alright?
Okay.
To justify the award to Pharmaly, a price monitor and market survey report showing that the two other companies who bid the same supply contract offered at a more expensive price by 50 centavos and were non-complying, no stocks on hand based on previous offer. Ang problema, cheaper kunyari ng 50 centavos. Pero nung review namin yung bid proposal of the two other companies, it would reveal that there were exactly the same documents dated 15 April 2020.
Ibig sabihin po,
sinabi, already used in the previous purchase order para i-justify ang award sa Pharmaly. Ginamit yung lumang dokumento, pero si Pharmaly, bago na naman dokumento sa kanya napunta yung presyo, yung award.
Ang ibig sabihin po niyan, Mr. Chairman, kung ganun po talaga yung, again, I'm just reading it right now, very quickly, pero kung ganun po talaga ang nangyari, Mr. Chairman, ibig sabihin that our staff used historical data po. Historical, allowed naman po yun siya ng even by the IRR which was later released by GPPB sa 1-2020, allowed po yung historical data, Mr. Chairman. So yan po ang explanation po nun.
It was only the bid document of Pharmaly which was a new submission. Yun ang kakaibahan. Alam ko sasabihin mo yun. Yung bid document of Pharmaly which was a new submission, yun lang. Ang ginamit yung historical data, yung dalawa. Ito lang ang malinaw na pinagbibigyan ninyo ang Pharmaly. Nakalagay ang pirma nyo dyan sa baba. Prepared by Jerilyn Vergara, reviewed by Warren Leong, kayo po yun, and approved by Lloyd Lau.
Hindi naman po pinagbibigyan, Mr. Chair. Naghahanap lang po talaga tayo ng supply ng mga panahon na po na yan. And as you can see po, Mr. Chairman, after this one, if I remember it correctly, we entered into a contract with EMS para nga po hindi na tayo maghanap kung saan-saan po. And that is I think that's the contract that we entered with EMS po. If I remember,
yung EMS, binabaan niyo yung presyo later on. Much later on. Pero tingnan natin. Senator Lacson, did you have a question, sir? You're on mute, sir. Nakamute kayo. Senator Lacson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let us not forget, Mr. Chairman, na nag-market survey sila ng April 20 or April 15.
Sa una.
Mr. Chairman, let us not forget na nag-deliver na yung Parmalee noong March 25, exactly at 5:19 p.m.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, if I may po.
Excuse me for a while. Kung nag-market survey sila ng April, nag-deliver na yung Parmalee ng March 25. Tapos April 15, binayaran na sila ng 13.86 million by PSDBM. So parang nahuli nga, sabi nyo nga, lumabas na yung kabayo sa bar. Eh, magma-market survey ka ng, what date is that? April 20 or April 15? Eh, nagbayad na nga eh.
April 15.
Nagbayad na nga ng, binayaran na nga yung Parmalee ng 13.86 million noong April 15. After yung PO nga, lumabas April 6 eh.
Oo nga.
Tapos nag-deliver ng March 25. Let us not forget that, Mr. Chairman.
Duly noted with appreciation. In fact, Senator Lux, ito pinag-uusapan dito. Bukod doon, iba pa yon.
Yes.
Ito panibago na naman to. April 14, binigay na nila, tapos kunyari nagpa-market survey the day after. Sulusot ang Parmalee.
Yeah, that is correct, Mr. Chairman. Kasi as early as March 25, nag-deliver na eh.
Oo.
Mr. Chairman, if I may po.
Yes, Mr. Leong.
Opo. I think we mix up, iba po yung procurement na sinasabi, Mr. Chairman, ni Honorable Senator Lacson.
I already said that. Sabi ko kay Senator Lacson, yun ang una. Ito, pangalawa na ito at pangatlo. Sinabi ko na yun.
That's correct. Yun po yung una.
Pero ang malinaw, yung una, yun na yun. So may historical data. Kung sasabihin mo historical data. Pero ang ginamit yung historical data sa pangatlo, yung historical data sa pangalawa, pero pinagbigyan nyo ang Parmalee, baguhin yung presyo para by 50 centavos panalo sila.
Hindi po ganun, Mr. Chairman. Allowed po tayong maggamit ng historical data. I think the practice is...
Hindi kayo allowed. Ang sinasabi ko, you use historical data. You cherry pick the historical data. Pinipili nyo lang yung makakasundo doon sa binabalak nyo ibigay sa Parmalee. Let's go to another contract. Kung ayaw mo yan, lilipat tayo sa ibang kontrata na naman. 8 yan eh. Pare-pareho ang modus operandi. Ayan. Ito naman ngayon, 21 April, BGI, real-time, RT-PCR kit. Ang lumalabas dito, ang Parmalee bid ay 75,000 pesos. At ang nag-bid dito, Parmalee not included in the price analysis report. Parmalee bid indicated with delivery 7 calendar days after issuance of the PO. 600 million pesos po ito, no? A review of the bid proposals revealed that another company, One Top Medical Resources, offered exactly the same bid price as Parmalee, 75,000 pesos on the same day. But PSDBM awarded the contract to Parmalee. Paano ginastify yun? Justify the award to Parmalee. Another price analysis report was prepared, which now included the bid of Parmalee, with indication that delivery by Parmalee would be 7 calendar days. After the issuance of the purchase order, or the bid delivery of the other company, One Top Medical Resources, was written as not indicated. Siyempre, ibibigay sa Parmalee. There are 7 days. Yung isa, wala. So, on a flimsy excuse, lusog kagad na naman ang Parmalee. Nakakapagtaka, kaya yan ang sinasabi namin eh. Talagang pinaburan nyo yung Parmalee. Mahirap paliwanag yan, Mr. Leong.
Hindi naman po. May I go to the previous slide po, Mr. Chairman? May I see it? I wasn't able to read it po.
Sige. Hindi naman ako nag-focus dito eh. The documents, as you know, speak.
No. The operator, please, the previous slide.
Alin, yung 200 million o yung 600 million? Ano?
Yung ABC po. Kasi if I read it correctly, the price analysis po, yung prior slide na wala si Parmalee, that's for purposes of hindi ko po makita. Pero I will answer it based on memory. Nung na-glance ko po, that's for purposes of setting po the ABC. Again, si PSDBM po, medyo po conservative sa ABC. Although that step is not needed na, they follow it still, and then they set it dun po sa lowest na price. If you ask the other agencies po, iba-iba po yung practice nila when setting yung ABC po. Some put it at the lowest, some put it on the average. Si PS po, nandun po siya sa lowest. again po, honorable senators, we are in Bayanihan 1. Itong step na po itong ginagamit namin, it's actually negotiated procurement under emergency cases. So we don't even have to undergo po ito, Your Honors. Pero we still do kasi we want to document it as much as possible for transparency purposes po. Doon po sa sinabi ninyong award, malamang po nagkaibahan doon sa delivery. But I'm answering right now based on the document I saw. So, it would appear na baka si Pharmally yung mas mabilis po yung delivery, at least doon sa negotiation po. So, that's why what we're trying to say is, we are being asked for documentation na negotiated procurement po, Your Honors. Hindi po yun si Bayanihan eh. Iba po yung sistema ni Bayanihan. Kaya medyo po, maraming mga tanong na nako-confuse po ang Honorable Senate po.
Hindi ako nako-confuse. Malinaw sa akin eh. Ito, yung sinasabi mo, 2 price analysis reports. Pakita nyo nga yan. I don't want to be unfair. 2 price analysis reports. Ayan. Formally not included in the first price analysis report.
That's for the ABC po, Your Honor. Yes, that's correct po. Even if you're not included in...
Salta na kita kanina eh. Papaliwanag ko lang eh. Sinasabi ko lang kung paano nangyari eh. Para malinaw na malinaw sa tao. Hindi kasama yung formally dyan sana in the first price analysis report. Tapos, nireview namin, no? Formally, ang bid nila indicated with delivery 7 calendar days after issuance of the PO. So nakalamang sila doon. Dahil yung isa, inalabas niyo, wala silang sinabi. Kaya lumabas, another price analysis report was prepared, which now included the bid of Formally, with the indication that delivery by Formally would be 7 calendar days after the issuance of the purchase order, while the bid delivery of the other company, One Top Medical Resources, was written as not indication. As not indicated. So lumalabas, lamang ang Formally na laman. Dilagay lang ng delivery within 7 days. Tama yun? 7 days, no? Ayun. Delivery 7 calendar days after the issuance. That little phrase, delivery after 7 days, napaboran na sila. Okay? Maybe you were talking about 2 different things. You keep talking about Bayanihan. Bayanihan never suspended justice and fairness at saka yung technical, financial at saka legal. Ito nakikita ito pumapasok na dito, nasa ombudsman ka ngayon, yung talagang mukhang hindi fair at talagang may advantage, undue advantage dito na binibigay. At tingnan natin ngayon na susunod. Susunod. 8 ito, Mr. Leong, no? Hirap pa. In 23, April 2020, Star Fortitude, ito na. RT-PCR, 688 million. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina na nag-offer sa amin ang Singapore at sinasabi kanina ni Mr. Lau, hindi sila nagpunta ron. Ang totoo, nagpunta kayo doon sa Indonesia, Formally Indonesia. Quantity, 2,000. Ayan, RT-PCR kits. Ang price ng Star Fortitude, 3,344,000 at total 688 million pesos. No? 2 price analysis reports prepared by PSDBM. First, Formally not included in the first price analysis. Hindi na naman sila kasali. Ayan. Take note that Biosite Medical Instruments price is at 380,000 pesos. Ayun yung kabila. Alright? Ngayon, ano nangyari naman ngayon? To justify the award to Formally, another price analysis report, paano kayo nakakabigla ng price analysis report, was prepared na ngayon, included na bid ng Formally with the indication that delivery by Formally would be on or before May 1, 2020. The bid submitted by another company, Biosite Medical Instruments, is reflected in the second price analysis report with Formally as higher 400,000 pesos than the actual bid submitted of 380,000 pesos. 2 different price analysis reports prepared by PSDBM prepared by Paul Jasper de Guzman, reviewed by Warren Leong, kayo po yun, and approved by Lloyd Lau. Ibig sabihin, nabiyayaan na naman ang Farmally. Hindi ba kayo nagtataka, Mr. Leong? You're a good lawyer, I hear. Inasunod-sunod na yan. Kunyari, nagkakaroon kayo ng two price surveys.
Your Honor,
Surveys, nagbabago.
if I may explain po, Mr. Chairman.
Of course.
The first one is for purposes of. Can I take a look again at the previous slide?
Ito mo.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall if this is the same, if this pertains to the same product, Your Honor. But if it is, we make a survey kasi, Mr. Chairman, para malaman po namin kung ano yung prices available before we do the actual procurement.
That is the purpose of the survey. Even I know that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So, when we send requests for offers na po, during this period, I think this is around, I don't see the date, this is one of our first procurements, probably around April. We didn't know where to go.
Okay, no, 23 April.
Okay, it's on the top. I'm sorry about that. So, we didn't know where to go to pa, Mr. Chairman. That is why, when we were told thereafter na where we can go to, where we can buy, after April, makikita nyo po, bumababa po yung prices, Mr. Chairman.
Siyempre naman, Attorney Leong, bababa yan dahil dumadami na ang supplier eh. Dumadami na ang supply.
And nakapunta na po tayo, Mr. Chairman, directly.
Oo, iba yan. Don't say something na parang Sancho Panzaism yan eh. Na parang sasabihin, bababa. Talagang bababa yan. Pero at that time, nagbid lahat. Ito, bakit tumaas yung presyo ng biocide sa second price analysis? At ang Farmally ay nasa higher than the actual bid submitted na 380,000.
I cannot say that, Your Honor, because I can only speak based on the record po. So probably, iyan yung po yung offer nila when we ask for the final offer po nila, Mr. Chairman. I can only answer based on the record po.
Mr. Leong, na dahil negotiated dyan na mabilis, talagang pag gabi gusto ko ipanalo, papalitan nyo lang yung offer, panalo na yan. Pwede
Hindi po, Mr. Chairman. Hindi po.
kung pwede. Hypothetical question.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Kung mga salbayo na andon, wag na ikaw. Kung mga salbayo na andon, talagang may kakampi ka, iuurong mo ng konti para makalamang ng konti, sa kanya papalo yung bid.
Pero that was not the intention po, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Senators.
Di ba, in law, we say,
that is why we insisted on inserting market price analysis even at that time na wala pa po yung IRR ni GPPB. Because you have to understand, Mr. Chairman, and ito yung hindi na-explain eh. From March 25 to April 12, wala pa po si 1-2020. Lumabas na po si Bayanihan 1.
Yung 1-2020, ano yan?
Ayan po yung sinasabi nila na IRR ni Bayanihan 1. So there was...
Nakalagay pa rin doon, yung sinabi ni Senator Lacson, at sinabi ko rin kanina, na kailangan pag-aaralan ang technical, legal, and financial capability, correct?
And we did, Mr. Chairman. I think E.D. Weng answered that in another hearing or forum. The legal, technical, and financial requirements, Your Honor, kahit belated na ilabas sa 1-2020, pertains po to the mayor's permit. Yan po yung legal. The ITR pertains to the financial.
Kanina. Sinabi ko na yung legal, sinabi ko na yung technical, in-explain ko yung IRR, yung mayor's permit, at yung iba pa nakalagay doon. Pero, hindi natin maikakaila na parang nagkakaroon na naiuusog yung Farmally para manalo. At hindi ko naman deny na nagkaroon ng market survey. Kaya lang, pangalawang market survey, nung una wala yung Farmally. Pagdating na second market survey, panalo na ang Farmally. Then, inusog nyo ng konti yung presyo.
Hindi naman po. Pero that is why...
Delivery dates.
That is why, Honorable Senators, we are thankful that you are actually making this hearing so we can explain po. And if the intention is to make it tighter and stricter po, we can suggest legislation or we can go back to negotiated procurement under emergency cases. Kasi existing naman po siya, Mr. Chairman. Pero we could not procure as fast as you wanted us to, or the people wanted us to, using negotiated procurement po.
Well, I'm just showing you documents, and that is our take on it, and that's how, what else can anybody take na talagang tablak dati, nilagyan ng 7 days delivery, yung isa walang delivery, walang commitment, talo yung walang commitment. Tapos ito ngayon, ang sinabi naman dito ay nakalagay, with the indication the delivery primary would be on or before May 1, 2020, yung isa wala na naman, talo na naman sila. Diba? If ITR ang basihan ng financial capacity, ang ITR ng family ay 25,000 lamang. Paano naman yung magiging ITR na legal basis yun? Can you explain that? 625,000 pesos lang yung kanilang capital. Ang financial capability nila ay ilan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity po. Even under negotiated procurement po, Mr. Chairman, ganun na po yung requirement. Kaya nga kami, kahit doon sa Bayanihan 1 hindi nakasabi, we tried to follow po yung negotiated procurement. Wala pong nakalagay na minimum capitalization po doon. If you will read it very carefully.
Lawyer, sir. Ito, bigyan yan eh. Hindi kailangan yung capitalization.
That is why, Mr. Chairman, we're saying that if the Senate wants it required, it can be placed, it can be legislated po. And kaya nga, we're saying sa PSDBM po, we did not pay kung hindi po siya nakapag-deliver po.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, is the defense of the DBMPS that the submission of documents to establish financial, technical, and legal capability is merely ministerial? Ibig sabihin, dahil sinabit na yung ITR, sinabit na yung ganun na lang? Because yun ang mukhang mukhang ministerial lang eh. Basta nakasumite yung dokumento, we don't need to look at the further than the documents. And in fact, one of the documents, the ITR, zero yung income tax. Di ba? Zero. Andun nakalagay. And you required it. You required it in your communications. You ask them to submit it. Obviously, it's not just for submission purposes. You have to review it. You have to weigh it. You have to determine. You have to ask searching questions. Remember, hindi ba? Or you have to, raise searching questions to these suppliers to be able to ensure that they are in fact technically, legally, and financially capable. It's not a ministerial act.
Mr. Chairman?
Hindi naman kasi required. Pero ito lang ang nire-require, sinabit naman nila, tapos ang boxing. I mean, yan ang excuse kaya nagka-leche-leche. Diba? Babalikan ko, Mr. Chairman, yung formally, nag-deliver muna nung testing kits, tapos 3 buwan later, nag-deliver nung extraction kits na kailangan gamitin para doon sa testing kits. Dahil hindi din-determine yung kapasidad nung formally kung meron silang technical capacity. Forgive me, Mr. Chairman, pero apparently they're hewing on the same line as Mr. Lowe, and I'm not surprised, Mr. Chairman. I'm not surprised.
Mr. Chairman, if I may answer.
Please.
Yeah. First, I think with respect to the delivery of the testing kits and the second delivery that was mentioned, it was already answered by PSDBM. We were merely asked to procure. Those were separate procurements po. So, second po, Mr. Chairman, with respect po doon sa ITR.
And that's the whole point. Ba't binigay sa inyo? Binigay na nga sa inyo kasi wala namang kayong capacity. Ngayon sinasabi nyo, kasi binigay lang sa amin. We were just asked, This whole transfer of the 42 billion is the first sin. Let's put it this way, di ba? And everything else followed. You
What
didn't
is your
have the
point?
capacity, you didn't have the skill, you didn't have the technological know-how, and yet you were the one negotiating. And then pag nagka-problema, ituturo nyo sa DOH. Ang DOH naman, pag may problema, ituturo sa inyo. Sorry, forgive me, Mr. Leong, but you know, you're looking at the minutest details to be able to try to justify your incapacity and inability to have done your job properly because you didn't have the science behind it, you didn't have the skills behind it, you didn't have the training behind it. Saan ka nakakita? Bumili kayo napakarami, 6 months, bilyong halaga. Saan ka nakakita? Tinanggap ninyo. Tinanggap ninyo. Ha? 2 buwan na lang mag-expire na, tinanggap pa rin ninyo. Ba't di ninyo ni-reject? So you can go into these technicalities, Mr. Leong, but you know the big picture does not yeah, I mean your answers and your technicalities does not respond to what precisely has happened here, the big picture.
Go ahead, Mr. Leong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will go back first to the legal, technical, and financial po. The ITR doesn't show the capitalization po, Mr. Chairman. We could have procured naman if the intention is to go into NFCC po, that's the capitalization, that's the net financial contracting capacity. We could do that with competitive bidding po. Nandun po siya, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me. But tama ka. Pero kayo nang hingi nun eh. Dito sa bid document ninyo, yung request ninyo, nakalagay dyan, mayor's permit, legal, income tax return, number 3, net financial contracting capacity. Kayo humingi dyan.
I think
Hindi sila. Kayo nagbigay niyan.
I think that document, Your Honor, pertains to the first procurement of surgical masks po. Kasi if I'm
nagbabago kayo pagka
one po. Opo. So from there po, the USEC made the judgment call. Yan po yung may sinasabi po na supposed advanced delivery. So we transitioned from negotiated procurement to Bayanihan 1. Now, on March 25, we didn't have an inkling that an IRR would be issued. Ang law pa lang po ang present noon, and it was very explicit. Exempted from 9184.
There's a law. You didn't have an inkling that an IRR would be issued?
Correct, Mr. Chairman, because it did not have a provision similar to RA 9184, Section 75 of 9184, stating that an IRR po
negated by this law. Number 9184 is still required, diligence and that you undertake the procurement of the following as the need arises in the most expeditious manner as exemptions from the provisions on bidding process required under Republic Act 9184 and other relevant laws.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. That's the wording po. That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, with the permission of the Chairman.
Hindi naman tayo nagba-iba. Ang lang, sa implementation nagkakatalo. Na at the last moment, pagka nagkaroon kayo ng second survey, umaangat palagi formally. Hindi ka ba nagtataka doon? You look like a good man, all right?
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman.
I mean what I say here, you know? Look at it. Sunod-sunod, formally lahat ang nananalo. Ang lalaki ng kontrata. At ting mananalo, biglang may extra edge, may extra leg up. Yung isa, 7 days. Yung isa, wala. Talo sila. Wala silang 7 days. Yung isa, will deliver by a certain date. Talo na naman sila. Kaya makikita nyo, yung isa, ginamit yung lumang data. Sabihin mo, historical data. Marami pa ito. Meron pa akong 4. 4 pa lang yung napapakita ko. And you are supposed to be performing a fiduciary act for the people. You are in a position of trust na dapat pangalagaan nyo yung pera. You have to protect the people's interest here. Hindi ako nagle-lecture dito. Sinasabi ko lang yan, ako, pag ginawa ko yung trabaho ko, iniisip ko, napoproteksyon ng bang tao dito o may nakakalamang sa tao. Diba? Pareho naman tayo nag-aaral sa Ateneo eh. Ateneo de Davao, Ateneo de Manila, pareho tinuturo dyan. We're man for others. Ad maiorem Dei gloriam. Diba? A word to the wise is sufficient. Diba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, sipin natin yun. Yes, Senator Pangilinan. I'm sorry, I have to... Go ahead.
May I also cite another case wherein Farmally was again favored, and this is apart from these documents already shown by the chairperson. And this we've gathered through news reports and our discussions with in the committee hearings previously, the Economic Affairs Committee hearing of Senator Marcos, and the Committee on Trade hearing of Senator Pimentel, both confirming that as early as February 2020, we actually have a manufacturer of face masks in the country, Mr. Chairman. This is the Medtex Corporation. It is in the Freeport area of Bataan. And based on news reports, as early as February, Medtech had already committed to the DTI to produce 2 million masks monthly. And at that point in February, they were already producing 80,000 masks a day. And they export these masks abroad. They are engaged in the manufacturing of bandage, elastic, plaster, and face masks. So itong mga price survey, market survey, tsaka price analysis, bakit inuna nyo kaagad yung importer? Ba't di ninyo kinausap direkta itong Medtech? Yun ang merong local manufacturer, nagbibigay ng trabaho sa ating mga kababayan, kayang mag-produce ng 80,000 masks a day. February pa lang, nakipag-usap na sa DTI. Pero, at ang balita namin, ang information ng DTI sa amin, hindi nyo pinapansin. Dinidribble-dribble ng DBMPS. Kung ano-anong dahilan. Ilang meeting din. In fairness, marami daw kayong meeting. Pero, walang nangyari sa meeting. Yung pala, puro dinedirekta sa Farmally. And with that, Mr. Chairman, our request, it's a manifestation that perhaps if we can invite the Secretary of Trade in the next hearing so that he can clarify this. Because there was a huge tug of war na hindi pinapansin ng DOH, DBMPS, yung mga local manufacturers at ang DTI. Yan, government to government na yan, Mr. Leong. So I hope you understand.
I understand your sentiment, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Senator Pangilinan. Mr. Chairman, if I may clarify po, with respect to the local manufacturers, if my memory serves me right, we entertained EMS when they came to us. And with respect to the coveralls po, I think you're talking about I couldn't recall the name. They went to us, I think around after April.
Wait, no, you are bringing me to another set of facts. That's not the facts. Don't include other facts. The facts that I said was that February, pwede nang bumili ng masks. You're bringing me to PPEs eh. Nililigaw mo ako eh. Sorry Mr. Leong, but I mentioned the case of masks and now you're answering me about PPEs.
No,
you're not responsive. That your answer,
Mr. Chairman,
is not responsive.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what I was saying was, we actually negotiated with a local. I said first po si EMS and masks naman po si EMS.
No, I'm sorry. You didn't say that immediately. I'm sorry, but please.
Mr. Chairman.
Let's go back to the transcripts. The first thing you said was PPEs. You didn't mention EMS, you already immediately went to Conweb and PPEs when I was raising the issue of masks. So please,
Mr. Chairman, that's not the intention. I really did mention EMS, but if it wasn't heard properly, I apologize for that.
thank you. And please, and I didn't mention EMS, I mentioned MedTech.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chairman. Kaya nga sabi namin,
EMS, we already debated and discussed, sorry, not debated, but we already interpolated and raised questions and exhausted the discussions on EMS. As early as February 2020, a manufacturer was actually manufacturing masks. EMS was not manufacturing masks at that time. They could not, but MedTech could. So you're again bringing me to EMS, and you will tell me that they were not yet capacitated because they had to what do you call it?
I cannot, Mr. Chairman, one last lang po. I understand the sentiment of Senator Pangilinan.
Bakit mo ako nilalayo sa MedTech?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm not.
Okay, you aren't. But please, the question is about MedTech.
Yes.
That point could already produce 80,000 masks a day.
I wasn't aware of that, Mr. Chairman. What I was
as procurement.
What I was aware.
Excuse me, as procurement division head, right in our own backyard, dapat sana alam mo yun, hindi ba?
I was going to that answer, Mr. Chairman. What I was aware was around March, we couldn't find, I don't know why, even MedTechs. I will try to ask my subordinates there. I think I was told that, I really couldn't remember it correctly right now. I think I was told that they had to export or import most of their production at that time. So we were really in a tight position on where to find masks.
Well, that's why, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Leong. That's why, Mr. Chairman, it would be good to bring in the DTI to clarify this, because the DTI is saying otherwise.
And besides, gentlemen, and besides, it wasn't hard to find masks. DOH found masks about the same time. Mas mababa doon sa binili nyo.
May 18 na po yung na-deliver, Mr. Chairman. Nakahanap din po tayo kay EMS ng 1350 po.
Yeah, pero mura pa rin yun, di ba? Mura pa rin. Ang kuha
Yes,
nyo,
mura pa rin po. Mura din po.
Cannot be denied. Meron nabibili yan. In fact, itong si Leong, si Lincoln Ong, nakabili pa siya. Sinasabi, Senator Lacson kanina, sinabi ko rin yun. Yung dito sa Tiger Field. Tapos namili pa sila doon sa Green Trend. So meron talaga supply eh. Bakit natin pinipilit na pagbigyan natin? Ayun ang mali ninyo. Nakita na talagang yung bakas ninyo, panay pinagbibigyan ang Pharmaly to the tune of almost 12 billion. Ako iniiwan ko na lang sa 8.9 billion. That 8.9 billion could have built 4 hospitals of 200 beds each. Yung sinasabi ko. So kaya maraming nasusuklam. Maybe you're on the other side, you don't see the anger. Sometimes when you're in power, kasama mo yung mga in power, hindi ka nakikinig eh. You have to put your ears close to the ground. Hirap ang tao, lalo na ako, nasa Red Cross ako eh. Yan ang panata ko sa buhay. Na tumutulong kami doon sa kailangan ng dugo, kailangan makapasok sa ospital. Hindi makapasok sa ospital, hanapin ang paraan niya, kukunin namin ng ambulansya, dadalhin namin sa ospital na dudugo ang puso ng tao, di makakain, nagugutom. Kahapon, isang araw lang, sinakwento ko dito, kinuha namin yung nabagsakan doon sa, tuwan-tuwa siya, nabakunahan siya, nasa dulo siya ng antipolo ng Red Cross, nabakunahan siya, tapos sabi niya, sir, yan yung nangyari sa akin, ako yung nahulog doon sa tulay, doon sa, ano ba? Yung sa Skyway, yung paa niya nangingitim, hindi na siya makalakad. The only breadwinner, nakikiusap, sir, kailangan ko mapagamot para makapagtrabaho ko. Yung mga ganyan, hindi nyo narinig yan. Ako narinig namin araw-araw yan. The other senators do that because we're public figures. Ang takbo ng tao kami. Yung mga nagninegosyo, ang hanap niyan ay profit. Profit lang, kita. Pinakamalaking profit. They will justify anything. You know? What does it profit the man if he loses all? . What does it profit a man if he gains the whole world but suffers the loss of his own soul? I hope you have not lost your soul. Wake up, slap yourself in the face and say, tama ba itong ginagawa natin? Kumisan, ako dumaan rin dyan nung bata ako, napapasama ako sa mga siga sa politiko. Napaflatter ako, malalaki. Ay, alam mo, kundi ako bumalik sa edukasyon ko sa atin ngayon, sa UP, saka dito sa magulang ko, siguro nasakmal na ako, nakain na ako. Try to avoid that, and I'm saying that for the young people who are listening out there. Madaling ma-absorb. And the bottom line is, sir, you were performing a fiduciary act. You are supposed to protect the people of this country, especially at the time of pandemic. At this time of pandemic, sinakmal ng family. Family's pandemic, ang tawag ko dyan. Inari ng family yung pandemic. Inari lahat ang piso ng family. PPP. Piso ng tao para sa family pandemic. Ubus tayong lahat. Yan ang nangyari sa atin. I don't have to go through this. I can go through this with you. Pare-pareho eh. Palaging ini-increase yung edge. So sige, let's go to the next one. And you know, you cannot say that I have not allowed you to iba lang talaga ang pananaw mo. Yun ang nakikita ko. Ang pananaw nyo, sa kabila sa panig ng depensa Pagtanggol natin ang tao, hindi yung depensa ninyo yung kontrata. Kung nagkamali tayo, well, sorry, sir, on second thought, I think, katulad ni Lau, sinabi niya na, I was negligent, babawiin pa niya. Yes, Senator Lacson.
Yes, sir. May I just invite the attention of Attorney Leong, yung GPPB Resolution number 6, lumabas ito April 6. So covered na nito yung procurement na above 500,000, yung April, that's for April 17, and April 15. April 15 for 54 million and April 17 for 220 million. So, yung sinasabing hindi kailangan ng income tax returns, maliwanag po rito, nakalagay dyan.
No, Mr. Chairman, if I may, nire-require po natin.
Please let me finish.
Apo, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
To show you na mali yung sinasabi niyong hindi required yung income tax returns. Kasi yung saklaw na yung April 6 circular ng GPPB resolution, yung procurement na ginawa noong April 15 at saka yung April 17. So mali yung sinasabi niyo na hindi requirement yung income tax returns. Nandiyan po nakalagay. Go ahead, please answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Senator Lacson, for allowing me to clarify. I never said na hindi po requirement si ITR. What I said was, we require mayor's permit, ITR po, and OSS. What I said was, hindi po ni-require yung minimum capitalization or yung NFCC for procurement of emergency goods, both in Section 53B of Negotiated Procurement under RA 9184 at saka po sa Bayanihan 1 po. Yun po yung sinasabi ko. And with respect to capitalization po, Your Honors, nandun po siya sa competitive bidding po. We could have done that naman. Pwede naman po talaga under competitive bidding. Matatagalan lang po tayo ng 26 to 126 days po. And with respect to the lowest price po, we really could have done that also po, Your Honors, if we go through advertisement. Advertisement is in competitive bidding din po, Your Honors. So we can go, and even if we undergo competitive bidding, we couldn't guarantee the lowest price because we have to find the lowest responsive bid pa rin po. So yun po yung sinasabi namin, nahalo-halo lang po yung requirements under competitive bidding, negotiated procurement under Section 3B po, and Bayanihan 1 po. Pero we do understand the concern of the Senate. That's why we are cooperating po, Your Honors. Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, another point. Sabi nyo, wala kayo makitang face mask noong March 25. Kanina nga pinakita natin na yung one link, di ba? Starting March 17, nandiyan na nga. In fact, nakapag-deliver nga ng March 25 yung Parmali. Na hindi na nga natin maintindihan kung saan nanggaling. But pagka inikot-ikot natin yung pinanggalingan, Tiger Field, Green Trends, saan nanggaling? Sa one link, March 17 pa lang, 88,000 kilograms na yung iparating nila. 51,000. Ang total ng importation na sa March, umabot na ng 88,000 kilograms. Ang sabi ng records kanina, di ba? 4,679 cartons, equivalent to 46 billion na face mask. So ano yung narinig natin na mahirap maghanap ng supply ng face mask? Hindi rin natin ma-reconcile.
Mr. Chairman, if I may po, I cannot contest the data given by the Honorable Senator but what I can answer po is that naghanap naman po talaga tayo. And then maybe what we can ask one link is kanino po nila binenta ito at bakit hindi nila in-offer po sa...
Yes, Attorney, we intend to out, kaya nga I move that the representative of one link, pati yung two other firms, yung AG and A, at saka yung Ferex, whatever it is, yung na-mention ko kanina, dapat isumon them because we checked with SEC. Hindi sila registered doon. So we are now checking with DTI kasi baka single proprietorship. Hanggang ngayon hindi pa sumasagot yung DTI. So we'd like to find out sino yung nagmamaari nitong one link and the other two firms that were able to import 4,679 cartons of face masks, face shields, etc. So we intend to do that, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I just want to do some housekeeping before we go on. First, I'd like to ask Twinkle kung pwede ibigay sa amin yung address, right address itong si Jeff Mariano. Jeff Mariano. Wala kaming address. Yung telepono hindi sumasagot. Alright? At alam mo, Twinkle, kung nasa naroon si Grace. Si Grisel Mago. So I know that you know his other address. And we also called the other girl, yung girlfriend ni Sofia Custodio. Nandiyan ba siya? Mr. Kimbo?
Sir, doon sa subpoena na inisyo ng committee, sorry, I'm suffering from slow computer, but the report is that she could not be found. She was not in the addresses that were provided in the incorporation papers lodged with the SEC. But, yes.
Alam mo yan na nakakahilo dito, di ba mga senators? Pag tinatanong mo, hindi matandaan, hindi ko talaga maalala, hanapin ko, pag tinatanong mo, iba-iba sinasagot, never direct to the point. Talaga, these are the badges of fraud. Ang dami niyan. Kinukompile natin lahat yan. Lalo ka ng Lincoln, ang dami mo. Si Mr. Yang, ang dami rin. May secret. Keso may NDA. Ang dami natin sinasabi. Pero hindi nagsasabi ng direktamente.
Mr. Chair.
Di ba? Totoo yan. So, again, I really sympathize with you, Mr. Leong, because ang pangalan mo nakalagay lahat dyan eh. Sa pinapakita kong document na at saka ikaw talaga ang hindi pipirma sila kung hindi mo pipirmahan. Kaya dapat ingatan mo yung sarili mo dyan. Do you want to ask a question, Senator Lacson?
So,
Yes, go ahead.
another housekeeping. Since we do not know the real reason for the non-appearance of Ms. Mago, maybe we can issue a subpoena for her to attend the next hearing.
I think we have issued one already. Have we issued one, Director General Kimbo?
It was issued previously, Your Honor, and she appeared on the original subpoena.
So, do we need to issue another subpoena because she did not appear today?
Your Honor, we may need to.
Yeah, I believe so.
Thank you.
So ordered then.
Your Honor, on it.
Ina, shall we? I don't want to issue a contempt because she will have to be forced to come. She has to come because we have to make sure that she gets her side. Right now, there are a lot of documents that we have found connecting her, and I won't. For transparency's sake, I've asked the Paulinian sisters in Tugigaraw and to in Manila and all to try and get in touch with her because she is a Paulinian. And it's a very good school. My wife went there and so did many others na Juan. And we're trying to get to them para mapakiusapan tong batang ito na maituwid yung kanyang landas because Juan. Is there any other questions with Mr. Leong? I will cut my cross with Mr. Leong and continue later. But I just showed you 4 out of 8. And in those 4 out of 8, it's clearly shown that formally, whether inadvertently or advertently, I think they were really being favored. And that's the essence of the Anti-Graft Act. They do damage because a due advantage is given to one bidder. And nakikita natin, they move. Kaya nga, yung goalpost, pagja-jumble, pagka nakuha na yung bola ng kabila, ilalayo yung goalpost. At pagka yung yung bola, si Farmally, ilalapit yung goalpost para slam dunk. Yun ang nakikita ko doon. So, I would like to ask questions of Mohit with the permission of everybody. Can we switch to Mohit with your permission? Everybody? I can see the thumbs up. Yes, Senator Lacson, Senator Dillon, and Mohit Dargani. Please show yourself in the video. Mohit Dargani? Mohit Dargani. Okay, while we're looking for Mohit, I'm sorry, Twinkle, I'll have to ask you the question. You're the president of the company after all. Twinkle Dargani, please.
I don't see her online, Mr. Chairman.
You know, I don't want to issue contempt order. But, you know, we've been getting nothing but all kinds of, you know, excuses from these people. Last call, Mojit Dargani. Twinkle Dargani. The chair will now entertain a contempt order for not appearing in spite of the fact that they were here. And I don't care if you're millionaires, we can put you in contempt. Milyonaryo kayo, walang exception dito yan.
Remove.
So, there's a motion. Any second?
Second the motion, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I'm also looking for them. I think perhaps they have no signal. I'm not sure, to be exact.
Convenient.
Mr. Mojit is online, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
His name is part of the participants, but Twinkle is...
There's a motion to put them under contempt for not appearing now. And obviously trying to, you know, there are so many questions that can be asked of Mojit and Twinkle, the accountants. Then another accountant is named. And I know Senator Montiveros is another accountant. Yung Ira Marie. Is that correct, Senator Montiveros?
That is the information I have, Mr. Chairman.
You're an accountant, right?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Ira Marie Moscoso.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
As soon as you get verification, we will invite her. Secretary General, take notes. So issue a contempt order for these two millionaires or billionaires, shall I say?
Yes, Your Honor. On it.
There's no exception here. Mayaman, mahirap. Akala nyo, sasantuin namin yung yaman ninyo, yung mga Lamborghini ninyo. Are there any other questions? Are there any other concerns? Because really, we really have to go through the money trail already. That's why we have the banks here. maybe we should just confirm from the banks so that the day will not be wasted here. We call on first the representative from Union Bank.
Good evening, Your Honor.
Bustillo, Jr.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Can you show your, there you go, Constantino Madrado Bustillo, Jr. You are a depositary. Your depositary is Farmally. Is that correct? Farmally, the deposits there with you, right? I think
Your
for
Honor.
you. We have accounts encashed by PSDBM, and these are endorsed to your bank. Would you be at liberty to do that? I don't think we're not entering into anything on thin ice.
Your Honor, hindi ko po masasagot yan or deny.
Tinakasan mo lang, please. Wala kang katabi dyan, alisin mo na muna yung mask mo. May katabi ka ba dyan? Just answer yes or no. May katabi ka ba dyan? Unless may katabi ka malapit.
Your Honor,
wala. O sige, para maliwanagan natin. Ayaw nyo ibigay.
Your Honor, because of
Union Bank is a very good bank.
Opo, Your Honor.
I would hate to have it identified with a situation where it's being used to funnel the people's money. Napakasimple lang ang tanong ko. Nakalagay dito, sa amin, ang napasok na pera under account number 003120001166. Ang napasok na pera sa Union Bank ay 4,017,045 pesos and 122.
Your Honor, I cannot confirm
Because you have the information already.
because of bank secrecy.
For my preliminaries. Billion pala, 4 billion, I'm sorry, 4 billion. 4,017,045,122. Laking pera niyan.
Yes, Your Honor. Hindi ko po masasagot yan, Your Honor, or madi-deny because of bank secrecy law, Your Honor.
You neither confirm nor deny.
Opo, Your Honor.
You're not familiar at all with this account.
Opo, because bank secrecy law, Your Honor.
Sige, we'll be liberal with you. Just want to make the point that you said at this time, you didn't want to answer anything. We're not asking you, ilan ang pera, ilan ang pumasok, pero alam na namin di ba? Sinabi ko na sa inyo Pinaku-confirm ko lang sa inyo. Masama ba yun? There comes a point even in a corporation as big as you, where you either side with the people or not at all. That's an unfair question. Do not answer it.
Yun po, Your Honor.
I withdraw that question. That's unfair. Because you're being put on a choice whether you will favor people who are enriching themselves at the expense of the public. I will ask Asia United Bank.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening. Your name is?
I'm Jem VR, branch manager of UN Avenue po.
It's not Jemar.
Yeah, it's Jem. You can call me na lang po at Jem po.
Okay. Okay, you want to be familiar? Okay, I'll call you Jem. All right?
Thank you po.
Is that what your girlfriend calls you?
Hindi po kasi hindi lang din po ako sanay with my real name. Jesus Mariosep po kasi yun, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
I like your sense of humor. Jesus Mariosep. All right?
Opo.
Okay. Akala ko, ibang ibig sabihin Sawa tuloy ako sa iyo. Jem, nabanggit yung bangko ninyo na nasa UN Avenue, correct? By the way, Mr. Union Bank, nabanggit rin yung bangko ninyo na depositary kayo, kaya useless to say that Sinabi na na nilagay dyan yung letter of credit na 500 million noong November. Yan ang sinabi ni Mr. Liang. No, Liang. Hindi, yung presidente. Wang, si Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, Su Yan, is it not true that you deposited 500 million? You said you got a letter of credit from Union Bank. I can show you the PSN. I can show you the stenographic notes.
Mr. Chairman,
You
because
did say that, didn't you?
I didn't have the original document by my hand. I think Union Bank wrote to me asking me to clarify on this. I wrote to them that it was actually a certificate of credit. It was a certification of credit, not a letter of credit. And the condition for that certificate of credit was that the company was supposed to submit to them bid documents or contract. However, this did not push through. So I'm sorry if I made that confusion in the previous hearing.
So what is the answer?
You
do have money in the bank, right? 500 million, so that you could get a letter of credit, correct? I'll repeat it to you. Chairperson, all right, with the permission of Senator, so ordered to the director. May we ask which bank, Mr. Wang? Just one question. May we ask which bank you transacted with? You claim you opened a letter of credit allegedly with a local bank. Which local bank did you transact that with? Answer, Mr. Wang. We got a credit line certificate from the Union Bank. Chairperson, Union Bank. Mr. Wang, Union Bank of the Philippines, reiterated. And when was that done? Mr. Wang, November 27, 2020. Chairperson, November 27, and you followed with the words 2020. Are you withdrawing that now?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't have the original document with me at the time.
My question is very simple. At that time, you revealed already that Mr. Yang was transacting with you. You were forced to do that now because of Lincoln Ong's condition. And then I asked you, and then you said, nobody forced you, nobody strangled you, nobody pointed a gun in your head. It was an open hearing, and we even allowed you to make sure that you get your oath before the embassy and you came back, and we appreciate that. Then I asked you that, and you freely said Union Bank of the Philippines, letter of credit. Correct?
Mr. Chairman, if I may
next line. Then yung 500 million.
If I may clarify, Mr. Chairman, I was mistaken. I didn't have the original document with me by my side. I mistakenly said a letter of credit. I wish to clarify that is a certificate of credit. The certificate of credit is to for our PPE projects in 2021. However, the company did not push through with the transactions with the bank on this because we were supposed to submit our contract to the Union Bank, but we did not.
Why did you not tell us that at that time? You are the president of a major corporation with lots of contracts with the Philippine government with a ridiculous capital of 625,000. Correct? And why did you not tell us that? You freely said, without any pressure from anybody. And you said, may we know how much that letter of credit, that was my question to you, consisted. And Mr. Wang, your answer was, without batting an eyelash, 500 million pesos. And I asked you, and you got the letter of credit. Mr. Wang, the answer is yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, as I've said during the hearings, sometimes a question can be proposed to us, and then we'll be asked to answer it as fast and as truthfully as possible. And
well, if I tell you the truth, you can answer fast, wouldn't you? I wasn't asking you to answer fast. You volunteered it. I didn't ask you in a fast manner.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very sorry, but those words are based on my recollection, and I've stand by to correct that there was no letter of credit. It was a certification of credit.
Mr. Wang, do you have an international warrant of arrest from Taiwan?
Mr. Chairman, as I repeated, said that as I'm here today, I'm cooperating with any relevant agencies looking for me for explanations on certain issues.
So you don't know again?
Based on the website presented, on the line, it is believed that I have a issue of arrest for not communicating with them, and I have said I've tried to communicate with them.
All right, I'll change my question then. We know that you have deposits of 4 billion in the account. To be precise, you have 4 billion 462 sorry, 4,017,045,122 pesos and change. We know that because we track down the payments made to you. And you only said a piece of it, 500 million. Correct? Where did the 500 million come from? Now
Mr.
we
Chairman,
enter into deeper waters.
Mr. Chairman, as I've tried to explain, those words stated in my previous hearing or was based on my recollection, and I didn't
Did
have
you
the.
bring that money here, sir? Your savings, so-called 4 billion pesos in savings?
I believe, Mr. Chairman, the 4 billion that you're referring to are the payments from the government to us for transactions completed.
4 billion is what is stated there from the checks that were paid to you.
From the government, yes.
And now you're saying the 500 million is different? When you brought that 500 million in, how did you bring it in here?
Mr. Chairman, I did not bring 500 million into the company, into the Philippines.
What was your suggestion there that you were trying to apply against your credit in Singapore? Is that your what you're saying here?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the question asked for
No,
me is.
that's what I'm asking you now. Answer the question. Because you were the one who brought in a new term. What is that term again?
I was told to correct my term from the bank because what I said was not true based on what the bank notified me, and therefore I
After
stand
you got
corrected.
that letter of credit from query from the Union Bank, right?
So the company and myself do not have a letter of credit from Union Bank.
And that was what they were asking you, right?
They were asking me to correct the statement because
So it was a lie. What you said to us was a lie. That's why it prompted. You never forwarded that information that you had to change it. I had to ask you for it, correct? And if I had not asked you, it would never have come out. And what has come out here is now you're answering that the Union Bank asked you to correct that misinformation. And don't you think that was relevant to tell the committee that you lied to the committee? 500 million? Letter of Union Bank, specific terms, Mr. Wang.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I apologize for the confusion. I believe the question posed to me is.
There is no confusion. It's all very clear. You got caught with
Mr.
your
Chairman.
pants down and you're now changing your answer. Is it not true?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the question
Answer my
posed to
question
me
first.
is.
You got caught with your pants down. You blurted 500 million and you were embarrassed. You were called down by Union Bank in a letter. Can you produce that letter to us?
Mr. Chairman, as I've said, I believe the question posed to me during the previous hearing was, do you
Going back
recall
to
that? Do you have
What you
any?
said is already written in history in the TSN. And you would not have revealed that. You would have never revealed that letter. You would have never told us, oh, sorry, I apologize. You know, I should not have said that I gave 500 million as a figure that I got a letter of credit from. Until now, you should have told us right away that you should have told us right away the moment you got that, Mr. Chairman. You have had several hearings here and you were here. You could have told us, sir, I would like to correct an impression. I said this, and you know, I may have made a mistake. Now it's too late. The door is shut. Because the door is shut with you because it took Union Bank to tell you to tell the truth. And now you're telling us, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I made a mistake. I apologize. Please forgive me. 500 million, did that come from this? Where did it come from? Now you're saying a new term. How do I know you're still telling us the truth? All the things you were told. You were forced to reveal the name of Mr. Yang, didn't you? You were forced because I remember you said that I can produce the stenographic notes. You were forced to say that because you were sorry for Mr. Lincoln Ang. Because he was now going to be jailed by the committee, correct? That's what you said. And then you said, finally, I'm sorry, sir, I have to reveal it now. Mr. Yang lent us the money. Did you not say that?
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
The answer is simple, yes or no.
Mr. Chairman, there was a few questions.
Writing notes.
There was a few
You
questions
just
in
going
the,
to sink deeper and deeper. It's a bug, you know. When one lies, it's just one lie after the other that you have to correct. I'm
Mr.
sorry to have to
Chairman.
do this to you.
Mr.
I'm a
Chairman.
lawyer, and this is what I'm trained for.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we do have a certification of credit from Union Bank.
It doesn't matter, but you did not tell us that at that time.
I'm not.
Letter from the letter. It needed a letter from Union Bank to correct you, and yet, when you were corrected already, you did not even bother to write a letter to the committee to say, "Sir, we made a mistake. You know, I did not have that 500 million as letter of credit." Now it's out in the open. After you got caught, now you're saying, "I made a mistake." Too late. Too late, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I'm not finance trained, Mr. Chairman. The terms are very similar. I believe there was a letter of credit, and I was told that was not, so I stand corrected.
Now you sound like
Humbly
Mr.
stand
Yang. How
corrected.
come you lie like Mr. Yang and everybody else? How come? Mr. Yang says, "Oh, it's formally biological. This is formally pharmaceutical," right? Diba? Sabi niya. Sabi ko, we know the difference between two corporations and may not be the same. You brought the formally biological, but Mr. Yang, are you blind? You were there, right? You were there in that meeting. Same people were there. Wang, Se, Yuan, right? That's you, right? And your father. Wang Wenlai, right? Right, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I do not deny.
Wang was splitting hair, as you are now splitting hairs.
Mr. Chairman, I did not say no lie in any of this.
Oh, now you're telling me you did
I
not say. Why don't I?
I admit that I was at the meeting. I never denied I was at the meeting. But my capacity.
I never asked you that. I know that because res ipsa loquitur, according to the lawyers, a thing speaks for itself. We could show the pictures that only speak 1,000 words, but in this particular case, they spoke the truth. And Mr. Yang lied about it because he said, after that meeting, I never had any connections with Farmally. And then when he got caught with his pants down because of your statement, he said, "Oh, let me correct that. I actually, these were my friends, and I helped them." All right. And then
Mr.
you
Chairman, if I may.
Lincoln said it was a guarantee, and then he was a guarantor, and then he said, "No, I got the money from my friends. You're just moving from one lie to the other, just like the rest of it. Shame on you."
Mr. Chairman, if I
Maybe a
may.
Singaporean, and I respect a lot of Singaporeans.
Mr.
But
Chairman,
this is the first encounter I have with a Singaporean that lies. I had a bad one before, when Flor Contemplacion died, and I'm not going to say that here.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I believe I stated on record that Mr. Michael Young did not know of my existence in Family Pharmaceutical Corporations. That is true. He did not know. I believe any discussion was between Mr. Michael Young.
Isn't
and
your
Mr.
father a good friend of Mr. Wang, Mr. Yang? Ano pa? Zingbing, ano pa isa? And don't you know Mr. Sheng Bing Kiao?
I believe they introduced my father to come to the Philippines to invest, yes, in 2017.
Sheng Bing Kiao was there, correct? And Sheng Bing Kiao was in Taiwan with your father and you. Correct?
I was not part of the Taiwan company in terms of, and I do
Right?
not
You were
know
the
how.
son of the person who took away $50 million. How will I believe you? With the $50 million you're talking about as your life savings found itself in the Philippines?
Mr. Chairman, I believe no children should bear their parents' crimes. A crime is individual and limited to the person itself. And I've said many times, I do not hold or have ever hold a single share from that company.
All right. But it cannot be denied that you know Zeng Bingjia. In fact, he was with you at the time when you met with President Duterte. Is it not true?
It was in my capacity
So you
as
knew
an
him,
employer.
right? So you knew him, right? Yes or no?
I knew him, yes.
Hey, that's it. How can I depend on you? You have to be caught to tell the truth. I will repeat again. When Mr. Ong was caught, you came to the rescue and you said, "I will now tell the truth. Mr. Michael Yang was really lending us money." And now
And
you got caught again by the bank and said, "Hey, what are you doing?" And you said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the same thing." But you never bothered to tell us. And so now you're being confronted, and you're being slowly undressed with your lies. And when you're undressed, the liar will come out of the picture.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm not going to be nice to you.
I can, I feel that, Mr. Chairman, but they did not catch me lying. They asked me to clarify, given the opportunity,
I'm
and
very,
I
very
said yes to
transparent
them.
person.
And I even issue a statement to them on this.
Well, he never told us. And if he had told us, then maybe I would have some understanding. But the very fact that you told us after the fact once again, just like Mr. Lincoln plays with us, he thinks he can get away now. Now he's got a fancy, ambulance chaser, and he's saying, "Oh, I refuse to answer on the grounds that it will incriminate me." Don't you ever bother you people think that when you avoid an answer, people will think that you're hiding something?
Mr. Chairman, I believe there is a non-disclosure confidentiality clause in the agreement between them.
Did you say that before?
I believe Mr. Lincoln has mentioned multiple times
Oh,
that
no,
there
he
is
did not say that. He only said non-disclosure agreement today. Shall I show you a picture again? I don't have to, but I'll just refresh the memory of the public. There you go. Mr. Michael Yang, President Duterte, Alan Lim, and Zheng Bing Qiang. Can you show the picture, please? And then make ready the picture with him there. I tried to have some sympathy for you, but I've run out of sympathy. And behind Mr. Yang, isn't that the face of that, I was going to say, like in Merchant of Venice, what's this? The face of a blinking idiot. Ayan, di ba si Lincoln Yang yan? Lincoln Ong, behind Mr. Michael Yang. And then there is Wei Zhou, and then there's Zheng Bing Qiang. And then let's show the picture of him. There.
Mr. Chairman, if I don't know how association can be established just for one meeting.
You heard of the term, tell me who your friends are and I'll tell you who you are.
They are not my friend.
Things like birds of the same feather fly together. And you know what? I don't believe you until you say so. And you just said so, that you are not telling the truth.
I didn't say
I don't believe all those things. I don't put people in a category. But you just categorize yourself. You painted yourself. You lied, and then when you get out, you try to scream out of it, like liars do. I'm sorry, I don't have any sympathy for you. Okay, let's move on. Why didn't you show the picture of him with there? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the committee. But you know, I have no stomach right now because a lot of people are suffering. There you are, on the left side. One Su Yan. The only one, Su Yan.
Mr. Chairman, I still don't understand. We have never denied. I've never denied to be in that meeting.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying that you were the one who said that you knew them, and I just wanted to refresh the memory of the public because you have reinforced your lies, and now I'm reinforcing what happened, that you were associated and you weren't there, and that you were associated there to have a meeting, and then later on, the new family here started getting contracts that, you know, a poor man. I wish there were 3 million people who could get 4,000 pesos from the 12 billion pesos that was given to family in what we call ayuda. In what we call, I call it, you know, our people are conquered because of their poverty. Because the hand that gives is always higher than the hand that receives. Our poor people receive it, their hands are low, they're prostrate. They rely, no longer work, because the pandemic has taken work out of them. And then you and your bunch of merry I don't want to call you. You're going struggling out and pretending that you're so humble, but in reality, you're laughing all the way to the bank. In the bank of Union Bank, you have over 4 billion pesos. In the Associated Bank, you have over 4 billion pesos. And I'll tell you, in the other bank, BDO, you have 442,556,000. Do you think that you can get away with it because these are government checks being given to you? You think you can hide behind the bank secrecy law? And do you think you can buy it? You know, that's your favorite word. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We cannot reveal it to you. It's a secret. And now you become more sophisticated. Now you're saying, hey, sir, it is called NDA.
Mr. Chairman, my partner Lincoln
Keep
has
metamorphosing.
repeatedly said there's an NDA signed between him and
I
Mr.
am
Michael
not
Young.
precious for you. Thank you very much, sir. Last call. I'd like to know if the famous family that owns cars, again, which Lincoln Ong already admitted, katas ng family. Katas ng family. Nakabili siya ng magandang kotse. 3. Ganon rin ito. Sasabihin pa nito si Mohit, 18 million lang ho yun. Regalo sa kapatid, di naman nagbayad ng donor tax. Anong ginagawa ng BIR? Anong ginagawa ng... Saan galing ang mga kotse yan? Di naman galing sa dealer yan. I go by and I reiterate, Director General, upon motion by the Blue Ribbon Committee, upon motion of Senator Pangilinan, seconded by
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying
Senator
to speak. I'm not sure if I can be heard.
Ontiveros. There is now a
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
contempt order
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
for the appearance.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Wow, now you appear.
Mr. Chairman.
Pag tinakot kayo na meron ng warrant
Hello,
para
Mr.
sa inyo.
Chairman.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I'm here, sir.
Please forgive me. My signal is really bad.
No, I cannot forgive you. You're an Indian. That is where that very famous Bangalore. Number 1 ang India sa computer. And you're no exception to that. You look like a smart young man. Too smart for your style.
Oh, Mr. Chairman.
Now you're gonna tell me you have a brownout because you're in the dark. And of course, it just so happened that your sister doesn't have a Wi-Fi right now. Is that it? Well,
Mr. Chairman, based on
adjourn and
what
let the Sergeant at Arms take care of all this.
Chairman.
I thank the
If I may.
bank for coming in here.
I think Twinkle is going to the hospital with her mom because the mom had elevated blood pressure. I think that was communicated from our attorney to the Director General.
Ano? Well, my wife has high blood pressure because of this. Welcome to the club. And I really, really get upset when I see my wife suffer because I have to do this for my country. And my wife is nervous. So I commiserate with Twinkle's mother. She has nothing to do with this, and I hope she will be all right. Don't use that as an excuse. May I beg the pardon of my colleagues here, my kind colleagues. We will continue even if there's a break, even if other people are filing their certificates of candidacy. I'd like to call a meeting on Tuesday, October 5 at 11 a.m. Would that be okay with everyone unless you want to change the date? I can see Senator Julian says a thumbs up, gives a thumbs up.
Is that a meeting, sir? Not a hearing? A meeting?
Hearing, I'm sorry, I'm hearing. I stand corrected, a hearing.
Okay, sure. I thought you said meeting. So hearing October 5.
At 11 a.m.
Okay, yes.
It will be a long one. What about the others? Is everybody okay with that? Thank you, Senator Lacson. Senator Pangilinan?
Sure.
Okay? Thumbs up. And Senator, and all the other senators, I don't see Senator Riza Ontiveros. I thank you very much. And pardon me for my passion. You all know me for so many years of association with each other. My passion sometimes get the better of me, and that is not a good thing to do.
Okay.
This particular case, I think you will forgive me because too many people are suffering, and I do not like to be lied on, especially after they've, feasted on the people's carcass. Thank you very much. The session is recessed until 5 October 2021, Tuesday, 11 a.m., under the same invitations and subpoenas. Thank you very much. Session is suspended. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you, sir.